Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. OmniMachina by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this unique sci-fi story.
For decades, the question had hovered at the edge of human understanding. Could the multiverse, parallel, coexisting realities, be more than a mathematical abstraction? Theories had swirled through the minds of physicists and philosophers alike, from Everett's many worlds interpretations to speculative cosmology. They had imagined infinite Earths, infinite variations of themselves, and infinite potentialities, but all of it remained theory, a tantalizing concept grounded in mathematics and imagination rather than proof. That changed one cold morning in the sprawling research campus of the International Quantum Consortium. Dr. Lena Korvacs adjusted the micro-lens array, her eyes tracing the interference patterns dancing across the high-resolution readouts. The lab was silent, except for the soft hum of supercomputers and the occasional whir of gravimetric stabilizers. For years, she had led a team dedicated to observing quantum entanglement phenomena at cosmic distances, attempting to tease out anomalies that might hint at realities beyond their own. They had built instruments capable of detecting quantum signatures across light years, devices able to measure the faintest deviations in gravitational fields, and arrays designed to monitor the tiniest shifts in atomic lattices. Everything had pointed toward a tantalizing possibility, but nothing definitive. Until now, the readings began as a subtle flicker on one of the primary monitors, an anomaly in the entangled particle emissions from a distant exoplanetary system. At first, Korvacs assumed a glitch. Such instruments were delicate, prone to noise and interference. Yet the flicker persisted, repeating with a precision no random error could account for. She called over her assistant, Theo Sakamoto, whose fingers flew across the console as he cross-checked calibration protocols. "This isn't an equipment error," he said, voice low, almost reverential. "I've triple-checked everything. These readings are consistent, and they're interacting with multiple layers of our particle entanglement arrays simultaneously." Korvacs's chest tightened. "Are you saying?" Theo nodded. "It's consistent with overlapping realities. Multiple Earth-like planets, all interacting with the same quantum lattice at slightly offset frequencies." The words seemed too surreal to speak aloud, yet they echoed in the room like a chorus of distant bells. For decades, humanity had speculated on the multiverse, but no one had ever observed it directly. No one had ever seen proof tangible enough to erase doubt. And now, in the flickering light of monitors and data readouts, it existed. Within hours, the laboratory had erupted. Teams from around the globe connected through secure channels, sharing their own readings, their instruments now tuned to detect the same signals. Confirmations arrived from observatories in Chile, the Canary Islands, and orbiting satellites in deep space. Each new data set reinforced the original hypothesis. Earth-like planets existed across multiple realities, slightly different from one another, yet undeniably real. Some had mirrored landscapes. Others displayed divergence in continental configurations, climates, and ecosystems. One planet's oceans shimmered a shade more verdant than Earth's. Another had continents in places that defied all known geological evolution. The multiverse was no longer theory, it was an irrefutable, observable fact. The consortium called an emergency press conference. Cameras from every continent crowded the hall. The world waited. Dr. Korvacs stood at the podium, the weight of decades of research pressing against her chest. Her fingers hovered over the notes, though she scarcely needed them. Her voice, steady and clear, carried across the global broadcast. "Today, humanity has confirmed what was once unimaginable. We have observed multiple Earth-like planets existing concurrently with our own. Through decades of quantum experimentation, gravitational observation, and cosmic analysis, we can now demonstrate that the multiverse is not merely theoretical, it is tangible, observable, and infinite in its variations. Each world, each Earth, is distinct, yet everyone is real." For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Scientists wept quietly in labs thousands of kilometers away. Governments paused, unsure whether to respond with protocol or wonder. Citizens stared at screens, some in disbelief, others with eyes wide in awe. Philosophers whispered to each other, theologians prayed quietly, and children asked questions adults could not yet answer. The universe, humanity had learned, was not singular. The excitement that followed was unlike anything ever witnessed in human history. Conferences were convened, papers were published at a dizzying pace, and forums of discussion sprang up in every conceivable media outlet. The multiverse had moved from the realm of abstraction into the realm of reality. Ideas previously confined to thought experiments, alternate Earths with slight divergences, entire civilizations with different trajectories, worlds shaped by different histories, were now subjects of active study. Researchers debated the implications late into the night, poring over the data with a combination of reverence and greed for understanding. Yet alongside the exhilaration, subtle apprehensions began to stir. Among the brightest minds, the notion of multiple realities provoked a quiet, almost instinctual caution. The universe, it seemed, was far more intricate than any had dared imagine. Quantum signatures from distant worlds overlapped with faint gravitational distortions. Atmospheric anomalies measured across several Earth-like planets suggested interactions beyond standard theory. The multiverse was alive in its complexity, a latticework of realities that did not simply coexist but, in subtle ways, interacted. Korvax and her team recognized something profoundly unsettling. These worlds, so distant and seemingly separate, might not be as insulated from one another as humanity had assumed. Even as celebrations continued, private discussions grew urgent. Simulations were run, supercomputers crunching possibilities at speeds that dwarfed human comprehension. Patterns began to emerge, faint and elusive at first, then increasingly difficult to ignore. The multiverse was not perfectly stable. Slight fluctuations hinted at stress points, regions where realities might intersect in catastrophic ways. Every physicist understood the principle that would become foundational. No two objects can occupy the same space at the same time. At the atomic, planetary, and cosmic level, attempting to force such overlap was impossible. Collisions of sufficient scale could result in absolute destruction. Every molecule, every atom, every constituent of matter was bound by this rule. Should entire planets intersect in space, the outcome would not be damage, not a partial collapse, but complete, total annihilation, dust and debris, nothing left behind. This understanding, though theoretical at the moment, cast a shadow across the exuberance. The multiverse was beautiful, infinite, and teeming with possibilities, but it was also a system governed by rules beyond human control. Humanity had unlocked a door to infinite worlds, but they had no knowledge of the consequences if those worlds interacted in ways that violated natural laws. The exhilaration of proof began to mingle with an almost subliminal dread, as the implications of absolute destruction could not be ignored. Across the globe, teams scrambled to refine measurements, expanding the observation networks to thousands of light years, cataloging worlds with increasing precision. Each new discovery reinforced both the grandeur and fragility of the multiverse. Some Earths bore cities remarkably similar to their own, yet differences were glaring. Languages that had evolved differently, technologies advanced or delayed, cultural and political structures distinct yet somehow familiar. The diversity thrilled researchers while simultaneously feeding an undercurrent of anxiety. These worlds were not hypothetical, they were real, and any miscalculation, any unforeseen gravitational interaction, could spell obliteration. Journalists dubbed it the era of infinite Earths, and the term spread globally. Documentaries, lectures, and debates filled every available space, explaining parallel worlds, quantum entanglement, and multiversal physics to a captivated public. Philosophers pondered moral obligations. If these Earths were real, did humanity have a duty to observe responsibly, to warn, or to intervene? Ethicists argued over the rights of sentient beings in alternate realities, while governments began quietly funding initiatives to develop contingency programs, observation stations, planetary monitoring, and early theoretical travel programs, before realizing that actual multiversal travel might be decades away, if it was even possible. At the center of it all, Dr. Korvax remained both exhilarated and uneasy. Standing on the observation balcony of the Central Consortium Tower, overlooking the city now alight with excitement and chatter about the new cosmic frontier, she reflected on the enormity of what humanity had accomplished. The multiverse existed. Humanity had seen it, measured it, touched it indirectly through physics and observation. But with that knowledge came the gnawing realization that they were dealing with forces indifferent to life, beauty, and civilization. A lattice of infinite worlds stretched outward, fragile yet infinite, and humanity had only just begun to understand the rules by which it operated. No two objects could occupy the same space at the same time. In theory, it was a simple principle. In practice, it was terrifying. The breakthrough had changed everything. Humanity could no longer see itself as the sole occupant of a single, safe universe. It now knew that every possibility existed somewhere, that Earth was one among uncountable Earths, each a delicate construction of matter, history, and life. And beneath that all lurked a subtle, insistent warning. The multiverse was not a playground. Its vastness, beauty, and variety were matched only by the potential for unimaginable destruction, absolute annihilation, should the cosmic laws that held it together ever be violated. As night fell across the research campus, monitors flickering with streams of data from countless distant worlds, Dr. Korvax whispered to herself, almost inaudibly, We've opened the door, but we don't yet know what's waiting on the other side. And humanity, for the first time, stood at the edge of infinite knowledge, simultaneously awestruck and apprehensive, unaware that the very principles governing matter and space, simple, unyielding, absolute, would soon dictate the fate of worlds beyond counting. When the news broke that humanity had finally proven the multiverse was real, the world seemed to pause, collectively holding its breath. The announcement from the consortium of quantum physicists was broadcast globally. The existence of thousands of Earth-like planets, each with its own unique histories, civilizations, and possibilities, was no longer a theoretical abstraction. Overnight, the implications of this discovery became impossible to ignore. Governments, media, academic institutions, and citizens everywhere scrambled to digest the reality that the universe, or more accurately, the multiverse, was infinitely more complex, and infinitely more alive, than anyone had imagined. In Washington, Brussels, Beijing, and countless other capitals, emergency sessions of scientific councils, space agencies, and government think tanks convened. The initial reaction was a mixture of exhilaration, panic, and pragmatism. Leaders debated the strategic consequences. How would this reshape our understanding of security, diplomacy, and technology? Some ministers argued that immediate observation programs should be funded to begin cataloging these parallel Earths, mapping their trajectories, and anticipating potential hazards. Others pushed for speculative travel initiatives, proposing that humanity might someday interact with these alternate worlds, or even find opportunities for resources, population relief, or alliances with parallel civilizations. People don't understand, Dr. Helena Cruz, a leading theoretical physicist, said during a hastily organized United Nations press conference. This is not a minor extension of our astronomy programs. This is a fundamental change to everything we know about existence. We are talking about realities where civilizations could be advancing or collapsing, completely independently of our own. And some of those worlds may be close enough that we can observe them in meaningful detail. Her words ignited a storm of media coverage. Headlines around the world ranged from the ecstatic to the apocalyptic. Infinite Earths, infinite possibilities. Read one New York Times feature. Are we safe? The parallel worlds are out there, splashed across The Guardian's front page. Social media platforms erupted with speculation, fear, and excitement. Millions of users debated the personal implications. What would it mean if another version of themselves existed? Could they communicate? Could they meet? Could they warn one another of dangers unknown to their respective universes? The discovery became an obsession overnight. In Tokyo, a young engineer named Kaito Moriyama stared at his holoscreen, scrolling through live feeds of interviews with Dr. Cruz and other scientists. Kaito's heart raced. He had spent years working on quantum entanglement experiments, trying to understand phenomena that had now become real and tangible. Yet, even as he celebrated the confirmation of the multiverse, a gnawing unease settled over him. These weren't just mathematical curiosities. They were worlds with people, ecosystems, cultures, lives. The idea that humanity could, for the first time, observe entire civilizations across countless realities was exhilarating, but it also carried a responsibility he wasn't sure anyone was prepared to bear. Across the Atlantic, European policymakers convened a coalition tasked with drafting an immediate response. Some argued for international cooperation to share resources, observation equipment, and data. Others warned that such coordination could be politically dangerous, giving rival nations access to knowledge or technology that might be exploited. Debates raged over how to balance scientific inquiry with security concerns. Would humanity's ability to see alternate Earths create diplomatic tensions with the inevitable unknowns? Could nations manipulate this information to achieve economic or military advantages? The questions were as endless as the discovery itself. In rural India, Priya Sharma, a philosophy professor, watched the televised announcement with her students. The classroom buzzed with excitement and anxiety. Discussions erupted spontaneously. If other versions of humanity exist, does that diminish the significance of our choices here? Does morality extend beyond our universe? Do actions in our reality ripple across others, or are they entirely isolated? Priya guided the students to explore these questions deeply, emphasizing that the discovery was more than a scientific milestone. It was a cultural and ethical earthquake, shaking the foundations of identity, responsibility, and fate. Meanwhile, technology companies in Silicon Valley immediately began brainstorming applications. Could quantum computing be harnessed to simulate inter-universal interaction? Could communication devices be developed to observe or even influence parallel Earths? Investors flooded into speculative programs, funding research with the promise of unprecedented breakthroughs. The line between scientific endeavor and corporate opportunism blurred quickly. As the race to claim territory in the multiverse began, even though no one truly understood the consequences. Even everyday citizens engaged in debates, forums, and social media threads. Families discussed the existence of alternate selves at dinner tables. Teenagers joked and speculated about which version of themselves might be more popular, more successful, or in trouble. Yet, beneath the fascination, unease lingered. What if interference was dangerous? What if observation alone carried risks? For the first time in history, humanity collectively faced the idea that existence might not be singular, stable, or entirely safe. In Moscow, government scientists proposed a comprehensive observation program, using satellites, telescopes, and quantum sensors to monitor parallel worlds. Military analysts wondered about the strategic implications of these discoveries. Would parallel civilizations pose threats, or could alliances be forged? Security protocols were drafted with no precedent, theoretical contingencies written for events that had never been anticipated. Across every continent, institutions scrambled to respond, each projecting influence, control, and preparedness in a world suddenly far larger than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, journalists seized the opportunity to frame narratives that ranged from sensational to contemplative. Stories of inter-universal exploration, ethical dilemmas, and the potential for contact with alternate selves captured the public imagination. Daily newscasts featured panels of scientists, ethicists, and religious leaders debating the philosophical significance of the multiverse. Questions that had once been abstract or speculative now demanded answers. What is the nature of self when infinite versions of each individual exist? What moral obligations do we have to beings in other realities? Could the discovery reshape society, or would it fracture it entirely? In universities around the world, courses and research programs were immediately revised or newly created. Quantum physics, cosmology, and philosophy departments merged initiatives, training a generation of students to think in multiversal terms. Laboratories were retooled for observation, simulation, and theoretical communication. For many young scientists, the revelation was a call to arms, an opportunity to engage with the most profound questions in history, questions that would redefine science, ethics, and the very concept of reality. Yet not all reactions were celebratory. Skeptics questioned the veracity of the findings, citing equipment anomalies, statistical errors, or misinterpretations. Conspiracy theorists thrived, proposing that governments were hiding dangers, that parallel Earths might harbor hostile civilizations, or that observation alone could have catastrophic consequences. Fear-mongering, both legitimate and unfounded, became part of the discourse. Humanity's collective mind struggled to balance awe with caution, ambition with prudence, and curiosity with fear. Even as governments and institutions mobilized, ordinary citizens reacted in personal, profound ways. Some felt hope, the possibility of alternate realities where disease, poverty, or environmental degradation had been solved. Others feared the unknown, imagining scenarios where catastrophic events in another universe could ripple into their own. Families pondered moral responsibilities. If one could warn or influence a parallel Earth, would it be obligatory to do so? Communities debated ethics, spirituality, and the meaning of life in light of what was now undeniably real. The discovery, in essence, was a societal earthquake. Institutions reshaped themselves, global priorities shifted, and the very fabric of human identity began to tremble. Governments allocated unprecedented funds to study the multiverse. International organizations drafted protocols for observation, exploration, and eventual contact. Universities created curriculums blending physics, philosophy, ethics, and inter-universal strategy. The media saturated every platform with analysis, speculation, and human interest stories about the multiverse, ensuring that no individual could remain untouched by the revelation. And yet, amid all the excitement, unease, and ambition, a subtle tension persisted. Humanity's gaze had turned outward, not just to the stars, but to an infinite number of stars, each with its own Earths, its own histories, and its own mysteries. The world was simultaneously exhilarated and unsettled. Citizens, leaders, and scientists alike recognized that this discovery was more than a scientific breakthrough. It was a call to rethink civilization, identity, morality, and the very scope of human ambition. In the end, society collectively stepped into uncharted territory, poised between awe, curiosity, and the profound uncertainty of what would come next. The initial euphoria surrounding the proof of the multiverse began to fade quietly, replaced by a creeping sense of unease. At first, it was barely perceptible, tiny inconsistencies in data streams, fluctuations in readings that could have been dismissed as instrument error. But as the world's scientific apparatus expanded its gaze, those subtle irregularities began to form patterns too persistent to ignore. Gravitational readings, once smooth and predictable, flickered inexplicably. Satellites reported minor oscillations in the orbits of distant exoplanets, oscillations that could not be explained by any known forces. At first, teams chalked it up to calibration errors. Then, when independent observatories across continents reported the same anomalies, the explanations became harder to maintain. Dr. Leon Hartmann, a gravitational physicist at the European Space Observatory, was among the first to notice a troubling pattern. He stared at the three-dimensional graphs sprawled across the walls of his lab, the lines writhing like living threads. "These aren't random," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "They're not noise. Something is interacting with itself." His assistant, Mara Kessler, peered at the holographic projection. "Interacting with what?" she asked. Hartmann shook his head. "With everything. With all the universes we're observing. Look, here, and here. The fluctuations synchronize across multiple worlds. It's subtle, but it's consistent." Across the Pacific, a research team in Tokyo had been analyzing quantum entanglement signals from distant worlds. The data showed something impossible, or at least, something that had never been observed before. Quantum signatures from separate Earth-like planets were overlapping in ways that defied established theory. Particles from two distinct universes seemed to be sharing states, influencing one another as if a hidden connection threaded through reality itself. Dr. Aiko Tanaka, leading the team, stared at the live feed in disbelief. "It's as if the walls between these worlds are thinning," she said quietly, not looking at anyone in particular. Her colleagues exchanged nervous glances, the room humming with low tension. The anomalies weren't confined to physics labs. Atmospheric measurements on planets with telescopic access to their skies began to reveal subtle inconsistencies. Spectral analyses showed traces of exotic gases in worlds that shouldn't have them, faint shifts in climate data that could not be explained by local phenomena. The borders separating the universes, once thought impermeable, seemed to ripple, bleed, and overlap in infinitesimal ways. Earth's governments, previously ecstatic over the possibilities of the multiverse, now faced questions they had never prepared for. Conferences, once brimming with celebration, transformed into intense sessions of analysis and debate. Dr. Hartmann flew to Geneva to present his findings to the International Consortium for Multiversal Studies. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, voice tight with unease, "we are witnessing interactions between universes. These are not minor anomalies. The patterns suggest that the very structure of the multiverse may be unstable." The room was silent, except for the hum of projectors and the low murmur of scientists cross-checking notes. Charts, simulations, and projections filled the walls, patterns twisting and converging in ways that no one fully understood. Back in the United States, at the National Quantum Research Institute in California, Dr. Elise Montgomery worked tirelessly with her team, running high-resolution simulations to understand the anomaly's potential causes. Every iteration produced the same chilling result. As universes interacted at increasingly small scales, tiny instabilities amplified, producing effects that could cascade across larger cosmic structures. "It's like a feedback loop," she explained to her colleague, Dr. Ravi Patel. "A small disturbance in one universe propagates into others. And the effect isn't linear, it grows, multiplying in unpredictable ways." Patel's face paled. "Are we saying the multiverse is fragile?" he asked, almost whispering. Montgomery didn't answer immediately, staring at the models spinning in the holographic display. Fragile wasn't the word she would ultimately choose. Unstable, dangerous. The data prompted a flurry of cross-checks. Observatories in Brazil, South Africa, India, and Canada shared results, confirming the anomalies were real. Gravitational waves from distant clusters of Earth-like planets fluctuated in tandem. Quantum overlaps appeared consistently in the same sectors. Atmospheres shimmered with subtle, unexplainable changes. Scientists, who had once marveled at the infinite possibilities of observation and research, now faced an unnerving reality. The multiverse, as beautiful and expansive as it was, might not be entirely self-sustaining. Among the most alarming observations were minor but recurring gravitational surges. These fluctuations were tiny in magnitude, barely perceptible to casual observation, but they occurred in perfect synchrony across distant worlds. The initial impulse was to dismiss them. After all, anomalies happened all the time. But as weeks passed, the synchronicity became impossible to ignore. Teams began modeling the potential outcomes, introducing variables for energy distribution, planetary density, and cross-universal gravitational coupling. The results were troubling. Even minor shifts, when propagated over cosmic distances, could generate catastrophic effects if left unchecked. Public awareness of these anomalies grew slowly. Early reports were buried beneath sensational headlines of the discovery itself, but as the anomalies persisted, media outlets began covering them with increasing urgency. Are the parallel Earths in danger? Read one headline. Scientists warn of strange gravitational fluctuations, reported another. Philosophers, ethicists, and theologians weighed in, framing discussions around morality, causality, and the ethical ramifications of observation. What responsibility did humanity bear in watching, recording, and potentially interfering with these subtle, possibly unstable phenomena? The debate was not academic, it carried the weight of infinite possibilities. Not all scientists reacted with alarm. Some argued the anomalies were simply natural interactions, inevitable consequences of observing complex, layered realities. We are seeing the multiverse in motion, Dr. Sven Richter, a Copenhagen-based physicist, asserted. Nature is never static. What appears as instability may just be the dynamic equilibrium of countless interconnected systems. It is not necessarily catastrophic. Yet even Richter's voice trembled slightly when discussing the patterns. The models refused to be neatly explained. Simulations ran endlessly, only to reveal ever more variables, feedback loops, resonance points, and unpredictable energy spikes that defied simple interpretation. Teams experimented with indirect probes, sending signals through quantum channels designed to map the interactions without affecting the universes themselves. These attempts yielded further surprises. Signals occasionally returned distorted or delayed in ways that implied unseen interference. Tiny, almost imperceptible ripples crossed the observational data, as if distant worlds themselves were responding to the mere act of being observed. For researchers, the notion that observation could influence the multiverse, even subtly, challenged everything they had thought about measurement, causality, and the role of conscious beings in the fabric of reality. By the time Dr. Hartman's team completed its third set of simulations, the atmosphere among researchers had shifted palpably. Initial excitement was replaced with a muted tension, a quiet dread that threaded through labs, offices, and conference halls. Something about the multiverse's structure was not just unknown, it was behaving in ways that were inconsistent, irregular, and deeply troubling. Discussions once filled with wonder were now laced with caution, concern, and even fear. The notion that humanity had stumbled upon something so grand, so majestic, also carried the weight of something potentially catastrophic. The anomalies, gravitational surges, quantum overlaps, atmospheric irregularities, continued to accumulate. No single data point seemed threatening, but the consistency and scope suggested systemic instability. Scientists convened emergency task forces, cross-checking every observation, running thousands of simulations simultaneously. The effort was frenetic, obsessive, and exhausting, as each team sought answers in a system that seemed increasingly indifferent to human understanding. In labs from Boston to Berlin to Sydney, researchers began voicing the same uneasy questions. Could the anomalies be random? Could they signal some natural oscillation, a regular multiversal heartbeat? Or were they harbingers of something far more alarming, incipient collapse, interference, or even the potential for violent interactions between worlds? No one knew, and the uncertainty weighed heavily on every discussion. Even the most optimistic projections could not fully account for the anomaly's behavior. At night, Dr. Montgomery stared at the simulation grids glowing in her lab, exhausted but unable to tear herself away. The data flickered across multiple holographic panels, planets shifting, forces overlapping, atmospheres oscillating. She felt a creeping sense of helplessness. For all the exhilaration of discovery, all the triumph of proving the multiverse's existence, the universe, or multiverse, was proving itself to be far more complicated, far more delicate, and far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Marek Kessler, working alongside Dr. Hartman, voiced what many had begun to think but no one yet admitted aloud. We may have opened a door we're not ready to walk through. The words hung in the air. The anomalies were no longer abstract, they were tangible, persistent, and unignorable. They hinted at a reality that was alive in ways humans could not yet comprehend. The excitement of discovery, the pride in achievement, was giving way to a deeper, more uncomfortable truth. The multiverse might be fundamentally unstable, and humanity's role in observing it could be both awe-inspiring and perilous. The labs continued their work, simulations ran round the clock, and the world waited. Every new data point brought a mix of exhilaration and unease, as the anomalies whispered the first warning. That while humanity had proven the multiverse's existence, understanding it, and surviving it, might be far beyond our reach. Humanity had spent decades wrestling with the multiverse as an idea, a set of equations, hypotheses, and speculative models. Now, staring at the data streaming in from thousands of observed Earth-like worlds, it became painfully clear that the multiverse was not merely a concept. It was a tangible, physical system, an intricate structure woven with interdependencies that no human mind, or even the collective efforts of the world's best scientists, could fully comprehend. Dr. Elise Montgomery leaned over the holographic projection in her lab, her fingers tracing the threads of multiversal space as they twisted and converged on each other. "Every universe we've observed is connected," she murmured, almost to herself. "Not just by theory, by physics. Quantum entanglement, gravitational resonance, particle state overlaps, they're all real. And they're talking to each other in ways we still can't decode." Her assistant, Ravi Patel, frowned. "But if they're interacting, even weakly, what does that mean for stability? Could one universe's disturbance cascade into another?" Montgomery's jaw tightened. "That's the question none of us can answer yet. The anomalies that had first surfaced, gravitational fluctuations, overlapping quantum signatures, inexplicable atmospheric shifts, were now understood to be systemic. They weren't accidents, nor were they isolated glitches. Advanced simulations revealed that even the tiniest energy disturbances in one universe could propagate across dimensional boundaries, affecting neighboring worlds in subtle but measurable ways. A storm on a distant Earth-like planet, seemingly insignificant, could produce quantum ripples detectable light-years away. The realization left researchers unsettled. The multiverse was dynamic, self-interacting, and, in ways humans barely understood, fragile. Dr. Leon Hartman had begun modeling these interactions using tensor networks and multi-universe computational matrices. He explained it to his colleagues in terms they could grasp. Imagine a three-dimensional web made of trillions of interlinked strands. Tug on one strand, and vibrations move through the entire structure. That's what we're seeing: gravity waves, quantum entanglement, atmospheric shifts, all signals of this multidimensional web in motion. It's beautiful, but it's unstable. Some researchers argued that instability was a natural feature, a kind of cosmic flexibility that allowed universes to coexist. Others were not so optimistic. One evening, in a quiet corner of the European Space Observatory, Marek Kessler plotted the density of inhabited planets against the anomalies they were experiencing. Patterns emerged. Clusters of worlds with heavier populations of intelligent life seemed to correlate with stronger gravitational and quantum disturbances. No one knew whether this was coincidence, a quirk of observation, or evidence that life itself contributed to multiversal stress. Kessler rubbed her eyes and leaned back. "If it's true," she whispered, "we're not just observing the multiverse. We're part of it, and maybe even affecting it." As the scientific reality deepened, ethical and philosophical questions began to dominate discussions. Humanity now had proof that other intelligent civilizations existed, or could exist, on parallel Earths. But what responsibility did that knowledge carry? Could humanity attempt contact? Could it interfere in events to prevent disasters, or would such meddling risk catastrophic consequences? And even if contact was possible, did humans have the right to influence civilizations they had no responsibility for, or perhaps could never understand? International councils debated these questions feverishly. The United Nations formed a new body, the Office of Inter-Universal Ethics. Its members included philosophers, ethicists, physicists, and cultural anthropologists. Dr. Aiko Tanaka, representing quantum research, presented a stark warning. Even a minimal misstep in interacting with another universe could destabilize it. The anomalies suggest feedback loops. We touch one world, and effects propagate across dozens, maybe hundreds, of connected realities. There is no way to predict the outcome with certainty. Our reach exceeds our understanding. Politicians and the media sensationalized the situation. Headlines screamed about the dangerous consequences of observing parallel Earths, and scientists wrestling with universal instability. Public reaction was mixed. Some people were thrilled by the potential to witness or communicate with alternate selves. The idea of meeting another version of yourself in a parallel universe ignited imaginations worldwide. Others were paralyzed with fear, worried that humanity's very observation, curiosity, or ambition might somehow provoke disaster on an unimaginable scale. On the ground, scientists felt the psychological weight of their discoveries. Long nights in observation labs, staring at overlapping quantum fluctuations and gravitational anomalies, left teams exhausted and tense. Simulations grew increasingly complex, incorporating multidimensional tensors, quantum field feedback loops, and gravitational perturbation matrices. Even with alien-grade computing systems, results were often inconclusive, producing dozens of possible outcomes for a single interaction. In one simulation, a single atmospheric shift on an Earth analog triggered cascading gravitational distortions that would, in theory, destroy several uninhabited worlds in a neighboring universe. "It's like playing a game we don't know the rules to," muttered Hartman, rubbing his temples. "And losing is inevitable." Despite the mounting dread, observation programs proliferated. Nations funded new telescopes capable of monitoring multiversal anomalies at unprecedented resolutions. Teams traveled through alien-assisted gateways to record first-hand evidence, carefully cataloging planetary structures, ecosystems, and quantum states. Yet no one attempted interference. The knowledge that even the smallest action could trigger unanticipated, catastrophic feedback loops kept humanity cautious. Observation became a duty, a way to bear witness to realities humanity could not control. Even within the scientific community, consensus was impossible. Some theorists suggested that anomalies were merely indicators of a complex, self-regulating system, that the multiverse had mechanisms to balance disturbances, perhaps through processes beyond human comprehension. Others countered that the anomalies were warning signs. The multiverse was unstable, and humanity's growing presence as observers might exacerbate the fragility. Ethical debates merged with technical ones. Should humans limit observation to passive recording? Was it morally defensible to simply watch if disasters were looming? Could humanity withhold intervention, even if intervention was theoretically possible? Dr. Tanaka summarized the dilemma during a multinational symposium in Geneva. We are learning that the multiverse is not just a backdrop for our experiments. It is an active physical entity, interacting with itself in ways we cannot fully predict. Every measurement, every observation, might be influencing the system in ways that ripple outward. The responsibility that comes with our knowledge is enormous, and our understanding is still rudimentary. We face both a technical and ethical challenge. How do we act wisely when even our definitions of action and consequence are insufficient? The world outside labs and symposiums could sense the tension. Humanity was poised at the edge of comprehension, simultaneously awed by the grandeur of infinite Earths and terrified by their precarious stability. Societies began to shift subtly, a collective nervousness spreading beneath everyday life. Economies invested in observation programs, educational systems updated curricula to include multiversal physics, and media outlets ran continuous reports on the emerging anomalies. Children grew up with the idea that Earth was not alone, that countless variations of existence were unfolding beyond sight, and that those realities might be as vulnerable as their own. By the end of the first year after the multiverse's confirmation, the message was clear. The multiverse was real, but it was more than anyone had imagined. It was alive in its complexity, fragile in ways that challenged intuition, and interactive in ways that made even the smallest human action potentially consequential. Humanity had proven that parallel worlds existed, but proving existence came with a weight far greater than anticipated. The undercurrent of dread was inescapable. Scientists, philosophers, and citizens alike sensed that the anomalies were not merely data points. They were harbingers of a system whose ultimate behavior remained terrifyingly uncertain. And in quiet moments when the data screens glowed softly in labs around the world, every observer felt the same unspoken thought. Understanding the multiverse might never be enough to survive it. Humanity had crossed a threshold. It was no longer an audience of the cosmos but an active participant in a system far grander, far stranger, and far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. The realization settled like a shadow over every effort. The multiverse was a tangible, physical, and interacting reality, and its consequences were likely beyond comprehension, and certainly beyond control. At first, it was almost imperceptible. Dr. Miguel Alvarez, monitoring deep space gravitational sensors at the Cerro Paranal Observatory in Chile, noticed tiny fluctuations in the readings from a star system 50 light-years away. They were faint, almost within the margin of error, but distinct. Two Earth-like planets, designated for now as Tethys and Callisto, showed simultaneous gravitational surges that didn't match any known celestial mechanics. Alvarez adjusted the instruments, recalibrating the interferometers to ensure there were no sensor faults. "Check the quantum resonance logs," he muttered to his assistant, Lila Chen. The lab's AI-assisted system churned through terabytes of real-time data, returning graphs that made Lila's stomach knot. Peaks in gravitational pull, irregular orbit shifts, and energy signatures that didn't correspond to any known planetary physics, patterns repeating, echoing across both planets simultaneously. "It's symmetrical," Lila whispered. "Whatever's happening on Tethys is mirrored on Callisto." For hours, they debated equipment failure. Could it be a calibration error? A rogue cosmic event, like an unobserved supernova or a massive asteroid passing between the two planets? Each theory fell apart under scrutiny. Their colleagues at other observatories in Hawaii, the Canary Islands, and the Atacama Desert began reporting the same anomalies. Within 24 hours, it was confirmed. This was no localized sensor error. Something extraordinary and terrifying was occurring. Dr. Elena Petrov, leading a team at the International Multiverse Observation Institute in Geneva, called an emergency. Confronts via quantum entangled communication. We have overlapping gravitational anomalies in a binary Earth system, she stated bluntly. The simulations indicate convergence within hours. Both planets are on trajectories that will intersect. Her voice, calm but tense, carried over the communication network to labs across the globe. Researchers stared at their own instruments, watching orbit visualizations flicker as Tethys and Callisto drew inexorably closer. Outside the labs, the public remained unaware. The news had not yet filtered through. Most people still thought of space as static and incomprehensibly vast. But inside the scientific community, panic was a quiet, pervasive presence. Petrov's team worked tirelessly, simulating gravitational fields and planetary mass distributions, attempting to determine if any intervention could alter the outcome. Every variable they adjusted, angular momentum, orbital resonance, theoretical gravitational nudges, failed to change the predicted collision. In multiple simulations, the planets met in perfect catastrophic alignment. Meanwhile, Alvarez's team in Chile tracked quantum fluctuations emanating from both planets. Tiny particles of matter were already exhibiting interactions outside normal parameters, subtle overlapping of atomic states, hints that the two planets' electromagnetic and gravitational fields were beginning to merge at a fundamental level. It's like the universe is warning us, Lila said quietly. We're seeing the start of annihilation. When the news finally reached governmental science councils, the realization sent shockwaves. Emergency briefings convened in Europe, North America, and Asia. Quantum physicists, astronomers, and multiversal researchers all stressed the same conclusion. Two inhabited planets, both rich with life, were on a collision course. The implications were staggering. Unlike theoretical disasters, this one was happening now, within hours of confirmation. Humanity was about to witness total, absolute planetary destruction. Events so extreme they strained both comprehension and emotional endurance. In research centers, teams began overlaying planetary maps of Tethys and Callisto with simulated impact zones. Cities, forests, oceans, and atmospheres were modeled to anticipate gravitational collapse. Even at this stage, with only hours to observe, the scale of devastation was incomprehensible. Entire civilizations, whatever forms of life they harbored, faced immediate, irreversible annihilation. Scientists struggled to reconcile the knowledge with the helplessness of observation. Dr. Petrov's hands trembled as she prepared a live briefing for international leaders, emphasizing that no known technology, human or alien-assisted, could prevent the collision. For the first time, humanity confronted the stark reality that the laws of physics, the principle that two objects cannot occupy the same space simultaneously, were absolute, unforgiving, and terrifying on a planetary scale. Every atom, every molecule, every structure on Tethys and Callisto would be obliterated in moments. This wasn't a disaster humans could mitigate with shelters, evacuation plans, or even inter-universal travel. It was a literal obliteration, total and absolute, a demonstration of fundamental physics writ across entire worlds. As the global network of observatories continued to track the event, the gravity of the situation crystallized in real time. Petrov's team streamed simulation overlays to colleagues on every continent, each visualization showing orbital convergence, crustal deformation, atmospheric disruption, and the early stages of mass energy release. Even watching the preliminary stages, oceans beginning to surge, tectonic instability spiking, was enough to instill dread. It was a reminder that cosmic forces, when interacting at planetary scales, allowed for no exceptions. Within hours, the collision became inevitable. The two planets' gravitational fields had reached a tipping point, pulling toward one another with inescapable inevitability. Multiversal simulations suggested that while the rest of the universe would remain mostly undisturbed, these two planets would cease to exist in any recognizable form. The aftermath would leave only a diffuse cloud of planetary debris, atoms and molecules scattered across interstellar space, traces of once inhabited worlds reduced to cosmic dust. Alvarez and Lila remained at their stations, monitoring the final readings as they approached the moment of impact. "It's beautiful," Alvarez muttered, his voice hollow. "In a horrible, impossible way." Lila shook her head. "Beautiful? No, Miguel. It's horrifying. There's nothing left. Afterward, civilization, life, gone in an instant." Silence fell over the observatory, punctuated only by the faint hum of quantum sensors recording the last anomalies before annihilation. Around the world, similar scenes unfolded. Teams at observatories in India, Australia, Europe, and North America watched the convergence on their screens, coordinating data for accuracy. Emails, alerts, and live feeds transmitted across continents. Governments, scientific councils, and international organizations prepared for the grim moment that no one could stop. Humanity was now collectively a witness to the beginning of total planetary destruction, the first instance in recorded history that two inhabited worlds would be erased simultaneously. In those final hours, theoretical physics became a stark, emotional reality. The elegant equations describing orbital mechanics, gravitational resonance, and quantum entanglement were no longer abstractions, they were precursors to extinction. Every scientist, every observer, understood that they were observing the universe's immutable laws in action, and that those laws demanded total, uncompromising destruction when two massive objects collided. And as the moments ticked closer to impact, the global community, scientists, governments, and eventually the public, grappled with a truth far heavier than any model could predict. The multiverse was not simply a curiosity. It was a system of consequences. And for Tethys and Callisto, those consequences had arrived. The moment came without warning, though scientists had predicted it with agonizing precision. Across the globe, observatories, satellites, and quantum communication networks transmitted real-time feeds from Tethys and Callisto. Screens flickered with data streams, overlays of planetary maps, and simulations of orbital trajectories. Then, the readings spiked. Gravimeters surged, tidal models collapsed, and particle monitors recorded an energy release so extreme it defied prior categorization. Dr. Elena Petrov, seated in the Geneva Observation Center, felt the first tremor of comprehension. The two Earth-like planets, once distant blue spheres, were now overlapping in an instant that would forever redefine human understanding of cosmic catastrophe. "It's happening," she whispered, her voice catching in her throat. "They're colliding." The initial visualization was abstract. Models displayed the convergence of mass and gravitational fields, crumpling together like two enormous celestial origami sculptures. But the abstraction quickly gave way to horrifying clarity. Oceans surged and evaporated under the strain of tidal forces, continents fractured under immense stress, and atmospheres ignited as friction and compression released unimaginable heat. The sensors reported energy equivalent to billions of nuclear detonations occurring simultaneously across every square kilometer of both planets. The numbers were incomprehensible, the scale beyond imagination. At the Paranal Observatory, Dr. Miguel Alvarez watched Lila Chen's fingers fly over the console, adjusting parameters, recalculating atomic-level interactions. "How is this possible?" he muttered. "Even the simulations couldn't have predicted the exact atomic chaos." Lila didn't answer. Both of them stared at the visualizations, now depicting surface-level annihilation. Cities vaporized in milliseconds, forests compressed into ash, mountains collapsing into molten debris. The fundamental laws of matter, they had warned of this, the principle that no two objects can occupy the same space at the same time. But seeing it unfold across entire planets was apocalyptic. Across the Pacific, the Tokyo Multiverse Research Institute scrambled to process the incoming data. Dr. Satoshi Kimura, who had been modeling the potential outcomes, found himself shaking. "It's absolute," he said. "Nothing survives. Not a single molecule remains in its original form. It's as if the planets never existed." His team ran simulations in real time, but the calculations were only descriptive, not preventative. The collision was complete, irreversible, and total. Governments were quick to grasp the implications, though comprehension lagged behind observation. Emergency briefings were held in every continent, with leaders facing the harshest reality humanity had ever encountered. The annihilation of entire inhabited worlds could not be stopped. At the United Nations in New York, delegates clustered around screens displaying the final moments before impact. Shock, disbelief, and fear rippled across the assembly. Ambassador Leila Hassan spoke gravely. "We are witnessing a level of destruction our species has never faced. This is not a theoretical exercise. This is happening now. Entire civilizations, potentially trillions of lives, are being erased before our eyes." As the initial shock passed, media outlets picked up the feeds. News channels, radio, and online platforms broadcast real-time visualizations to billions of people worldwide. Ordinary citizens, who had only days before marveled at the proof of parallel Earths, now grappled with the incomprehensible scale of annihilation. Social media platforms erupted with speculation, panic, and disbelief. Skeptics questioned whether the feeds were fabricated, conspiracy theorists blamed secret experiments, and philosophers struggled to contextualize the event. Yet, for those who could understand even the basics of quantum physics and planetary mechanics, the message was clear. Planetary collisions were not isolated anomalies. They were catastrophic, absolute, and unstoppable. Scientists like Alvarez, Petrov, and Kimura tried to convey the mechanics to the public. Simplified analogies emerged in news reports. Imagine the entire mass of two planets compressed into the same space. every molecule attempting to occupy the same location simultaneously. The result is total annihilation, from crust to core, from oceans to atmosphere. Even in layman's terms, the concept strained understanding. The human brain had never evolved to grasp the destruction of an entire planet in milliseconds. Meanwhile, the global network of observatories continued to record residual data. High-resolution gravitational sensors picked up dispersal patterns as Tethys and Callisto collapsed into atomic chaos. Molecular fragments, ionized gases, and debris fields radiated outward at unimaginable velocities. The energy released warped nearby spacetime, subtly altering the orbits of minor planets and moons in adjacent star systems. It was a ripple effect, small in astronomical terms but sufficient to make theorists reconsider the long-term stability of nearby systems. In the chaos of observation, ethical dilemmas surfaced almost immediately. What responsibility did humanity bear as witnesses to total planetary destruction? Could knowledge of parallel civilizations impose moral obligations? Governments convened emergency councils, but the consensus was painfully clear: there was nothing that could be done. Unlike localized disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or asteroid strikes, this was physics enacted at a scale and precision beyond human control. Human ambition, strategy, or even alien-assisted technology could not prevent annihilation. Personal stories emerged alongside scientific accounts. At a small observatory in Kenya, a young astrophysicist named Amina Njeri stayed glued to her monitor, tears streaming as she tracked the disintegration of a continent. "We thought we understood the universe," she whispered to her colleague. "We didn't. Not like this. Not ever." In New York, a student watching live feeds from a university observatory muttered, "Every city gone. Every life erased. And we're just watching." Humanity's collective awe at the multiverse transformed overnight into horror, grief, and existential dread. The psychological toll extended to governments and scientific teams. Analysts and observers experienced a mixture of grief, shock, and guilt. Some scientists suffered panic attacks as they realized the absolute scale of what they were recording. Mental health professionals were deployed to observation centers in an attempt to support teams facing repeated exposure to unimaginable annihilation. Petrov insisted on keeping her team operational, emphasizing the importance of documentation, but even she admitted privately that the work exacted an emotional cost that could not be quantified. Despite the human response, the collision itself adhered to the immutable principles of physics. The planets merged with catastrophic precision. Entire ecosystems were compressed, vaporized, or scattered. Cities disintegrated as gravitational stresses fractured planetary crusts, sending shockwaves that obliterated structures and life alike. Oceans boiled, then evaporated, releasing massive energy bursts into the surrounding space. Every conceivable molecular interaction occurred in microseconds, leaving nothing recognizable behind. In essence, Tethys and Callisto ceased to exist as coherent entities, reduced to an expanding cloud of atomic debris. The global realization struck slowly but mercilessly. Planetary collisions were not abstract threats, nor the domain of distant science fiction. They were real, immediate, and beyond the capability of any known intervention. Humanity had been granted a front-row seat to the absolute end of entire worlds. There was no shelter, no evacuation plan, no contingency. Observation, record-keeping, and comprehension were the only roles humans could assume. The weight of helplessness settled across scientific, political, and civilian communities alike. In the hours following the collision, international councils convened emergency sessions. Attempts to contextualize the catastrophe were made through data visualizations, historical analogies, and ethical debates. Religious leaders addressed their congregations, often grappling with theological explanations for a universe capable of erasing entire civilizations. Philosophers and ethicists debated the moral weight of observation versus intervention, even as all parties knew there was no meaningful way to intervene. Humanity had crossed a threshold from theoretical knowledge of parallel Earths to the visceral, undeniable experience of planetary annihilation. For the first time in human history, every level of society, from physicists in observatories to citizens in urban centers, was united in confronting a single, absolute reality. The universe allowed no exceptions. Tethys and Callisto were gone. Every atom, molecule, city, ecosystem, and civilization had been obliterated. The principle that no two objects can occupy the same space had been realized in its most extreme form, leaving humanity to reckon with both the scale of cosmic forces and the limits of human power. The aftermath was unlike anything humanity had ever recorded. Across every continent, scientific teams worked frantically, parsing streams of raw data from orbiting satellites, deep space probes, and quantum observation networks. At the European Space Agency's Control Center in Darmstadt, Dr. Elena Petrov leaned over a console, her eyes scanning a live feed of Tethys and Callisto's remnants. The once pristine planets had been reduced to a chaotic soup of molten rock, ionized gases, and drifting atomic clouds. "This isn't just destruction," Petrov muttered, voice taut. "It's annihilation on a scale we never thought possible. Every molecule, every cell, every structure, gone." Her assistant, Marco, grimaced as he adjusted the gravitational lensing simulator. "We're still seeing residual gravitational perturbations," he said. "It's like the mass is still trying to exist somewhere it can't. The sensors are being overloaded with quantum noise." The room fell silent. Across the world, similar scenes played out. In Tokyo, Dr. Satoshi Kimura's team traced debris patterns and measured energy dispersal across millions of kilometers. "We're looking at energy equivalent to billions of nuclear explosions, happening at once, across every square kilometer of both planets," Kimura said, running a new set of simulations. "It's impossible to comprehend the scale. And the debris, it's spreading outward, faster than we predicted." Already, the first twists of existential dread were surfacing. Patterns in the debris field didn't conform entirely to expectations. Some fragments moved in ways that suggested gravitational interactions beyond the initial collision, almost as if invisible forces were guiding them. Petrov noticed subtle, repeating fluctuations in residual gravitation, and Marco added, "It's almost like there's a rhythm to the chaos, something we can't explain." At the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, Dr. Lila Chen and her colleagues pored over cross-referenced data from independent telescopes. They noticed an unsettling detail. The quantum signatures from the destroyed planets were overlapping in strange ways with nearby star systems. At first, they assumed a measurement error. But when multiple probes confirmed the same anomalies, a chilling realization emerged. The collision might not be an isolated incident. The energy waves, gravitational distortions, and quantum ripples were subtly nudging nearby worlds, including other potentially inhabited planets. The team ran simulation after simulation, adjusting variables in real time. In one scenario, the energy shockwave extended far enough to destabilize the orbit of a moon around a distant exoplanet. In another, minor fragments impacted small, Earth-like worlds, triggering planetary-scale disturbances that could cascade into catastrophic consequences. Chen leaned back, pale, whispering, "If the first collision isn't unique, if this can happen elsewhere, we're not just observers anymore. We're living on the edge of a chain reaction we can't predict." Meanwhile, the human element added tension and drama. News outlets seized the data, juxtaposing the incomprehensible visuals with real-world accounts. Across social media, viral feeds displayed fragments of both planets scattering in space, some glowing like molten fire, some frozen in dark shadows. The public's fascination quickly morphed into terror. In New Delhi, a young physicist named Arjun Rao scrolled through the feeds, his heart racing. "We've been hoping this was a fluke," he said to a colleague. "But the debris patterns, they suggest it's happening again, or could happen. I can't stop thinking about which worlds come next." Back in Europe, a senior analyst, Dr. Greta Lang, noticed another twist. Some of the atomic clouds contained unexpected isotopic signatures. "These aren't just normal planetary elements," she said, zooming in on the spectrographs. "It's almost as if the collision itself generated new compounds we've never observed, materials that shouldn't exist under ordinary physics." The room went quiet, the team exchanging uneasy glances. Petrov finally said, "It's as if the multiverse itself is responding to the collision. Like the event is rewriting reality at the smallest scale." The data kept pouring in. Deep space probes captured scattered fragments that were both microscopic and colossal, moving at speeds that violated conventional orbital predictions. Analysts noted bizarre radiation spikes across multiple spectrums, X-ray bursts, gamma emissions, even faint gravitational waves, all emanating from the same area. Each dataset confirmed the same unthinkable truth. Both planets had been completely obliterated. No city survived, no life persisted. The destruction was total and irreversible. But the story wasn't merely about observation. It was about interpretation, confrontation, and the slow, terrifying expansion of possibility. In Geneva, Petrov convened a meeting of international scientists to discuss the data. "We have to face the reality that planetary collisions are not isolated events," she said, projecting simulations across the room. "The energy release interacts with surrounding systems. If conditions are right, and that's a big if, other inhabited worlds could be at risk." A tense silence followed. Marco, ever the skeptic, shook his head. "We don't know that. It could just be a gravitational ripple, a one-time anomaly." But Petrov countered, voice rising with intensity, "Every model we've run suggests otherwise. This isn't theoretical anymore, it's happening. And we are witnessing the first step in something far bigger than ourselves. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded in the wider scientific community. Rival groups debated interpretations, some suggesting that human observation itself could influence outcomes, a nod to the bizarre rules of quantum mechanics. Others hypothesized that the collapse of these planets had released fundamental forces previously unseen, potentially capable of triggering secondary collisions. Lila Chen argued fiercely that such theories, while speculative, could not be dismissed. We have the data, it's consistent, the laws of physics themselves are now our warning. Public reaction, filtered through the lens of media, social networks, and governmental briefings, ranged from horror to obsessive fascination. Conspiracy theorists and doomsayers proliferated, claiming the first planetary collision was either punishment or an experiment. Religious leaders struggled to reconcile faith with the destruction of entire civilizations, while ethicists pondered the responsibility of humanity as both observer and potential influencer in cosmic events. The world had shifted overnight. The impossible had happened, and every human being was forced to confront it. Back in observation centers, new twists appeared. As analysts sifted through gravitational wave data, subtle correlations emerged with phenomena previously thought unrelated: cosmic background radiation spikes, minute orbital shifts in distant star systems, and faint quantum entanglements that linked once separate worlds. Petrov's team noted that certain debris fragments seemed to oscillate in ways consistent with multi-universal interaction, though they had no concrete theory to explain why. The revelation hung over the room like a dark shadow. The collision may have resonances beyond their understanding, rippling not just through physical space, but across dimensions, universes, or timelines. Yet, amidst the dread, human ingenuity persisted. Teams across the globe worked tirelessly, cataloging debris, mapping energy dispersal, and refining simulations. Every new insight carried both hope and fear. Hope that understanding might allow prediction of future events, fear that no prediction could prevent what had already begun. As night fell over Earth, the remnants of Tethys and Callisto continued their silent drift through space, a warning of the universe's indifferent might. Humanity had witnessed total annihilation, confirmed it scientifically, and now faced the terrifying prospect that it might happen again. The first seed of existential dread had taken root. Scientists understood with painful clarity that the collision was not just an isolated event. It was a possibility that could ripple outward, threatening any number of inhabited worlds. Governments, though scrambling to manage panic and provide information, could offer no reassurance. Humanity, for the first time in its history, had been made acutely aware of the fragility of life on a planetary scale, and the terrifying scale of forces it could neither control nor reverse. The moment the news broke, humanity's collective psyche fractured. Across television screens, computer monitors, and mobile devices, images and simulations of the destroyed planets circulated relentlessly. Tethys and Callisto, their names now synonymous with total annihilation, had vanished from the cosmos, leaving behind nothing but a swirling haze of debris and energy signatures. The sheer scale of what had occurred defied comprehension. People stared in disbelief at the visuals, mouths open, hearts racing, unable to process that two entire civilizations had been erased in an instant. Religious leaders convened emergency meetings. In Vatican City, the Pope addressed a global broadcast, his voice trembling despite practiced calm. "We are witnessing forces beyond human comprehension," he said. "These events challenge us to reconsider the role of providence, the fragility of creation, and the responsibility of humankind as stewards of life." Similar statements came from faith leaders in Mecca, Jerusalem, and Varanasi. Clerics, monks, imams, and rabbis struggled to reconcile doctrine with the evidence. Total destruction, absolute and uncompromising, had occurred, and it was unpreventable. Some communities found comfort in ritual and prayer. Others descended into despair, questioning the purpose of life itself. Ethicists and philosophers were thrust into the global spotlight. Universities and think tanks streamed urgent debates on live channels. Professor Anita Cowrie at Cambridge asked aloud, "What responsibility do we bear toward worlds we may never see, toward lives we may never know, when the mechanics of the universe are so indifferent?" Across lecture halls and online forums, the question resonated. Humanity's traditional ethical frameworks, developed for individual or societal concerns, suddenly seemed inadequate. Could humans justify observation without interference? Did knowledge alone impose moral obligations? Politicians struggled to respond. Emergency councils convened in Washington, Beijing, London, and Brasilia. The leaders faced a singular, terrifying fact: nothing in human history had prepared them for this. National security agencies ran simulations, trying to predict whether Earth or other inhabited planets might be at risk. Economic markets plummeted as investors reacted to uncertainty on a cosmic scale. Global stock exchanges recorded unprecedented volatility as public panic merged with scientific concern. In every capital city, government officials realized that policy, legislation, or military readiness was irrelevant against forces that obliterated entire worlds in moments. On the streets, panic mingled with curiosity. Crowds gathered outside observatories and planetariums demanding explanations. News anchors struggled to maintain composure as they narrated the images, while scientists and reporters alike fumbled for words that could convey both the scale and the finality of the event. In New York, Emily Rivera, a high school science teacher, tried to calm her students. "We need to understand this," she said. "It's terrifying, yes, but knowledge is the only tool we have to survive what comes next." Some students nodded, others cried quietly, and a few stared blankly, unable to comprehend that the entire planet of their imagining could disappear. Media coverage veered between sober reporting and sensationalism. Some outlets highlighted the scientific aspects: energy dispersal, gravitational anomalies, and quantum disturbances. Others focused on human reactions, personal stories of disbelief, grief, and philosophical speculation. Across social media, amateur scientists, philosophers, and conspiracy theorists offered their analyses. The event became a global obsession, dominating headlines, trending hashtags, and discussion boards. Memes circulated alongside meticulous simulations. Live streams alternated between quiet mourning and frenzied speculation about which world might be next. Scientific communities remained at the epicenter of the discourse. In observatories from the Atacama Desert to the South Pole, researchers continued to analyze data. They confirmed that the energy released in the collision was far beyond the largest human-engineered detonations, far beyond natural disasters like supervolcanoes or asteroid impacts. The shockwaves had already reached adjacent star systems, though the effects were subtle, measurable only through highly sensitive instruments. Teams of astrophysicists calculated probabilities, measured debris distribution, and simulated potential consequences. Each dataset reinforced the grim reality: the annihilation of inhabited worlds was real, observable, and repeatable under certain conditions. Even as global fears surged, human ingenuity pressed forward. International coalitions formed to coordinate observation, share data, and attempt to predict future collisions. The United Nations convened an emergency session, broadcasting proceedings worldwide. Diplomats argued over funding, priorities, and the ethics of interstellar intervention. Some proposed early warning networks and emergency evacuation plans for potential interstellar colonies. Others argued the effort was futile. Nothing known to humanity could prevent another planetary collision. Yet, all agreed that understanding the phenomenon was critical. Humanity had no choice but to confront the truth. Social behavior shifted rapidly. Panic buying surged in some regions, driven less by fear of immediate threat than by a profound sense of vulnerability. Education shifted focus. Students studied gravitational physics, planetary formation, and quantum mechanics with newfound intensity. Philosophers and ethicists found themselves in unprecedented demand, consulted not just by universities but by governments and global organizations struggling to navigate uncharted moral territory. The first collision had turned abstract science into urgent, existential concern. Meanwhile, cultural responses began to emerge. Artists and writers grappled with representing a scale of destruction beyond imagination. Music, literature, and visual arts reflected humanity's encounter with an indifferent universe, blending awe with fear. Documentaries attempted to capture the event's complexity, juxtaposing scientifically accurate simulations with human responses. Public lectures, online courses, and open-access repositories exploded with interest in planetary science, astrophysics, and multiverse theory. Humanity was collectively processing not just the loss of two worlds, but the idea that such loss was possible, observable, and absolute. Amidst this upheaval, ordinary citizens also faced personal reckoning. Families looked up at the night sky, pondering the fragility of life on a planetary scale. Children asked questions no parent could fully answer. Could Earth be next? How do we prepare for forces we cannot control? The first planetary collision had shifted consciousness worldwide. People no longer felt small because of insignificance alone. They felt small because the cosmos was actively indifferent, capable of erasing entire civilizations in an instant. At the same time, subtle patterns in the debris fields and gravitational measurements suggested that the collision might not have been an isolated incident in the vast multiverse. Though the evidence was incomplete, the implications were profound. Humanity was forced to consider itself not merely part of a single universe, but a participant in a broader, potentially unstable system. Ethics, religion, philosophy, and governance now intersected with cosmic physics in ways never previously imagined. The destruction of Tethys and Callisto became a symbol, a warning, and a catalyst for a global shift in consciousness. By the end of the first week, the societal shockwaves were fully visible. Governments continued emergency briefings. Scientific communities worked in around-the-clock shifts to refine simulations and communicate findings. Media coverage remained relentless, blending fact, speculation, and human response. Philosophers debated whether humanity could claim moral authority over the universe when even the existence of entire planets was subject to sudden, total destruction. Religious leaders sought solace and meaning, while ordinary citizens struggled to reconcile daily life with knowledge of an active, dangerous multiverse. Humanity had entered a new era. The multiverse was no longer theoretical, it was tangible, dynamic, and dangerous. The first proof of its destructive power was undeniable. 2 inhabited planets had been obliterated with no survivors. Earth's population now understood the fragility of existence on a universal scale. Fear, fascination, and philosophical inquiry would dominate society for years, perhaps decades, as humanity struggled to comprehend its place within a cosmos capable of both wonder and total annihilation. Dr. Alara Singh's hands flew over the holographic interface, fingers tracing lines of shifting data that represented the destroyed planets, the debris, and the gravitational ripples propagating outward. "This isn't just a single anomaly," she said, voice tight, almost trembling. "The signals indicate a chain. Patterns. There's no randomness here." Her colleague, Dr. Mateo Alvarez, leaned over her shoulder, squinting at the data projected mid-air. "You're saying the collisions are selective?" His tone was a mix of fear and disbelief. "That inhabited worlds are somehow being targeted first?" Alara didn't answer immediately. She rotated the model, revealing hundreds of distant star systems, each flickering as a dot of potential planetary presence. "Not targeted, exactly, but there's a correlation we can't ignore. Energy densities, quantum flux lines, multiversal resonance. It's as if certain regions of spacetime are more fragile. And the inhabited worlds lie in those regions." Mateo shook his head, rubbing his temples. "You mean to tell me that humanity is basically just sitting here, waiting to see which planet goes next? And we have no way to stop it?" "Exactly," Alara said, her voice low, almost a whisper. "Nothing in our physics, nothing we've ever observed, allows for intervention. Not yet, maybe never." In the command room, other scientists worked furiously. Screens flickered with gravitational readings, quantum entanglement data, and deep space imagery. Every new measurement sent small tremors through the room as analysts attempted to reconcile what was being observed with their models. Dr. Ishikawa, a veteran astrophysicist, slammed his fist against the table. "We're looking at the collapse of multiversal equilibrium. This isn't a theory anymore, it's happening. Right now." A younger researcher, Lian Zhao, bit her lip and spoke hesitantly. "But, if these patterns hold, then we can at least predict future collisions, right? Maybe evacuate." Her voice trailed off as everyone in the room turned toward her, the weight of reality crushing the hopeful thought. Alara shook her head. "No. Predict is different from prevent. Even if we can identify a planet at risk, there is no technology, no known energy field, no shield we can deploy that can stop 2 planetary masses from annihilating each other at these speeds. All we can do is watch, map it, document it, and hope that knowledge buys us time, if time can even exist in a situation like this." Mateo leaned back, running a hand through his hair. "You know, when I was a kid, I thought of the universe as this elegant machine. Planets spinning, stars burning, life happening in relative safety. We studied chaos theory, sure, but I never imagined a machine this cruel." "I never imagined it," Alara said quietly, voice tight with emotion. "And now we're staring straight into its teeth. The thing is, this isn't just physics. It's existential." The room went quiet for a moment, the only sound the low hum of processors and the occasional ping of incoming observational data. Then Ishikawa spoke again, his voice gravelly with exhaustion and fear. "Have you run the projections yet? The Monte Carlo simulations across the multiverse model?" Alara nodded. "Yes, I've got 3 independent models running. Each one points to the same conclusion. Collisions aren't isolated events. They're accelerating." The first was just the beginning. Lian's eyes widened. "Accelerating? You mean, more planets are going to collide?" Mateo exhaled sharply. "All of them? Some of them? How many?" Alara paused, her fingers hovering over the interface, then slowly pointed at the shifting projections. "We don't know, but based on the rate of energy dispersion, quantum resonance decay, and gravitational flux mapping, the likelihood of multiple collisions occurring within human observable timeframes is significant. We're talking decades, maybe less, not millennia." And there's no way to shield ourselves, no way to intervene. Nothing we know of can prevent the next collision once it starts. Ishikawa read a hand across his face. We've gone from observers to witnesses. And if this pattern continues, witnesses will be all humanity can be. You don't think? Do you think Earth itself is safe? The question hung in the air like smoke. Silence stretched, heavy and oppressive. Then Lien, usually quiet and meticulous, spoke again. We have to start thinking about contingency. Not for us individually, but for the knowledge. For civilization. If other planets are destroyed, we might need to preserve records, libraries, DNA, data caches, something that survives beyond us because maybe we can't. Alara's fingers hovered over a new interface. She was hesitant, unsure if the thought made sense in the face of imminent cosmic destruction. We're documenting everything, every gravitational reading, every quantum anomaly. We'll store it redundantly, across multiple observatories, satellites, and even underground vaults. But it's still a stopgap. It doesn't stop the collisions. It doesn't save anyone. Mateo's voice shook. I've been thinking, what about multiversal travel? Some of the observational teams suggested the theoretical possibility. If we could, just hypothetically, move populations to safer regions. Alara shook her head sharply. Stop, that's a fantasy right now. You're talking about manipulating entire universes' structures. The energy requirements are astronomical. The calculations, they break physics as we know it. We can't even confirm the anomalies reliably, let alone engineer mass evacuation through them. Right now, it's a thought experiment. The team fell silent again, each person grappling with the terrifying scope of their reality. Then Ishikawa muttered, almost to himself, we're looking at the beginning of something the human mind isn't equipped to comprehend. And we're expected to keep thinking straight? Yes, Alara said, her voice steadying despite the panic in her chest. Because we have to. If we lose clarity now, we lose everything. Not just data, not just knowledge, but understanding itself. Humanity may not survive, but the truth must. Across the holographic projection, the model of the multiverse continued to shift and twist as new data streamed in. Each new gravitational spike, each quantum fluctuation, each simulated energy pattern added clarity and terror. Lien whispered, almost to herself, we're trying to map the impossible. Alara turned to her, and for the first time, her face softened. We're trying. That's all we can do. Mapping is the first step toward understanding. And understanding is the only way we can even hope to survive what comes next. Outside the observatory, the world continued as it had before, oblivious to the magnitude of what humanity's best minds were confronting. But inside, the team worked tirelessly, tracing the invisible lines of danger through the multiverse, racing against forces that would not wait for them to be ready. And as simulations ran and predictions expanded, one grim truth became unavoidable. Humanity had glimpsed a pattern, and that pattern promised further annihilation. The first collision was no longer an isolated horror, it was the opening act of something far larger, far more indiscriminate. The meeting room in the United Nations headquarters buzzed with tension. Delegates shuffled papers, whispered into headsets, and tapped nervously at tablets. Screens lining the walls displayed real-time projections of gravitational anomalies, quantum fluctuations, and debris clouds from the first planetary collision. The world was watching, and every government knew that inaction could mean catastrophe on a scale humanity had never imagined. Dr. Alara Singh was called in to brief the coalition, standing at the center of the room. Her expression was sharp, her usual calm replaced by the weight of imminent danger. Ladies and gentlemen, she began, voice steady but low, the data confirms what your preliminary intelligence suggests. We are facing events that are indiscriminate, accelerating, and, at least for now, unstoppable. 2 inhabited planets have already been obliterated. The multiverse is not theoretical anymore. It is actively destructive. Ambassadors leaned forward, some clutching their notes, others exchanging incredulous glances. The Russian delegate, a tall man with sharp features, stood abruptly. Are you suggesting this could happen here? On Earth? His voice carried both disbelief and urgency. Yes, Alara replied evenly. Based on quantum modeling and gravitational mapping, regions like ours are not immune. And if the pattern continues, other inhabited worlds, other Earths, could be affected. I repeat, there is no technology currently available to prevent collisions once they begin. The U.S. Secretary of Science, Dr. Mariah Caldwell, adjusted her glasses. Then what are we doing here? Surveillance? Observatories? Preparations? Evacuations? Alara shook her head. Preparations are limited. Evacuations, impossible. What we can do is monitor, model, and collect data. Knowledge may buy humanity time. It may allow for survival in the long term, but not in the immediate sense. From the corner, A representative of an African coalition spoke up, her voice measured but firm. If we focus only on our Earth, we risk repeating the mistakes of isolationism. Surely a multilateral approach, sharing resources, information, satellite arrays, is necessary. If we don't cooperate now, we will all lose. Mateo Alvarez, who had accompanied Alara, added quietly, some nations are already trying to secure priority access. Funding observatories, satellite feeds, even private corporations are lobbying for exclusive data rights. Fear makes people selfish. A wave of murmurs rippled through the room. The French delegate slammed his fist lightly on the table. Selfish? Are you saying countries would abandon others to save themselves? Not abandon, Mateo said, his voice strained. They're acting rationally within human limitations. If you were a leader, wouldn't you try to save your people first? A young delegate from Brazil raised her hand, voice trembling. But what about other Earths? If this multiverse instability is spreading, do we have a responsibility to warn them? There could be intelligent civilizations on these parallel planets. We witnessed total annihilation already. Shouldn't we at least try to communicate? Alara's jaw tightened. We have no method of direct communication yet. Sending messages across quantum boundaries is still purely theoretical. Even if we could, there's no guarantee the information would be understood or even received. Right now, survival means understanding the physics, not reaching out blindly. Dr. Caldwell leaned forward, her voice sharp. You're telling us there's no immediate solution. So what do we tell the public? Panic will spread faster than information. Markets will crash, societies will destabilize. We're not just dealing with physics, we're managing civilization. A murmur of agreement and apprehension passed through the room. The Chinese delegate, speaking through a translator, added, then perhaps the solution is transparency. Share the data openly, let the world see the evidence. Fear thrives in ignorance. Alara shook her head slightly. Transparency has its limits. Showing raw data without context will only cause hysteria. Humanity can barely process a single planetary catastrophe. 2 destroyed worlds, and hundreds of simulations predicting more. It's more than the average citizen can emotionally or mentally absorb. A pause fell across the council. Then Ishikawa's voice cut through, calm but heavy. We also have to consider the multiverse ethics. If there are intelligent beings on other Earths, what is our responsibility? Do we focus on our survival, or do we attempt to intervene, if intervention is even possible? The room fell silent again, the ethical weight pressing down on every delegate. The American ambassador broke the tension with a laugh that sounded hollow. This is absurd. We're trying to decide the morality of something we can't even see. We can't protect our own planet, much less universes we can't reach. Mateo exchanged a glance with Alara. That's the reality, he said softly. Humanity is suddenly realizing that it's not just small-scale disasters that can happen. Entire planets, civilizations, ecosystems, entire histories, can vanish in an instant. And the moral frameworks we rely on, they weren't designed for multiversal catastrophe. Meanwhile, outside the council chambers, media coverage had already exploded. News channels broadcast looping visuals of the simulated planetary collision. Social media erupted with a mix of fear, denial, and fascination. Some users celebrated the discovery of other Earths, dreaming of parallel selves. Others questioned whether humanity could endure the crisis. Memes, hashtags, and misinformation spread almost faster than the factual data being collected by the observatories. Alara and Mateo returned to the observation deck of the Global Multiversal Monitoring Center. Screens displayed streams of new quantum data and simulations of potential collision events. Lian Zhao was already hunched over a console, muttering to herself. If we shift this variable slightly, the model predicts 3 potential collisions within the next decade. Mateo's eyes widened. 3? At once? Lian shook her head. Maybe, if the energy resonance continues as predicted. But even 1 is enough to destabilize regions we consider safe. Alara pinched the bridge of her nose. We've just forced humanity to confront a scale of reality it's never encountered before. Politics, ethics, survival, they're all intertwined now. Every country wants its own slice of information, its own survival plan. And yet, none of us can stop what's coming. Mateo looked out at the Earth below, the familiar blue planet spinning peacefully despite the cosmic chaos elsewhere. Do you ever wonder if anyone will listen? He asked softly. They'll listen, Alara said, voice steady but grim. Some will act wisely. Others will panic. The rest will wait until the evidence is undeniable. By then, it may be too late for everyone. The multiverse doesn't negotiate, Mateo. It simply exists, and it destroys when its structure fails. A siren sounded, not for a single nation, but across multiple coordinated centers worldwide, a reminder that time was ticking. Earth had survived so far, but only by chance. The first collision was a warning, and the pattern suggested that it was just the beginning. The room was silent, save for the low hum of quantum processors and the occasional beep from a satellite feed. Dr. Alara Singh paced back and forth, her hands clenched behind her back, eyes flicking between the streams of data cascading across multiple screens. Around her, the Global Multiversal Observation Consortium's main lab buzzed with attention that was almost tangible. Dozens of scientists, researchers, and analysts clustered in small groups, muttering, debating, calculating, and sometimes arguing in sharp tones that echoed off the sterile walls. "I don't understand," muttered Dr. Lien Zhao, her hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, eyes glued to her holographic simulation. This was supposed to be rare, one catastrophic event in a million years. And now we're seeing, she hesitated, staring at the projected cluster of multiversal coordinates. 3 in just months. Alara stepped closer, and the models aren't even stable yet. If the resonance spreads as predicted, entire clusters, multiple inhabited planets, could be affected before we can even analyze them. Dr. Mateo Alvarez rubbed his temples. "You mean the multiverse is angry?" His words sounded flippant, but the tension in his voice betrayed the disbelief simmering beneath his humor. "You mean indifferent," Alara corrected. "The multiverse doesn't care. It has no conscience. We're only perceiving it through the lens of physics and survival. And right now, it's telling us that life is fragile, even across multiple universes." In the corner, a young doctoral candidate, Anika Roy, spoke up quietly, almost to herself. "If these collisions are accelerating, does that mean it's contagious? Like one collision sets off a chain reaction?" Several heads turned to her. The senior physicist, Dr. Caldwell, frowned. "Contagious isn't the right word, but yes, the energy distribution, gravitational ripples, quantum flux. They could propagate structural weaknesses in nearby multiversal regions. Essentially, the first collision could destabilize neighboring clusters. That's what the models are starting to suggest." A murmur ran through the room. The room had been full of confident chatter just minutes ago. Now, anxiety hung over every workstation like a storm cloud. Alara pulled up a new set of visualizations on the central screen. "These projections," she said, pointing at the swirling colors representing gravitational gradients and quantum resonances, "show the next decade of potential events if current trends continue. The scale is exponential. Collisions may not be isolated incidents, they may happen in rapid succession. In some scenarios, multiple Earth-like planets vanish almost simultaneously." Mateo exhaled sharply. "And what are we supposed to do with this information? Alert governments? The public? Or just record it, like we're watching a slow-motion apocalypse?" Caldwell shook her head. "Alerting anyone prematurely could trigger global panic. And the worst part is, we still don't have a way to intervene. Even if we knew exactly where the next collision would occur, we can't stop it. Not with current technology. Not with projected technology. All we can do is watch, record, and hope for some breakthrough in quantum manipulation or gravitational shielding." Across the room, a team of astrophysicists argued heatedly over simulations. One projection suggested that an energy resonance from the first collision might have already affected a neighboring system in a parallel universe. Dr. Ishikawa slammed his hand against the console. "We are literally witnessing the collapse of order on a multiversal scale. And some of you are sitting here debating probabilities." Annika's voice trembled as she spoke again. "But if clusters are destabilizing, how do we even predict the next collision? Our models rely on stability. This is chaos." Alara's jaw tightened. "Chaos is the only word that fits right now. And here's the hardest truth. We can't predict chaos with certainty. All we can do is run probabilistic simulations and try to identify patterns." A hush fell over the lab as a high-priority data packet flashed across the main console. Lien Zhao tapped it urgently. "Real-time readings from the Deep Space Probe Network," she said. "A cluster of 3 inhabited planets in Universe 7X just exhibited gravitational anomalies consistent with the pre-collision phase. The timelines, they're much shorter than anything we predicted." The room went cold. Alara's mind raced. "How short?" Lien swallowed. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The words hung in the air like lead. For the first time, the terrifying reality crystallized for the assembled team. The multiverse wasn't a distant, abstract concept. It was a predator moving unseen, and its jaws were closing on inhabited worlds, without warning, without mercy. Mateo sank into a chair, running his hands through his hair. "We're scientists," he said hoarsely. "We measure, we calculate, we predict, and yet, here we are, powerless to stop the inevitable. All we can do is watch as civilizations vanish." Alara's eyes met his. "That's why we need to focus. Panic won't save anyone. Our responsibility isn't just to humanity, it's to the continuity of knowledge." Even if we can't save lives, we can preserve data, simulations, models, anything that will help someone, somewhere, rebuild. Caldwell muttered under her breath, barely audible, somewhere, if anyone survives to use it. A sudden alert blared through the lab, drawing every pair of eyes. The global monitoring network had picked up unexpected energy spikes in 3 additional regions. The simulations updated instantly, showing probable collision windows within months rather than years. Dr. Ishikawa swore loudly, pacing back and forth. The data isn't random. These collisions are following a structural pattern. Something in the multiverse itself is breaking down. It's a lattice of existence tearing itself apart. Annika's face went pale. And these patterns only affect inhabited planets? She whispered. Yes, Alara confirmed grimly. The energy resonance seems attracted to matter organized in complex systems. It's almost like the multiverse identifies life, then accelerates instability around it. We don't know why. We can't explain it yet. Matteo leaned against a console, staring at the holographic projections spinning above them. So this is it. The multiverse is indifferent, maybe even hostile, and all the safeguards we thought we had are useless. We're just observers, watching worlds burn, waiting for the next collision. Alara shook her head slowly. Observers, yes, but we're not helpless. The data we collect, the models we refine, the theories we test, all of it matters. Understanding the system is the only weapon we have. If nothing else, we can hope to anticipate where destruction will strike next and at least give those worlds a chance to prepare, or document them before they vanish entirely. The room settled into tense, focused silence. Each researcher returned to their consoles, but the weight of inevitability had seeped into their bones. Their dialogue, once animated, now consisted of clipped commands and quiet calculations, punctuated by occasional exclamations when a simulation deviated from expectation. Outside the lab, the world's governments had started taking notice of the growing urgency. Emergency communications between agencies intensified, and some nations began quietly reallocating resources to expand observational networks. Public awareness, however, lagged behind, and much of the population remained blissfully ignorant, or in denial, about the accelerating threat. Alara paused at her workstation, rubbing her temples. We have entered a new era, she said quietly, almost to herself. One in which civilization is no longer the ultimate measure of security. We're participants in a cosmic game with no rules and no mercy. And the clock is counting down faster than anyone realizes. Matteo, sitting nearby, looked at her with a mixture of awe and fear. Do we ever get used to this? Alara's eyes met his. No, you don't get used to watching entire worlds disappear. You just learn to keep moving, keep observing, and pray that your own Earth doesn't end up on the list next. The lab fell silent once more, every pair of eyes returning to projections, to simulations, to the data that now defined the fragile, accelerating heartbeat of the multiverse. Cardinal Elias Verano adjusted his cassock in the dim light of the Vatican Library, his eyes scanning the latest gravimetric reports from the multiverse observatories. The candle flames flickered across the massive ancient tomes stacked around him, their leather spines whispering reminders of centuries of human reflection and debate. Outside, the distant hum of Rome never stopped, but inside, a hush of dread had settled over the halls. You realize, whispered Sister Mariella, stepping cautiously beside him, that we are, in a way, being asked to answer questions that have no precedent? Questions the Church has never even imagined? Elias nodded, his face solemn. Not imagined, sister. Imagined and avoided. We've dealt with crises of faith before, but never this. Never the literal erasure of another world. Mariella frowned, glancing at the glowing screen projecting the quantum collapse simulation of the destroyed planet. They were inhabited. Every report confirms life. Cities, oceans, complex ecosystems. All gone. Yes, Elias said, voice low. And yet, we did not hear them. We did not know them. And still, we must respond. We must help the living confront this reality. Across the Atlantic, in New York City, a televised roundtable buzzed with tension. Dr. Ava Liu, a leading astrophysicist, gestured urgently at the holographic model suspended above the table, a three-dimensional lattice of universes and gravitational distortions. We can trace the paths of these anomalies now, she said, voice shaking slightly despite her usual composure. Patterns are emerging, not random but chaotic in ways we cannot yet control. This is not theoretical anymore. 2 inhabited worlds are gone. Entire civilizations erased in moments. And yes, the risk is far from isolated. A representative from the United Nations leaned forward, rubbing his temple. Dr. Liu, what are you telling us? That more could vanish? Ava hesitated, her fingers tightening around the stylus she held. I'm telling you that, with the data we have, we cannot rule it out. We cannot stop it. We can watch, predict, and perhaps mitigate in the future, but we are powerless right now. The UN representative swallowed hard. And the ethical question? Do we warn others if we can? Ava's eyes darted to a colleague, Dr. Nabil Rahman, who had been unusually quiet. Nabil's voice was clipped, firm. You're assuming there are others to warn, and that warning matters. Intervening, or attempting to, could destabilize the entire system further. We don't know the rules of engagement in the multiverse. And yet, humans will debate responsibility, morality, duty, as if those debates change the reality outside this room. Meanwhile, in a small cathedral in Bogotá, Cardinal Rafael de la Cruz paced the aisle, muttering under his breath. Everywhere I look, people are frightened, he said to the seminar group of theologians and philosophers gathered to advise him. And yet, no one is equipped to give them answers. Not politicians, not scientists, not even us. One of the younger priests, Father Mateo, frowned. Cardinal, are we supposed to counsel them? Comfort them? Pray for the vanished? Elias, who had traveled to meet Raphael and the group, shook his head. We cannot comfort without truth. And truth is a double-edged candle in this darkness. We can pray, yes, but we must also guide them through understanding, not illusions. Raphael's hands gripped the pulpit. Do you understand what this means? Entire planets gone, and humanity is being asked to integrate that knowledge into daily life. Into morality, into meaning. Sister Lucia, seated near the back, whispered softly, perhaps the lesson is humility. That life, any life, is fragile, and we are not the center of everything. Elias gave a grim nod. Fragile, yes, and yet we must act as if our comprehension matters, as if our ethical frameworks can still provide guidance. Because if we do not, chaos, not just cosmic, but social and moral, will fill the void. Across the Pacific, in Tokyo, a small think tank met under fluorescent lights, screens displaying the energy readings from the destroyed worlds. Dr. Kenji Saito, normally reserved, leaned forward with urgency. We have simulated the gravitational aftermath, he said, voice taut. The energy released in the collision exceeded the combined output of billions of nuclear events across the entire surface. Any attempt to mitigate such a collision in the future would require technology far beyond our reach. A journalist interrupted, so, humanity's role is just to watch? Kenji's jaw tightened. No, our role is to understand, to adapt, to prepare morally, psychologically, and technically. If the multiverse is unstable, if inhabited worlds are being destroyed, the first ethical decision is knowing we cannot protect everything. Our actions must be guided by that understanding, not false hope. In Nairobi, the public square outside the National Museum was crowded with students, elders, and ordinary citizens watching the newsfeed on large screens. A poet, Fatuma, spoke into a microphone, her voice carrying over the gathering. When you lose your child, you grieve. When you lose a city, you mourn. But when two worlds vanish in the same instant, how do you mourn for lives you have never touched? For voices you have never heard? A young scientist, James, stepped up beside her. We do what we always do. We observe, we learn, we communicate. And we prepare, as much as we can. The multiverse may not care, but we still must care. Nearby, an elderly man shook his head, muttering. All this talk, morality, ethics, it means nothing when a world dies while we argue. Yes, James said quietly, almost to himself. It is nothing, and yet, it is everything. Back in Rome, Cardinal Elias had convened a small council of interdisciplinary advisors, physicists, philosophers, theologians, ethicists. He leaned on the table, fingers pressed together. Let us be clear, he said. We are witnessing something unprecedented. Not one human life is spared from the emotional weight of this event. And yet, we cannot claim omniscience. We are small, our understanding is limited, and still, people look to us for guidance. Dr. Sophia Conti, a multiverse theorist, frowned. We are being asked to reconcile human emotion with cosmic indifference. That is the real challenge. The public wants answers that do not exist. A young philosopher, Luis Herrera, added quietly, and yet, people need frameworks. Otherwise, despair will dominate. We must offer frameworks, even incomplete ones, so society does not collapse under fear. Elias's eyes softened as he looked at each of them. Then we do what we can. We hold the line between despair and hope, between knowledge and fear, between the reality of annihilation and the moral imperative to remain human. As night fell over the city, the council dispersed. Cardinal Verano lingered, staring at the digital projection of the destroyed planets. The hum of Vatican lights mingled with the faint echoes of distant bells. In Paris, Dr. Rafa Al-Khoury concluded a lecture for a packed auditorium. Ethics must evolve, she told the crowd. We are no longer dealing with Earth alone. The multiverse has introduced new obligations, new dilemmas. We are observers, yes, but we are also participants in a system that can erase entire civilizations. Our responsibility is to face that fact without succumbing to nihilism. A student approached afterward. Dr. Curry, how do we live knowing this? Knowing worlds can just vanish? Rafa sighed. We live by choosing significance in what we can influence, by acting with integrity and by teaching others to do the same. We mourn what we cannot change, and we act where we can. That is the only answer humanity has ever had to crises beyond understanding. Thousands of miles away, in Buenos Aires, the city square erupted with debate as theologians, scientists, and ordinary citizens spoke through megaphones and digital feeds. A street preacher bellowed, "It is God's will." A physicist countered, "No, it is the multiverse's mechanics." Cardinal Elias watched the live feeds from his private chamber. He pressed a hand to his forehead. His mind circled every argument, every prayer, every ethical quandary. And yet, beneath all the noise, he felt one certainty. Humanity was awake to a scale of danger it had never imagined. In quiet moments, he wondered, not for the first time, that he and his colleagues had only begun to comprehend the multiverse, not its systems, not its fury, not its indifference. Humanity's role was to bear witness, to act where possible, to debate, to mourn, and to find meaning in a cosmos where meaning was never guaranteed. And as Cardinal Elias stepped out into the night, looking over the city, he whispered to himself, a private prayer for all the people now grappling with reality. May we find the strength to face what we cannot change, and the courage to act where we can. The first sighting came as a ripple across the radio networks of the world. Dr. Kira Montes, stationed at the Cerro Tololo Inter-American Observatory, was the first to detect the anomaly with certainty. Coordinates are shifting, she muttered, eyes wide, fingers flying over the controls. It's defying every gravitational model we have. Her assistant, Ryo Tanaka, leaned over, pale. Are you saying it's moving without physics? Kira didn't answer immediately. She held her gaze on the screen as the glowing shapes crystallized in orbit above Earth, suspended impossibly against the backdrop of the cosmos. No, she said finally, voice barely above a whisper. It's here. It's really here. From Tokyo to New York, Cairo to Sao Paulo, observatories reported the same phenomenon. Giant vessels, immense and alien, floated in low Earth orbit. Their geometry seemed impossible. Surfaces that reflected light like polished crystal but twisted space around them. Vessels that shifted subtly, as if they were simultaneously in more than one location. In Washington, D.C., the National Security Council convened an emergency meeting. Secretary of State Darnell Pierce paced the room. Explain to me again, he said, exasperated, how something this big is hovering in orbit and yet our instruments aren't registering it the way they should? Dr. Layla Mahmood, astrophysicist and consultant for the council, shook her head. It's not just mass or energy distribution. Their vessels don't obey our physics. Whatever material they're made of, it interacts with spacetime differently. Our sensors are struggling to track them. General Thomas Keane leaned forward. Are we under attack? Impossible, Layla said, shaking her head. I've been studying the gravitational patterns. There's no aggression. They're stationary, observational, communicative, if anything. Meanwhile, in Sao Paulo, Cardinal Elias Verano watched the live feed projected across the floor of the cathedral he'd converted into a temporary center for global interfaith council. Behold, he murmured to Sister Mariella, who stood at his side, the heavens have opened in ways we have only theorized. Mariella's lips pressed into a thin line. And yet, Cardinal, they are not gods. Elias nodded. No, but they are knowledge incarnate. Perhaps our first glimpse of intelligence entirely other than our own. Across the Atlantic, Dr. Ava Liu and her team at the International Multiversal Research Institute held their breath as the alien vessels initiated first contact. A broadcast appeared across all observable channels, an array of geometric symbols, shimmering lights, and an auditory pattern that defied translation. It's communicating, whispered Dr. Nabil Rahman, but not in a language we know. Ava's eyes narrowed. Start the translation algorithms. All of them. Real-time. Every pattern, every modulation. There has to be a structure. Hours passed. Slowly, painstakingly, a rudimentary understanding emerged. The beings had monitored the multiverse for eons, charting planetary paths, gravitational anomalies, quantum signatures. They understood the patterns of collisions, the fragility of life, and the inevitability of certain catastrophic events. Yet they admitted, clearly, without hesitation, they could not intervene to prevent planetary destruction. In New Delhi, Prime Minister Arjun Rao convened his National Scientific Advisory Council. Screens displayed a decoded portion of the alien message. They've seen it, Dr. Meera Shah said quietly. They've seen every collision, every life extinguished. They have the capability to travel, observe, and understand at a scale we cannot even imagine, but they cannot stop it. Rao rubbed his eyes. Then why come to us? To guide, Mira said, voice steady, not to save. They are showing us the multiverse, how it works, and what our place is. They provide tools, knowledge, but the cosmos itself does not yield. In Vatican City, Cardinal Elias spoke to the assembly of theologians and scientists he'd brought together. Notice this. They do not wield omnipotence. They are not here to deliver salvation, only understanding. And that is, both hope and burden. At the same time, across oceans and continents, humanity reacted. Street protests erupted in Berlin, banners demanding alien intervention waved in the wind, while in Mumbai, citizens gathered quietly, staring at the sky in awe, some crying, some chanting, some simply unable to comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. On board one of the alien vessels, Kira imagined, if she could, beings of immense intellect observed the assembly below. They seemed to know, not merely in calculation but in perception, the weight of human expectation. And yet, the realization persisted, they could not shield the worlds from the inevitable. In New York, journalist Rosa Delgado broadcast live, "Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in human history, we are in the presence of entities older and wiser than our understanding of time itself. They have appeared in orbit not as conquerors but as witnesses. They cannot stop what is coming, but they have offered us insight. A glimpse behind the curtain of existence." Her words echoed across millions of devices, yet the reactions were fragmented. Fear, fascination, denial, excitement. It was chaos stitched together by awe. Meanwhile, Dr. Kenji Saito's research team ran calculations at a frantic pace. "We can apply their technology," he said, "to construct preliminary multiversal observation tools. To travel, to see other worlds firsthand. But it's observational only. No physical intervention, no rescue." A graduate student, barely 22, spoke up. "Then why give it to us? Why even show us the multiverse if it kills worlds?" Kenji's voice was bitter. "Because understanding is the only safeguard. Knowledge is all we have. And perhaps, just perhaps, we can survive the next collapse by learning, predicting, and adapting. But we cannot undo what has already happened." In Moscow, the president convened an emergency broadcast. The speech was short, deliberate. "People of the world, we are no longer alone in understanding the cosmos. Beings beyond our comprehension have made contact. They offer us technology, knowledge, insight. They do not offer protection from what is already inevitable. But this knowledge is power, power to observe, to prepare, and to act within our own limitations. We must act wisely. We must remain human." The broadcast was rebroadcast globally, and everywhere, reactions were visceral. Families sat glued to screens. Religious leaders interpreted the arrival through doctrines. Scientists debated ethics, possibilities, and impossibilities. In Rome, Cardinal Elias closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, not for safety, not for intervention, but for comprehension. Sister Mariella touched his arm gently. "Do you think humanity can handle this?" Elias opened his eyes slowly. "We must, because for the first time we have seen intelligence beyond our world, beyond our universe, beyond anything we could dream. And if we falter, we will fail in the face of reality, not due to a lack of gods, but due to a lack of courage and understanding." Kira Montez stared at her monitors long after the first wave of signals had been decoded. The alien patterns shimmered, pulsing with a rhythm almost musical in its perfection. "We're being given a choice," she murmured. "To watch, to learn, and to act in ways we've never imagined." Rio leaned closer. "And if we fail?" Kira didn't answer immediately. The room was silent except for the faint hum of cooling systems and computers. "Then," she said finally, voice low, "we bear witness. That is all we can promise the multiverse and ourselves." Across the globe, humanity stared upward. The alien vessels hovered silently, impossibly, yet almost compassionately, as if the beings understood the terror, hope, and fragility of the species below. For the first time, humans glimpsed the breadth of the multiverse, its indifference, and the tantalizing, terrifying possibility of travel between worlds. And everywhere, the same thought lingered, unspoken but understood. The cosmos had revealed itself. Humanity was unprepared, yet it had been given a chance to learn. The moment the aliens' intentions became clear, the world's leaders, scientists, and observers were both exhilarated and unnerved. From the moment the first shimmering devices were transferred to Earth's orbit via the alien vessels, humanity realized that the impossible had become tangible: travel between universes. Dr. Kira Montez, still reeling from the first encounter, was the first to reach the alien platforms. Her team of physicists and engineers had been working around the clock, guided remotely by the alien systems themselves. Be careful, Kira said to her assistant, Ryo Tanaka, as they approached the shimmering, translucent docking bay. The air shimmered with a faint distortion, and gravity seemed to pulse in ways Kira could not immediately calculate. This is not like anything we've ever seen. Their physics is embedded in the design. Touch anything, and it reacts. It's like it's alive. Ryo's voice shook, a rare crack in his usual calm. Alive? You mean sentient? Not in a way we can define, Kira replied. But it adapts, responds, communicates, not with words, but with intention. This is why they trusted us to handle it. Meanwhile, in Geneva, representatives from the United Nations convened an emergency session to discuss distribution and oversight of the alien technology. Ambassador Sofia Guerrero addressed the assembly. We are in possession of devices capable of traveling between universes, she said firmly. Scanning the room, this is not a toy, nor a weapon. It is a tool for observation, for knowledge, and for understanding the patterns that govern our multiverse. These devices do not stop the destruction. They do not alter the fate of any planet. They allow us to witness, record, and learn. Several delegates whispered to each other. Ambassador Liang of China stood, voice sharp. Are we to understand that this technology will be controlled internationally? Or will each nation take its share? Guerrero's expression was firm. We will operate as a coalition. Any attempt to monopolize or weaponize this technology will be met with resistance from the international community, and I suspect, from the aliens themselves. Back at the alien docking station, Kira and her team examined the first transport pod. It resembled a perfectly reflective cube, slightly larger than a human, edges that seemed to bend and blur when viewed from different angles. On one surface, a panel projected a holographic map that pulsed with shifting energy signatures. Dr. Layla Mahmood joined them, crouching beside the display. These coordinates, they're not static. They fluctuate depending on where we focus, almost like a quantum landscape that responds to intention. Ryo glanced at her, incredulous. So, if we want to travel somewhere, we have to think it into existence? Not exactly, Kira said, tapping the side of her temple. The system reads intent, but it's more precise than thought alone. It interprets calculations, probabilities, even environmental factors. It's predictive. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Secretary Pierce convened a smaller, classified meeting with a group of top scientists and intelligence officers. This is unprecedented, he said. We now have devices capable of moving humans or unmanned probes into other universes. What are the first protocols? Dr. Nabil Rahman, head of multiversal observational research, answered. First, we need to understand the operational limits. The aliens provided a manual, but it's incomplete in human terms. We are learning by trial, observation, and simulation. Every universe behaves differently. Some planets are similar to ours. Some are drastically different. We must document, monitor, and, importantly, never assume control. An intelligence officer, skeptical, muttered, and if a disaster is imminent? Can't we intervene? Rahman shook his head, grim. No, they've been clear. Collisions cannot be stopped. We can only predict, record, and study. Our role is observation. Across the globe, scientists and engineers scrambled to understand the alien interface. Screens in laboratories flickered with flowing geometric symbols, equations that bent traditional logic, and streams of data that appeared almost alive. In Geneva, Ava Liu observed the chaos in real time from her control room. We need teams, she said. Observation teams, analytical teams, simulation teams. Every universe we can reach is a laboratory. Every planet a dataset. And yet, none of this will save lives directly. We are witnesses. That is our responsibility. At the same time, public fascination exploded. News broadcasts reported on citizens lining up at international observatories, hoping to glimpse the alien vessels or watch the first inter-universal experiments. Social media surged with speculation. Some called it the greatest moment in human history. Others predicted catastrophic misuse. In Rome, Cardinal Elias addressed a crowd gathered in St. Peter's Square. We are given a gift of knowledge, he said, voice steady over the loudspeakers. Not to alter fate, not to challenge the universe, but to understand it. These beings are not gods, they are guides. And yet, humanity bears the burden of what is revealed. Let us pray that we use this knowledge with wisdom, not fear. In Sao Paulo, a young engineer named Rafael Costa stared at the holographic projection the aliens had provided. He turned to his mentor, Dr. Mariela Duarte. I can't believe we're actually looking at other worlds, he whispered. And they're letting us touch them, travel to them. Mariela nodded, fingers brushing over the interface. It's intoxicating, yes, but remember, Raphael, the multiverse doesn't care about our excitement. One miscalculation, and a team could vanish, or worse, alter a delicate balance without realizing it. Kira's team had already completed the first unmanned test. A probe had been sent to a parallel Earth-like planet, one orbiting a distant star in another universe. The feedback was instantaneous, landscapes rendered in perfect detail, gravitational data streamed back, and even biological scans detected life forms, all without physical interference. Dr. Layla Mahmood exhaled. We can watch worlds as they exist now, moments before a collision, or in safe intervals. It's humbling. Rio leaned back, rubbing his temples. Humbling doesn't even begin to cover it. We're essentially gods watching universes play out their final acts, powerless to stop them. Exactly, Kira said, solemn. And that's why training is essential. Observation must be precise, careful, deliberate. Every action we take within the alien system echoes across realities, even if only in data interpretation. The first manned mission was scheduled within weeks. The selected team included Kira, Rio, Dr. Nabil Rahman, and 2 international observers, Dr. Ava Liu and Rafael Costa. The training was grueling. Simulations that warped familiar physics, decision-making exercises for moral dilemmas, and repeated calibrations of the alien navigation system. During the simulation, Kira paused, eyes narrowing at the holographic display. Wait, look at this. Temporal displacement is inconsistent. Even with their system, the flow of time in this universe differs slightly from ours. If we're not careful, a few seconds there could mean hours here. Rahman's jaw tightened. We have to assume every universe has its own rules, and our understanding is limited by our perception. We must be meticulous. Ava Liu frowned. We're witnessing patterns of collision, temporal flux, environmental variation, and the aliens gave us this gift knowing we cannot interfere. This is unprecedented in human history. We are observers of inevitable destruction. Cardinal Elias, following the live feeds from Rome, whispered to Sister Mariella, even faith must now contend with knowledge beyond comprehension. These devices are not salvation. They are responsibility, accountability, and burden all at once. As preparations continued, the first tentative jumps between universes began. Unmanned probes provided detailed reconnaissance, planetary atmospheres, gravitational stability, biosphere composition, even early signs of civilization. Every data stream was transmitted back in real time, offering humanity the clearest picture yet of the multiverse's complexity and its fragility. Kira leaned over the console during one observation, her voice quiet, almost to herself. We have the ability to see everything, yet change nothing. It's both terrifying and liberating. We are witnesses, and the universe, or rather, the multiverse, has made that very clear. Rio's hand rested on her shoulder. We're not powerless. Not completely. Knowledge is something we can use. To survive, to prepare, to study. Even if we can't prevent destruction, understanding it is a start. The alien vessels remained in orbit, motionless, patient, and inscrutable. Their presence was a constant reminder. Humanity had been given the most remarkable tool in its history, yet it came with the heaviest of burdens. Across the globe, governments debated protocols, scientists tested systems, and citizens speculated endlessly. Yet one truth bound everyone: the collisions could not be stopped. The technology, brilliant and awe-inspiring, granted humanity insight, observation, and a bridge across universes, but it did not grant control. For the first time, humans could witness multiversal events in real time, experience the scale of other worlds, and study cosmic patterns directly. And yet, with that knowledge came a quiet, persistent fear. In all of the multiverse, even with this alien gift, some forces remained untouchable, indifferent, and absolute. The moment the aliens arrived, the world was thrown into an unprecedented state of astonishment and anxiety. Their presence, combined with the technology for inter-universal travel, reshaped politics, science, and society almost overnight. In New York City, the United Nations convened an emergency summit in a specially reinforced chamber. Screens lining the walls displayed live feeds of the alien vessels in orbit, shimmering with physics that defied human comprehension. Delegates from nearly every nation gathered, the tension palpable. Ambassador Rajiv Menon of India stood first. We cannot underestimate what we are seeing, he said, voice tight. The technology they've provided is beyond anything in our history. And while it offers unprecedented access to knowledge, we must consider, what is the purpose of control? A murmur ran through the room. Senator Elaine Pierce of the United States leaned forward. Control? That's exactly what I'm asking. Are we to share this freely? Or do we centralize access under international oversight? Dr. Yusuf Karim, a leading physicist on multiversal observation, interrupted. If I may, centralization is only effective if we understand what we're dealing with. Right now, this technology is more observation than manipulation. No one can alter events, no one can prevent the collisions. Centralizing it for control is meaningless if the outcome remains the same. A sharp voice cut across the chamber. Minister Annika Roth of Germany frowned. Meaningless? Perhaps, but opportunity is not meaningless. Strategic applications, defense, research, these are realities we cannot ignore. Outside the summit, public reaction was a storm of fascination, fear, and speculation. News anchors alternated between awestruck commentary and warnings of potential misuse. Social media was flooded with images of the alien vessels, leaked schematics of the technology, and rumors of secret tests. In Rio de Janeiro, philosopher and ethicist Dr. Helen Acosta addressed a live broadcast. We must ask ourselves, is it ethical to observe worlds without intervening? These alternate Earths, these alternate civilizations, they are living, breathing systems. We are now witnesses with immense power, yet absolute limitations. How do we bear the responsibility of knowledge without the ability to save? Meanwhile, in Tokyo, political factions argued vehemently. Hiroshi Tanaka, leader of a pragmatic survivalist group, spoke to a crowd of journalists. This is our chance to prioritize our own Earth. Observe carefully, prepare rigorously, and ensure humanity survives, even if other universes cannot. The aliens have offered guidance, but they do not, and cannot, shield us from cosmic forces. In London, a counterpoint emerged. Professor Imogen Gray, a theoretical physicist, appeared on a panel with ethicists and politicians. If we focus purely on self-preservation, we miss the larger picture. The collisions are indiscriminate. Observing responsibly, sharing data openly, and cooperating across nations may give us the clearest understanding of the multiverse's patterns. Knowledge itself is survival. Tensions quickly escalated within governments. Some nations attempted to secure exclusive access to the alien systems, claiming national security prerogatives. Others insisted on a fully cooperative approach, warning that unilateral control could provoke international conflict or misuse of the technology. In Washington, Secretary Pierce convened a closed-door meeting with a mix of military advisors, scientists, and policy strategists. "We're at a crossroads," he said, pacing. "The aliens gave us these tools not as weapons, not as defenses, but as instruments of observation. Some factions already want to militarize this. Others push purely scientific exploration. And somewhere in between, public opinion is volatile, unpredictable." Dr. Rahman leaned forward. "We must consider the long-term implications. Observing alternate Earths is more than science. It is ethics, philosophy, responsibility. Every probe, every journey, every measurement carries the weight of potential judgment from countless futures. We cannot act lightly." Meanwhile, media commentary ran in waves. Some outlets painted the aliens as saviors, the technology as humanity's ticket to understanding the multiverse. Others described humanity as voyeurs of inevitable destruction, helpless witnesses to events no one could prevent. Public debate split along similar lines. In Paris, an impromptu gathering of ethicists, scientists, and journalists debated the morality of multiversal observation. Cardinal Etienne Duval stood among them, voice resonant. "We are not gods. These devices offer knowledge, yes, but no salvation. We must temper curiosity with conscience, observation with wisdom. Humanity now carries a burden, and with it, responsibility we have never known." Across continents, similar gatherings occurred. Citizens questioned the very nature of morality, the value of life in alternate universes, and whether observation without intervention was inherently ethical or cruel. Social media amplified every opinion, every analysis, and every fear, creating a maelstrom of global reflection. In Moscow, General Viktor Petrov addressed a coalition of military leaders. "We must recognize one fact. We cannot prevent collisions, but we can prepare for contingencies in our own universe. Observation is not helplessness, it is data. Data informs strategy, planning, survival. Ethical concerns are valid, but survival is primary." Back at the alien docking stations, Kira Montes, Ryo Tanaka, and their team trained new observers from a dozen nations. Every interaction with the alien technology reinforced a difficult truth: no action could change the outcome of destroyed worlds. Yet the ability to explore, record, and analyze brought a sense of purpose and urgency. Dr. Layla Mahmoud's voice was sharp over the comms. "Remember, observation is not interference. Record patterns, note anomalies, document every collision. We may be powerless to intervene, but we are not powerless to learn." In Rome, Cardinal Elias convened a council of religious and moral scholars. Humanity faces unprecedented choices. The aliens provide insight, yet no protection. Our response must be grounded not in fear, but in understanding, reflection, and ethical integrity. We bear witness to forces beyond comprehension, and in that witnessing lies our first test of conscience. By midweek, the global discourse had stabilized into three dominant factions: pragmatic survivalists prioritizing Earth's protection, idealistic scientists advocating cooperation and open observation, and opportunistic factions maneuvering for political or strategic advantage. These factions clashed not with weapons, but with influence, media campaigns, and moral arguments. Dr. Ava Liu addressed a crowded scientific symposium. The aliens' technology has changed everything, but it does not change the universe. Our responsibility is to observe, analyze, and prepare. Coordination is essential. Any misstep could compromise both safety and the integrity of our understanding. And remember, we are the first humans ever to navigate realities beyond our own. That is profound, terrifying, and humbling all at once. Rafael Costa, now leading a team of engineers in Sao Paulo, spoke during a live broadcast. We have the means to witness multiversal events, to measure gravitational flux, energy discharges, planetary conditions. We cannot prevent collisions, but through careful observation, we can understand them, anticipate them, perhaps one day predict them with precision. And that knowledge may be the most important thing humanity has ever possessed. In New Delhi, Ambassador Priya Shah summarized the global political tension in a press briefing. We face a delicate balance. Cooperation ensures clarity, data sharing ensures progress. Yet some nations will always seek advantage, and the aliens will not intervene to enforce fairness. The responsibility and the consequences are entirely human. As the first manned interuniversal missions began, the stakes intensified. Every probe transmitted vast streams of data, and every journey into parallel Earths carried the weight of discovery. Scientists tracked energy patterns, atmospheric stability, and signs of intelligent life, noting the subtle fluctuations that hinted at potential collisions far in advance. Kira observed one particular feed, voice low. Look at this pattern. Energy waves here, gravitational stress there. We can map risk, predict timing, and prepare observers. We cannot stop the collisions, but we can learn and we can survive if we pay attention. Rio shook his head. And people still argue over who gets the first jumps? Seriously? This is the multiverse we're talking about, not a new highway. The tension between factions intensified as both urgency and fear mounted. Pragmatists argued for strict allocation of alien systems to strategic teams. Idealists demanded transparency and cooperation. Opportunists sought influence, data monopolies, and control over public perception. In Paris, Cardinal Étienne Duval addressed a panel discussion broadcast globally. We are witnesses of phenomena beyond our comprehension. We are called to responsibility, not dominion. Let this knowledge guide our decisions, temper our ambitions, and humble our pride. Humanity has entered a stage of awareness that demands maturity, foresight, and ethical clarity. Even as political maneuvering continued, scientists continued their work, studying patterns of energy, gravity, and cosmic shifts in the multiverse. The aliens had given humanity a tool, a gift, and a responsibility. And while no collision could be prevented, every calculation, every observation, and every decision shaped the way humanity would face this new era of knowledge. Across nations, debates raged in parliaments, public squares, and online forums. The aliens had delivered unprecedented opportunity, and, with it, an enduring test of ethics, cooperation, and moral courage. For the first time, humanity grasped the depth of its own limitations, that even with unparalleled technology, some forces could not be stopped, only studied. And in that realization, tension, awe, and ethical deliberation became the new constants of life. The world had barely begun to process the arrival of the aliens when humanity confronted its next reality. The technology was here, tangible, operational, but it did not come with solutions. In Geneva, a sprawling research complex near Lake Léman buzzed with activity. Screens displayed alternate Earths, parallel solar systems, and streams of data that shifted in real time. Dr. Kira Montes leaned over a console, rubbing her temples. We can move between universes. We can watch entire planets in real time. But nothing we do here will stop a collision. Nothing. Across the room, Ryo Tanaka shook his head, tapping at a holographic display. It doesn't matter. We have the chance to see things no human has ever seen. Every civilization, every weather pattern, every moment before catastrophe. That alone is staggering. From the corner, a voice cut sharply. Staggering? Or dangerous? It was Ambassador Lu Wei, a political representative who had secured a seat among the lead observers. Some nations already want to claim priority over jumps, access routes, even observation feeds. There's already tension building. This isn't just science. It's control. Who gets first pick? Who decides which universe we watch? A small eruption of argument followed. Dr. Rahman, a theoretical physicist from Cairo, slammed a hand on a table. We're not here to decide who gets the best view. Our job is to gather data. Every collision, every anomaly, every gravitational fluctuation. That is the priority. Lu Wei's voice sharpened. And what about governments who will ignore your priorities? They see opportunity, not science. From the adjacent workstation, a young researcher, Mei Chen, spoke up nervously. I'm seeing something unexpected. She pointed to a live feed of a parallel planet. The energy readings, they're fluctuating faster than predicted. It's as if a chain reaction could be starting across multiple systems. Kira leaned closer, eyes narrowing. Run the simulation again. Cross-reference every multiversal coordinate we've catalogued. If she's right, her voice faltered. If she's right, we need to know now. Minutes passed like hours as analysts typed, argued, and recalculated. Outside, the complex was alive with reporters, security personnel, and representatives from every nation. In the cafeteria, a group of journalists whispered feverishly. Did you see the jump logs? Some of these alternate Earths are practically mirrors of ours. But the disasters are happening faster than any simulation predicted. Dr. Ava Liu, not to be confused with Ambassador Liu, stormed into the main observation room. I just got word from our probes in Sector 6. There's a cluster of inhabited planets showing early signs of gravitational collapse, something we didn't anticipate. And the energy signatures, they're cascading differently than in previous observations. Rio muttered, so the patterns aren't patterns at all. Just chaos pretending to have a rhythm. A sudden alarm blared across the complex. Screens flickered, displaying hundreds of coordinates that had changed unexpectedly. Red indicators pulsed on several feeds. Kira's heart sank. Multiple systems are on the edge simultaneously. This isn't isolated anymore. It's happening in clusters. Outside the facility, world leaders convened another emergency session. UN Secretary-General Anwar Patel addressed the chamber. We have technology, yes, but no ability to halt the phenomena. Nations are already jockeying for first access, claiming strategic zones. Coordination is breaking down, and the public is panicking at an unprecedented level. In London, a televised debate erupted. Philosopher Amelia Foster argued passionately, we have the means to observe, to chronicle, to witness civilizations in their final hours, but we cannot stop them. Does that make us voyeurs or stewards of knowledge? Can we even survive the weight of what we now understand? Across the table, politician Graham Whitmore leaned back, fingers steepled. Philosophical pontification doesn't protect anyone. Control the technology, manage access, prioritize human survival. That is how we ensure order. A soft laugh interrupted the tension. Dr. Rajiv Menon, sitting quietly at a corner station, smiled wryly. Order? In a multiverse that doesn't care? I think we overestimate our influence. Every observation, every jump, every calculation, it's all noise to the universe itself. Meanwhile, technicians scrambled to configure new equipment. Holographic maps floated in midair, showing the overlap of universes, zones of instability, and the limited range of human observation. Each new jump revealed subtle variations: an ocean slightly larger, a city with a different layout, a civilization that had already vanished in one universe but thrived in another. Kira glanced at Rio. Are you seeing this? They're alive in one, gone in another. Some of the same planets we monitored yesterday, they're gone now. And tomorrow, she shook her head. Tomorrow, more might vanish. A representative from Brazil, Minister Clara Silva, stood beside them, voice trembling. How do we even report this? How do you explain to the world that we have the technology to witness entire civilizations being erased, and there's nothing we can do? In the U.S., a private briefing convened at the Pentagon. Admiral Samuel Hargrove slammed a fist on the table. We have the tech. We have the eyes. We can't stop a single collision. But the public thinks we can. There's going to be panic. And panic kills faster than any planetary impact. On live feeds, protests and demonstrations erupted worldwide. Citizens demanded access to alien systems while others called for restraint. In Paris, crowds chanted outside government buildings, waving images of parallel worlds they had glimpsed. In Beijing, surveillance teams struggled to maintain order as news of disappearing planets filtered through encrypted channels. Back in Geneva, Kira and her team prepared for a manned jump into a high-risk sector. Mei Chen looked pale. This is beyond anything we trained for. We're going to see worlds on the edge, perhaps moments before destruction. I don't know if I can. Rio cut her off gently. None of us signed up to be comforted. We signed up to witness, to record, to understand, and if that's terrifying, then so be it. Kira exhaled slowly. Every jump will change how we see everything. Every observation reminds us, the universe doesn't care who lives, who dies. But we can care. That's all we have. In Rome, Cardinal Étienne Duval addressed a small gathering of scholars and media. Humankind now holds a mirror to countless worlds. We see life, civilization, complexity, and we see fragility. Perhaps the only measure of greatness we retain is how we observe, how we remember, how we bear witness. As humans launch their first inter-universal missions, tension and fascination intertwined. Each feed transmitted staggering amounts of data, geophysical readings, population patterns, energy fluxes, entire civilizations at the edge of disappearance. No human could intervene, but every jump deepened understanding. In Mumbai, engineer Anjali Deshmukh muttered to herself while adjusting a console. It's like trying to read a book while the pages are burning. We can see, we can record, but we cannot stop the flames. By the end of the week, a global pattern had emerged. Humanity was now both observer and student, flung into a vast, indifferent cosmos. Some nations hoarded knowledge, some shared freely, some refused to engage. Citizens everywhere wrestled with wonder and fear, pride and impotence. In a quiet moment in Geneva, Kira and Rio watched one feed of a planet trembling under gravitational stress. Rio whispered, "We can move between worlds, but the universe isn't ours to save." Kira nodded, "No, but the stories, the knowledge, the witness, we can carry that. That has to be enough." And so humanity stood at a threshold. A species capable of traversing universes, observing life and death on unimaginable scales, yet powerless to intervene. Knowledge had become both gift and burden, fascination and fear, as every observer grappled with the enormity of what they had seen, and what they could not change. The briefing room in Geneva was tense before the first mission even began. Dr. Kira Montes leaned over a table, tracing constellations on a holographic map. "Everyone, the simulations match the live feeds. The jumps are stable, but we have no idea how planets will respond in real time. The moment we arrive, the universe doesn't pause for us." Rio Tanaka frowned, arms crossed. "You make it sound like we're stepping into a storm with umbrellas. We're not observing from the safe distance of our labs anymore. This is the real deal. Lives, civilizations, gone before we can even blink." Ambassador Lu Wei, ever precise, interjected. "Our priority is documentation, observation only. We do not interfere. Protocol is clear." Dr. Rahman muttered under his breath, "Observation only. That's going to haunt us in ways we don't understand yet." The team activated the alien transport system. The familiar hum of energy filled the room, and a dazzling field of light engulfed the team. When their vision cleared, they found themselves hovering above a planet that, at first glance, resembled Earth almost perfectly. Clouds swirled above oceans glittering in the sun, continents stretched in familiar shapes, but the differences were subtle yet striking. Cities were taller, greener, more intricate. Transportation networks snaked like veins across landscapes that mirrored, but were not identical to, the home world they had left behind. Dr. Ava Liu, peering out from the observation deck, whispered, "It's breathtaking. It's like seeing home from a different life." Mei Chen, gripping the railing, was pale. "Different, yes, but look there." She pointed toward a massive continent where smoke curled from industrial centers. "Pollution levels are higher. That city, it's in crisis even without our interference." Rio squinted at the readouts. "Every world we jump to will have its own history, its own problems. And now we're witnessing all of them at once. It's like looking through a kaleidoscope of Earths." The awe was short-lived. A warning alert rang across the observation panel. Gravitational anomalies had spiked. Dr. Kira Montes' heart sank. "It's starting." The team's sensors tracked the first signs of planetary collision, a distant, smaller planet on a collision course with its twin. The simulation screens displayed ripples across oceans, cities crumbling like sandcastles, entire ecosystems shredded by the physics of annihilation. Mei Chen gasped, clutching her chest. "It's happening, and there's nothing we can do." Dr. Raman's voice shook, but he forced himself to speak. "It's exactly what the projections warned. Total destruction, no survivors. We're witnessing the end in real time." Kira looked to Rio, voice steady but cold. "Document everything, every pattern, every sequence, every detail of the collapse. This is why we're here. For the record, if nothing else." A sudden commotion erupted from the rear observation deck. Dr. Ava Liu shouted, "Look at the energy readings. The collision is triggering secondary gravitational waves. Nearby planets are showing early-stage instability." Rio cursed. "Secondary effects. That's worse than we thought. This isn't isolated anymore. One planet's death could ripple out, destabilizing its neighbors before we even finish recording." Ambassador Lu Wei tried to maintain order. "Keep calm. We are here as witnesses. Panic serves no purpose. Data comes first." Mei Chen's voice trembled. "Witnesses to annihilation. That's all we are. It's too much." Dr. Rahman stared at a planet whose entire northern hemisphere was folding under tidal forces. The cities gone, mountains crumbling, forests burning, submerging, life extinguished in minutes. And it's all physics. Nothing personal. Nothing we can stop. Hours passed like minutes as the team jumped to successive worlds. Each planet, each city, each civilization bore the marks of subtle differences, yet every one of them was ultimately vulnerable. Some planets seemed to endure slightly longer, their gravitational orientation or orbital timing granting temporary reprieve, but the eventual outcomes were always the same: total annihilation. In one jump, they hovered above a world where a sprawling city had developed underwater. The infrastructure had adapted to submerged life, humans and intelligent machines coexisting seamlessly. The team watched as a gravitational surge cracked the ocean floor. Water rushed into buildings, and life forms vanished in seconds. Kira whispered, "No intervention. We can't interfere. We can only record." Ryo's jaw tightened. Observation only. The mantra that will echo in our minds forever. Back on a quieter Earth, governments debated the implications. Reports streamed in from observation teams: collapsed cities, crumbling continents, vanished civilizations. Some ministers called for embargoes on jump data, fearing panic. Others argued for transparency, insisting the world had a right to know. Meanwhile, aboard the alien transport vessels, new complications arose. Sensors picked up interference in multiversal fields. Dr. Ava Liu's voice rose over the alarms. "There's something we didn't account for. A planetary cluster showing coordinated gravitational shifts. It's almost as if the planets are reacting to each other." Mei Chen stared at the readings, eyes wide. "Like they're aware?" Dr. Ramon exhaled sharply. "Awareness or coincidence, it doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. Death, collapse, total." In a brief, tense moment of levity, or perhaps disbelief, Ryo muttered, "I never thought we'd be spectators to multiple Earths dying in hours. It feels surreal." Kira responded quietly, almost to herself. Surreal is the polite word. Horrifying is the honest one. As they continued the first missions, the psychological toll became evident. Crew members argued over priority targets for observation, some shutting down from the magnitude of what they were witnessing. The alien technology allowed them to jump freely, but the knowledge of impending annihilation followed them like a shadow in every observation deck. One night, after a particularly brutal series of jumps, Kira found herself alone with Mei Chen, staring at a planet where life still flickered. Mei whispered, "Do you think any civilization out there understands what's coming?" Kira shook her head slowly. "Some might, most probably don't, and even if they did, they'd be powerless. Just like us. Knowledge without action is the cruelest gift." Ryo, walking in behind them, added quietly, "And yet, somehow, we keep going. We keep looking, recording, witnessing. Maybe that's all humanity can do now, bear witness." By the end of the first series of missions, the team returned to Earth emotionally exhausted, their data drives filled with images and sequences that no human had ever experienced. They had seen civilizations vanish, ecosystems collapse, and planetary structures shredded by forces beyond comprehension. Every team member, from scientists to government observers, carried the weight of the multiverse's reality. The first journeys had provided unparalleled knowledge, yes, but also an unshakable, pervasive awareness. Humanity could observe everything, but intervene in nothing. The beauty of these worlds only deepened the horror of their impermanence. And so, humanity's first journeys into the multiverse ended with a shared, unspoken truth. For every breathtaking sight, there was annihilation waiting, and no technology, no insight, no bravery could change the fate of worlds. The transport chamber hummed, a deep, resonant vibration that carried through every bone and nerve. Dr. Kira Montez adjusted her gloves, running her fingers over the holographic console. "All teams report ready. Today, we catalog the next series of Earth-like worlds. Remember, precision, not panic. Every detail counts." Ryo Tanaka, leaning against the railing, muttered, "Precision isn't going to help the people on these planets. Not one bit. I keep seeing cities, forests, oceans, gone before anyone even knew they existed." "Focus," Kira snapped, though her voice betrayed fatigue. "We document, that's all." Mei Chen exhaled shakily. I don't know if I can. Every jump feels like stepping into a funeral I can't attend, except I'm the one forced to watch." Dr. Ramon, tapping on his datapad, didn't look up. "You think we're supposed to feel good about being observers? We're cataloging extinction, that's all it is, but it's necessary. If we don't record this, nobody ever will." The team activated the alien transport system again, slipping between universes with that familiar distortion in the air. The first world appeared, shimmering like an opal in orbit above its sun. Green continents, crystalline waters, and sprawling cities reflected sunlight with an almost surreal brilliance. Kira's eyes narrowed as she scanned the planetary surface. Coordinates set. Initiating high-resolution scans. Begin cataloging urban structures first. Population density, technological markers, transportation hubs, everything. Every street, every building, every machine counts. May leaned over her shoulder. Do we even know the names of these civilizations? Their languages? Not yet, Kira admitted, but we can record phonetic patterns, visual symbols, structural design. That's enough for now. Every detail matters for cross-universal comparison. Rio activated the drone swarm. Tiny probes launched from the ship, streaming back cityscapes, aerial shots of sprawling metropolises, and images of ocean currents tracing coastlines. It's insane, he said quietly. Look at the planning. They've got transportation systems we've never even imagined. Power grids integrated into the terrain. And here we are, just taking notes. Dr. Rahman adjusted his console. Notice the gravity fluctuations here, he said. Even without collisions, the planet shows micro-instabilities. Could be tectonic shifts or atmospheric pressure anomalies. Make a note. Precursor markers for planetary collapse? Cross-reference with previous datasets. May shuddered. I just watched a city vanish on the last jump. How do you stay calm enough to analyze this? Step 1, Rahman said, his voice low, except that calm is irrelevant. Step 2. Record everything. Step 3. Repeat. The team moved on to a second world. At first, it seemed peaceful. Vast plains dotted with intelligent settlements, children playing in sunlit parks, trade markets bustling with humanoid and non-humanoid lifeforms. The sensors picked up signals, communication patterns, energy consumption, even biological markers. Kira's voice broke slightly as she narrated. Geosurvey initiated. Vegetation analysis. Advanced photosynthetic structures, hybridized with intelligent fungi networks. Civilization density. Medium. Infrastructure. Sustainable energy grids visible in city layouts. Behavioral patterns suggest hierarchical governance. May whispered, we're looking at whole societies. We're cataloging them like insects in a jar. Dr. Rahman didn't answer. He was monitoring gravitational anomalies. Anomalies spiking near the polar regions. Small, initially insignificant shifts, but, wait, energy readings off the charts. This could be the first signs of destabilization. Cataloging becomes critical now. Every millisecond of data could reveal patterns for future events. Rio leaned back, swallowing hard. And the people? The lives? This is killing me more than anything else. Kira's response was firm. We can't change it. The multiverse moves on its own rules. Our role is observation, cataloging, and analysis. Nothing else. The team spent hours cataloging continents, oceans, mountain ranges, and sprawling megacities. With each world, the horror of impermanence became more palpable. One planet had intelligent amphibian societies inhabiting deep oceanic cities. Another featured aerial civilizations suspended in floating islands. The technology, architecture, and cultural markers were varied, beautiful, astonishing, but all vulnerable. Mei Chen's hands shook as she recorded data. Look at the rivers. Entire civilizations depend on them. And if this planet collapses, all of it, gone. Dr. Rahman looked over her shoulder. Exactly. Every dataset we compile is a snapshot of life moments before extinction. That's why the catalog is invaluable. Knowledge may be powerless to prevent destruction, but it preserves memory. Rio muttered, memory doesn't save them. I keep thinking about the children we saw in the last world. Running, laughing, and then, nothing. Every time I jump, I feel like I'm watching 1,000 funerals simultaneously. Kira's jaw tightened. I feel it too. But we record. We catalog. That's the only choice we have. Every planet, every civilization is now part of the dataset. And we treat it with the respect it deserves. A sudden alert cut through the room. A planetary cluster showing accelerated destabilization. The readings suggested a chain reaction. Planets interacting gravitationally, sending micro-anomalies through their neighbors. Rio, Kira barked, document everything. High-priority cataloging. We need timelines, energy signatures, displacement factors. This cluster may give us patterns for predicting future collisions. Rio's face was pale. Patterns, right. If the multiverse isn't random, maybe we can learn the rules. But learning won't stop it. Dr. Rahman nodded. It may never stop, but understanding it, mapping it, is the only advantage humanity has. It's painful, but necessary. Mei Chen took a deep breath and whispered, painful is an understatement. I feel like we're being burned alive by knowledge. They moved on to the next series of worlds, each more complex and delicate than the last. Data streamed in, atmospheric compositions, tectonic activity, signs of primitive and advanced civilizations, unusual energy patterns, migratory behaviors, planetary rotation anomalies. Every catalog entry added to a growing multiversal map, but the emotional toll grew heavier. At one point, they arrived over a planet with vast ice caps and polar cities built into glaciers. Sensors detected life beneath frozen surfaces, intelligent species adapted to extreme cold. Record subsurface habitats, Kira instructed. We might find unique survival strategies here. But notice the instability near the equator. If the ice shifts, it could trigger catastrophic collapse in minutes. May shivered. We're learning everything, but it feels like we're staring into the inevitable. Every world is a candle burning out. Rio added quietly, and we're the witnesses. There's no saving them. Every observation reinforces it. Knowledge without power. That's the cruel lesson. Over the course of the missions, the team developed subtle systems to cope. Rotations were organized so that no individual sped consecutive jumps cataloging high-risk worlds. Counseling pods were established, and small group discussions helped them process trauma. Still, the knowledge of annihilation pressed down like a weight, and some researchers could barely look at the holographic planetary maps without flinching. During a pause in operations, Dr. Rahman addressed the team. We need to be honest. We can catalog every detail, every structure, every cultural pattern, but when a planet dies, it's gone forever. Our data may be all that survives of its existence. That thought alone should guide our methods. Precision and respect, first and foremost. Mei Chen's voice cracked. But how do you keep respect when the life you're observing disappears? How do you catalog the laughter of a civilization that won't see tomorrow? Rio looked down at the readings, voice low. We don't, but we try anyway. It's the only act of humanity we can still claim in this endless void. Hours stretched into days. Catalogs filled with mountains, oceans, civilizations, energy grids, city layouts, migration patterns, and planetary anomalies. As the alien technology enabled faster jumps, the team began detecting subtle early warning signs, microgravitational shifts, pre-collapse tectonics, irregular atmospheric turbulence. Dr. Kira Montez addressed the crew during a rare break. We're learning the rules of a universe that doesn't care about life. That knowledge is precious. It's the first line of understanding, even if it can't protect anyone. Treat the catalog as sacred. Every detail is a voice that might otherwise vanish without a trace. By the end of the first month of cataloging missions, the team's accumulated data was staggering. Each planet documented, each civilization noted, each anomaly recorded in painstaking detail. And yet, the multiverse continued its indifferent march. Collisions occurred in other universes, patterns repeated, and the recorders carried the weight of witnessing life and civilizations vanish in moments, leaving nothing behind. Mei Chen, standing alone in the observation chamber one evening, whispered to no one in particular, "We're cataloging ghosts. Entire worlds, captured only as data." Rio, joining her quietly, added, "And when it's our turn, what then? Do we hope someone's recording us too?" Kira's voice cut through the gloom, firm and unyielding. We catalog, we observe, we survive. That is the only certainty we have. Even in silence, the weight of their responsibility pressed down. The multiverse offered beauty, diversity, and staggering complexity, but it also offered annihilation without mercy. The first cataloging missions confirmed the paradox of humanity's role. Omniscient observers, powerless to protect, bearing witness to both wonder and destruction. The transport chamber vibrated again as the human team prepared for another jump. Dr. Kira Montez checked her console, frowning. "Today, we attempt interventions," she said. "Minor trajectory adjustments, gravitational modulation, anything within the alien parameters. Remember, safety protocols first. No risk to human teams." Ryo Tanaka tightened his harness, scowling. "Minor adjustments. That's what they said last time. And what happened?" He gestured at the display of the last planet, reduced to a spinning cloud of debris. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Every attempt fails. We're just spectators in a cosmic fireworks show, except nobody survives the finale." Mei Chen's fingers trembled over her console. "Do we even know what we're doing? Even the aliens, they said this is impossible. How can they expect us to succeed?" Dr. Rahman sighed. "Impossible doesn't mean we don't try. The data from failed interventions is as important as cataloging. Every attempt teaches us the limits of what can be influenced, even if that limit is zero." The alien mentor overseeing the mission, an elongated figure with shifting translucent skin, spoke in perfect English, its voice both melodic and precise. "Your attempts must be measured. Interference cannot prevent collision. Your role is observation and experimentation. Understand, before any action, that forces you cannot alter define the boundaries of your interventions." Kira nodded, ignoring the weight in her chest. "Understood. Let's begin." The first target was a mid-sized Earth analog orbiting a yellow star. Sensors indicated a developing gravitational anomaly, a precursor to eventual collision with a neighboring planet in the same system. Engineers initiated trajectory modulation sequences. Artificial gravitational pulses flared, nudging the planet's motion slightly. Adjusting vector by 0.0002 degrees, said Rio, monitoring the holographic display. Energy output stable. No unexpected feedback. May's voice was tight. The cities, they're still intact. This should buy them time, right? Dr. Rahman frowned. It's a delay at best. Planetary mass, orbital momentum, and multiversal dynamics overwhelm any human attempt. Prepare for observation. Note every parameter and anomaly. That is the success we are allowed. They watched as gravitational energy dissipated into the void. Moments later, seismic readings spiked. The planet shuddered violently, oceans surging, tectonic plates grinding. Kira's jaw clenched. It didn't work. No change. Document everything. Timestamp coordinates, vector fluctuations, energy consumption, population density impact. Rio muttered, every time we intervene, it's a lesson in futility. Every single time. May's fingers hovered over the console, hesitating. What if we push harder? Just a little more? Could we? Kira cut her off. No. We follow protocol. The aliens warned us. No intervention can prevent the collision. Escalating risks could destroy our observation capabilities or worse. Dr. Rahman added quietly, even if we succeed in nudging a planet slightly, the underlying forces, gravitational feedback loops, multiversal mass displacement, will nullify it. We cannot alter inevitability. The team attempted a second intervention. This time, they tried atmospheric stabilization techniques, creating synthetic magnetic fields to redistribute tidal forces in hopes of delaying the collapse. Data streamed in, holographic models showing minor changes in cloud formation and storm intensity. It's not nothing, May whispered. We slowed the cyclone patterns slightly. Maybe the cities, maybe the people. Rio shook his head. Don't fool yourself. It's cosmetic. Surface-level noise. The trajectory is unchanged. The final impact will be total. The alien mentor glided over the observation deck, the translucent skin rippling. Observation complete. Interventions insufficient. Continue monitoring. Recognize limits. The crew moved to a third planet, a dense, heavily populated world with multiple moons exerting complex tidal forces. Advanced gravitational modulation sequences were initiated again. Holographic overlays displayed the interaction of moons, tectonics, and orbital velocity. Kira's voice was steady, though her heart raced. Targeting critical mass vectors, adjusting by increments of 0.00005 degrees. Energy output at maximum safe capacity. Dr. Rahman's eyes widened as readings spiked. We're seeing feedback in the core mass. Magnetic resonance increasing. Oh no, it's destabilizing secondary zones. This is beyond control. May's hands flew over her console. The cities, the oceans, look at the tidal surges. They're tearing apart coastal areas. We didn't even make a dent. Rio exhaled harshly. We can't win. We're powerless. And now, by nudging this planet, we might have accelerated destruction locally. Every intervention carries consequences we cannot predict or contain. The alien mentor floated closer, voice calm. Understanding consequence is part of your education. Some forces remain immutable. Recognition of limits is as important as action. Kira closed her eyes for a moment, swallowing. Limits, yeah, we're learning them in the most brutal way imaginable. May whispered, I thought we'd get to try to save something, even just a little. But we can't. We can't save anyone. Dr. Rahman nodded, voice low. You're beginning to understand. Intervention is not prevention. Power without control is agony. Every action we take only produces data and despair. The team attempted one final experiment on that planet, using advanced alien techniques to slightly redistribute mass and orbit. Their screens filled with shifting planetary layers, calculated energy disbursements, and predicted collision trajectories. Every attempt met with resistance from unyielding natural laws. Kira turned to the team. Final log entry. Document every adjustment, every response, every failure. This planet, and everyone like it, will not survive. Our interventions are lessons, not solutions. Rio leaned back, exhaustion and frustration etched on his face. We're collectors of destruction now. Observers of extinction, and each failure is a reminder of our impotence. May's voice trembled as she keyed in final notes. All these worlds, these lives, gone despite every effort. I can't stop thinking about the faces, the streets, the forests. Dr. Rahman touched her shoulder gently. None of us can. That's why we record. That's why the catalog exists. Memory is the only sanctuary for what is lost. The alien mentor spoke again, voice resonant and unemotional. Humanity's purpose is observation, learning, and recording. Attempts to alter fundamental forces will always fail. Acceptance of limits is integral to survival. Rio's hand clenched. Learning isn't enough. Watching isn't enough. Feeling the helplessness every single day. I don't know how much longer I can. Kira interrupted firmly. We continue. We document. We survive. That is all. The moment we stop, we lose even the record of existence itself. Hours passed as teams rotated through observation cycles. Each minor intervention was meticulously logged. Every failure reinforced the grim reality. The annihilation of inhabited worlds was unstoppable. Ideological and strategic factions among the team debated more aggressive actions, risking untested maneuvers or pushing alien technology beyond safe limits. But repeated failures, combined with mentor warnings, curtailed reckless experimentation. Even the most daring ideas, slightly nudging moons to redirect planetary paths, using concentrated energy pulses to redistribute mass, attempting to shield cities from tidal forces, failed. In some cases, the interference accelerated local devastation. The data reinforced the ultimate lesson. The multiverse operates beyond the reach of even the most advanced technology or human ambition. As the final jump of the mission concluded, Kira gathered the exhausted team. Remember today, every failure, every impossible attempt, it's part of the record. This knowledge is precious. It doesn't prevent destruction, but it preserves understanding. Humanity will bear witness to these worlds, even if none survive. May wiped tears from her eyes. Witnessing isn't enough, and yet, it's all we have. Rio nodded grimly. All we have, and all we'll ever have. Even with alien technology, even with our best efforts, nothing stops the inevitable. Dr. Rahman finally spoke to the team in a quiet, measured tone. Let the catalog be your solace. Every planet recorded, every civilization noted, every failure documented. History will remember what we saw, even if the multiverse does not. The alien mentor's translucent form shimmered. End of cycle. Humanity has learned the futility of intervention. Observation remains your responsibility. Acceptance is your task. The team left the transport chamber, each step heavy with the burden of witnessing powerlessness. Each failure weighed on their shoulders like gravity itself. Outside, stars glimmered in silent indifference. Entire worlds would perish, collisions would continue, and humanity's role was now painfully clear: to observe, to catalog, and to bear witness without hope of interference. The transport chamber hummed softly, an omnipresent reminder of the alien technology's power and limits. Dr. Kira Montes leaned against the railing, staring at the holographic display of a planet halfway across the multiverse. Its oceans shimmered with colors that didn't exist on Earth, and cities sprawled in geometries both familiar and alien. Yet beneath the beauty was an uncomfortable truth. It, too, would be gone in moments, just as countless worlds before it had been. Do you ever get used to this? Mei Chen asked quietly, voice tight. She hadn't spoken much since the last mission. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hands trembling over the controls. Kira shook her head. No, you don't get used to watching billions of lives vanish in seconds. You carry it with you. Dr. Rahman, pacing near the observation deck, muttered, and yet, we must. We have no choice. These worlds are gone regardless of our presence or absence. Our duty is to witness and record. That is all we can do. Rio Tanaka slumped in his seat, arms crossed. Duty. Yeah, that's supposed to make the horror feel manageable? His jaw clenched. I see families, cities, cultures, and I can't do a damn thing. Not one thing. And the aliens, they keep reminding us we're powerless. The alien mentor hovered nearby, its translucent form pulsing gently with subtle internal lights. Humanity's capacity for emotion is not a flaw. It is an observation to be noted. Grief, helplessness, reflection, these are markers of cognitive depth. Record your experience. It is part of understanding the multiverse. May's voice cracked. Understanding? Do we really understand? Every world we've seen destroyed, it's like we're collecting ghosts. Each one a life, a planet, a civilization, and gone. Just gone. Kira put a hand on May's shoulder. We catalog them. That's what preserves them. Not physically, no, but in knowledge. In memory. That's our only impact. Memory doesn't stop the screaming, Rio snapped. Doesn't stop the tidal waves swallowing entire continents, the cities reduced to ash, the oceans boiling. We're nothing here. Dr. Rahman paused and faced him. We are something, Rio. But not saviors. We are witnesses. That distinction matters. The moment we assume we can change outcomes, we invite catastrophe upon ourselves, and perhaps others. Another voice entered the room. Lieutenant Anna Espinoza, part of the mission's governmental oversight team, slammed her data tablet onto a console. We're talking ethics while worlds burn. Ethics won't save anyone, and yet, we're expected to sit here and watch, cataloging everything while humanity's entire understanding of existence is shredded. Kira's hands clenched. Anna, I understand your frustration. We're human. We want to help, but this isn't like fighting a fire on Earth. These forces operate beyond comprehension. We can record, analyze, and maybe predict, but intervention is impossible. That is reality, not speculation. Reality, Anna scoffed. Sounds like a neat little word until you see a city being erased in the span of a minute. And what about the other Earths? Other civilizations? Do we just warn them? Or is that a problem too? May's gaze drifted toward the display. The warning, does it even matter? Would they understand? Would they survive even if we tried? Dr. Raman's expression was somber. That is the paradox. Our technology grants movement, observation, and knowledge, but not control. Even if we warned them, the multiversal dynamics that annihilate planets are immutable. Awareness does not equal survival. We face power without agency. Rio's voice lowered, bitter. Power without agency. Sounds like a cruel joke. Kira shook her head. It's not a joke. It's the universe's way. And if we can't interfere, we need to do something else. Bear witness. Ensure that when these planets are gone, at least there is a record. A trace of what once was. Anna rubbed her forehead. Trace or burden? I can't stop seeing the cities as they collapse. The people screaming in panic, their lives ending in seconds. How do you catalog that and stay human? The alien mentor drifted closer. Humans are adaptable, but emotional strain is expected. Psychological health is essential for mission continuation. Utilize observation as both duty and coping mechanism. Reflection and discourse among your species are crucial to maintain function. Kira took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. We talk because it helps. We write because it preserves. Each planet is a library of life. We're the archivists. That's our responsibility, even if it hurts. May's hands hovered over the console. I never thought I'd feel grief for planets like they were people. But it's the same, isn't it? Every world has its life, culture, civilization, gone. And I can't even cry properly because we have to move to the next one, log everything, and prepare for another impossible jump. Rio's face hardened. And the ethical question, the big one. Do we warn civilizations on Earth like worlds we pass? Or do we keep watching? If we warn them and they act, do we risk cascading catastrophes across universes? If we stay silent, they die anyway. Either choice feels like betrayal. Dr. Raman leaned on the console. Every mission must weigh those choices, but remember, any attempt to alter fate is fraught with consequences. Our alien mentors explicitly stated this. Our role is to observe and record. Responsibility lies in accuracy, not interference. Anna let out a long breath. Accuracy isn't enough when you feel the weight of 1 billion lives in your chest. Each failure, each world lost, it's personal. It's inescapable. How do we cope with that? Kira looked at her team. We cope by acknowledging it. By speaking. By recording not just the data, but our own reactions. That is part of the mission's purpose. Grief and helplessness are valid. They are part of being human, and they give context to what we observe. May's voice wavered. I feel like we're failing constantly. Even our logs are stained with despair. I see a thriving world, watch the population scramble, and then, nothing. Emptiness. And then we move to the next planet. How do you compartmentalize that? Rio clenched his fists. You don't. You live with it. You carry it. Every catalog entry, every observation, every failed intervention, it follows you. It becomes part of you. You either break under it or use it to focus on the one thing you can do. Record. Dr. Raman nodded. And it is precisely that focus that keeps us functional. We channel grief into diligence, despair into meticulous documentation. Each observation is a testament, not to power, but to memory. The holographic display shifted again. Another world appeared. Emerald forests sprawled across continents, oceans glittering under twin suns. Cities rose like jewelry, networks of light illuminating human-like patterns. For a moment, awe replaced despair. Then the gravitational anomaly began. The cities trembled, rivers boiled, the planet's crust cracked. Look, May whispered, voice barely audible. It's beautiful, and it's dying. Rio turned pale. And we can't stop it. We can't do a thing. Kira swallowed hard. Document every detail. Capture the geography, infrastructure, population density, the sequence of destruction. Every visual, every measurement. Memory is all that remains. Anna's hand shook as she keyed in coordinates. I keep thinking about the people. Every street, every family, gone in moments. How do we record that without losing our minds? Dr. Raman's voice was steady but heavy. By accepting that we are observers. By understanding that our pain is the measure of life's value. If it were easy, if we didn't feel it, we would fail at the mission's purpose entirely. The alien mentor's voice echoed, soothing yet firm. Humanity must endure. Observation, record-keeping, and reflection are your responsibilities. Emotional strain is inevitable. Psychological resilience is required. The experience will mark you. Recognize it, record it, survive it. Kira's team continued through the jump cycle, moving from planet to planet. Each world brought beauty and terror, growth and annihilation. Each planet catalogued was a scientific marvel and a monument to impermanence. Grief, helplessness, and awe became intertwined. May's voice broke after the 10th world. I can't keep going without thinking of them, of every world that's gone. I see myself in every child, every parent, every city. And yet, we continue. Rio added bitterly, we are cursed with knowledge. And cursed with power without control. Every planet recorded is a reminder. Existence is fragile, and no matter how much technology we acquire, some forces cannot be altered. Kira pressed a hand to her forehead. This is our reality. Observation with grief is our constant companion. Our role is not to save, only to witness, and ensure that these worlds, their civilizations, and their stories are not lost entirely. Anna finally spoke, quieter than before. And we carry it with us, in our hearts and our minds, with every jump. No one else in human history has seen what we've seen, and no one else can feel what we feel. That weight, it's ours alone. Dr. Rahman nodded. Then we carry it well. We ensure that memory survives. That is our legacy. That is what remains when everything else is gone. The alien mentor's voice echoed through the chamber one last time for the cycle. Humanity has begun to understand the burden of knowledge and power. Carry it wisely. Endure. Record. Survive. The team stood in silence, the weight of their responsibility settling on them like gravity itself. Outside, the multiverse stretched infinitely, indifferent, beautiful, lethal. Each world catalogued, each life recorded, each failure observed, everything etched into memory. Humanity had been given the capacity to traverse universes, yet still faced the cruel, immutable truth. Knowledge without control is both a gift and a torment, and every observer carries the weight of worlds in their soul. The conference room in Geneva was cold, sterile, and humming with tension. Screens projected live feeds from dozens of observational jumps, planets crumbling under forces humans had no control over. Dr. Kira Montes sat stiffly, arms crossed, staring at a world that had been lush only minutes before. Its forests smoked, cities were reduced to jagged rubble, and she could feel the psychic weight of lives vanishing, even across light years and dimensions. Are we even arguing about this again? Lieutenant Ana Espinosa's voice cut through the silence, sharp with frustration. Observation versus intervention. Again, every meeting is the same. Every mission report ends the same. A world dies, and we debate what to do while history burns. Across the table, Dr. Marcus Vall, a physicist from Berlin, smirked, tapping his pen against his tablet. And yet you refuse to admit the obvious. Observation alone accomplishes nothing. Pure cataloging is vanity dressed as ethics. If we don't act, we are complicit in inaction. Kira felt her chest tighten. Marcus, acting is impossible. Every planetary collision we've attempted to influence has failed. You've seen the logs, the measurements, the outcomes. There is no intervention that works. Any attempt at interference risks catastrophic consequences. Marcus leaned forward, eyes glinting. And if one attempt works? One successful manipulation could save a world. Would you condemn every civilization to destruction just because the odds are low? Anna slammed her palm on the table. Stop it. Stop rationalizing experiments that are nothing more than human arrogance. We have witnessed complete annihilation firsthand. The multiverse doesn't negotiate, it doesn't listen, it doesn't care. Every attempt to save a world has only brought trauma and instability into our own systems. Dr. Rahman, ever the mediator, exhaled slowly. And yet, factions are forming. It's unavoidable. Governments have their priorities, corporations have theirs, and ideological groups, they see opportunity. A sharp laugh broke the tension from the back of the room. Opportunity? The voice was cold, deliberate. Dr. Evelyn Sharp, head of an experimental physics consortium in Singapore, rose from her chair. Her holographic interface flickered as she brought up schematics of planetary gravitation corridors. Opportunity is a generous word for what I see. This technology, the alien systems, gives us a window to act. Influence, decide, shape outcomes in ways no one else could even imagine. Why settle for being mere observers when we can be architects? Kira's stomach sank. Evelyn, don't. You know as well as we do that no intervention has worked. No world has been saved. We've documented failure after failure. You're not shaping anything, you're courting disaster. Evelyn's smile was thin, unapologetic. Disaster is subjective. I am talking about possibility. Control. The difference between letting the multiverse decide and guiding it, that is power, Kira. And humans are born to seize power. Anna hissed through clenched teeth. And destroy ourselves in the process. The alien mentor, hovering silently near the observation panel, interjected in its calm, resonant voice. Humanity's tendency toward factionalization and ambition is predictable. Observation and cataloging are safe paths. Interference carries risk. The multiverse does not yield to desire or calculation. Marcus's hand shot up, voice rising. Safe paths are cowardice. We have the ability to attempt control, if not with certainty, then with method. The first successful influence will set a precedent. The first failure teaches lessons. To do nothing is to be irrelevant. Kira leaned forward, voice low but firm. Do you understand what we've seen, Marcus? Entire civilizations erased in a heartbeat. Culture, knowledge, families, all gone. And you still talk about setting precedent? The multiverse doesn't care about precedent. Every interference attempt has ended in futility. You are advocating for human hubris in its most lethal form. Marcus's jaw tightened, but Evelyn interjected before he could respond. Kira, Ramon, Anna, you're all too cautious. Too sentimental. This is the first time humanity has access to power beyond comprehension. Why would we squander it on being ethical observers? Why not test the limits, map trajectories, see if subtle nudges can change fates? Anna glared. Because every time someone tries, people die. Entire worlds vanish, and you sit there discussing nudges as if we're in a lab with beakers. Kira stood, pacing. Her boots clicked against the polished floor. This is why factions are forming. Observation versus manipulation. Preservation versus ambition. You can feel it, the tension tearing alliances apart, fracturing trust within teams. Even among scientists, the pressure is unbearable. People want to act, but the results are devastating. Outside the massive observation bay, other teams were already dividing along these lines. In Tokyo, a government-funded research group argued about launching an experimental graviton influence probe to a newly detected world at risk. In Sao Paulo, corporate scientists clandestinely manipulated quantum simulation parameters, hoping to find a method to alter planetary trajectories. In London, a coalition of ethicists, philosophers, and observers debated publicly whether humanity should warn civilizations on alternate Earths, even though intervention was impossible. Kira returned to the table, exhausted. This isn't hypothetical. These factions are real. They're forming before our eyes. You can see the split. The cautious, the pragmatic, the ideologically driven, and the power-hungry. And the more worlds we witness destroyed, the sharper the divisions become. It's human nature amplified by existential pressure. Marcus slammed his tablet down, sending it spinning. And, you call me reckless? People are dying because we hesitate. Because we refuse to explore even a single possibility of influence. Tell me, Kira, how many more planets need to vanish before observation is considered insufficient? Evelyn leaned back, expression cold. Enough with the moral hand-wringing. Humanity will fracture regardless. Ethics are irrelevant when faced with infinite destruction. There will be those who act and those who catalog. Alliances will form, break, and reform in cycles dictated by fear, ambition, and ideology. You cannot stop it. Ryo Tanaka, normally stoic, slammed his fist on the console. I don't care about factions or ideology. I care about people. Civilization. And here we are, watching, arguing, while the multiverse erases entire histories before our eyes. And these factions, you're telling me they'll just make it worse? Dr. Raman's voice was calm, though heavy. Yes, that is precisely the point. Observation and record-keeping are the safest paths for survival. Interventionist factions will risk creating chaos within chaos. History shows humanity does not wield power responsibly when stakes are absolute. We've already witnessed the consequences. Anna, voice raw, added, and yet people still line up behind those who promise influence, who promise mastery over the multiverse. They'll do anything for power, even if it means accelerating annihilation. Kira's eyes narrowed, which is why we must hold the line. Record everything. Note every faction's move. Document ideological conflicts, experimental attempts, failures, successes, everything. Our mission is to observe, preserve knowledge, and survive. That is our only leverage against the chaos humanity is inviting upon itself. Outside the bay, screens flickered. Another planet appeared in the observation field, lush, vibrant, unmistakably alive. But anomalies already rippled through its orbit. A small faction of rogue scientists, somewhere in orbit around this world, had already attempted subtle gravitational manipulations. The results were unpredictable. Cities trembled, storms intensified, populations panicked, and then, silence. Kira's throat tightened. They've interfered again. Another team, another attempt to influence outcome. We'll have to note everything. Catalog the consequences. Mei Chen whispered from behind her console. How many will survive if this keeps up? Not just the multiverse but our teams, our species, humans can't handle this much responsibility. Rio's voice was grim. And yet, we continue. Because if we don't, someone else will misuse it, and then the multiverse burns, and we carry the guilt of inaction and action. Evelyn Sharp's holographic map pulsed as she outlined her next plan. We must act. We can act. If we coordinate, we could manipulate trajectories with higher precision than before. History is ours to write. Anna's hand hovered over a control panel, fingers trembling. History? This isn't history, it's death. You're talking about annihilation as if it's a chessboard. Dr. Raman's voice cut across them. No faction, no ideology, no ambition can alter what is inevitable. The multiverse operates outside desire. What we observe is beyond human comprehension. But what we record, what we document, that is within our grasp. That is the measure of humanity's response. Kira closed her eyes, fighting tears. Factions will rise, they will collide, and they will fracture everything that remains of our collective unity. But we have one choice, to stay true to our duty, to witness without the illusion of control, and to record every consequence. Marcus's expression darkened. You call it duty, I call it paralysis. Perhaps it is both, Kira whispered. Paralysis, duty, grief, memory. All at once. Humanity fractures, but the record remains. And maybe, one day, someone will learn from it. That is all we can offer. Outside, the multiverse unfolded in infinite planes. Worlds blossomed, civilizations rose, and then vanished without warning. Factions continued their machinations, some driven by hope, others by greed, others by ideology. Humanity, as a species, was divided, vulnerable, and increasingly desperate. Observation and cataloging were no longer neutral. They were the only lifelines left in a universe indifferent to ambition. And as the team prepared for the next jump, Kira knew the weight of every faction's choices, every failed intervention, and every recorded death would follow them forever, etched into memory alongside the infinite loss of worlds humanity could neither save nor fully comprehend. The underground lab beneath the Swiss Alps hummed with suppressed energy. Blue-lit panels lined the walls, reflecting the faces of scientists hunched over alien technology interfaces. They were no longer just observers, they were players, hoping to bend the multiverse to human will. Dr. Evelyn Sharp stood at the center, fingers dancing across the controls. Initiate the graviton alignment, she ordered, her voice smooth but commanding. We need to redirect the trajectory just enough to spare the northern continent. If we succeed, it'll be the first world humanity has ever saved. A young researcher, Pavel Korsakov, hesitated. Evelyn, are we even sure this won't accelerate the collision? The last simulation. Simulations are for the cautious, she interrupted sharply. Caution has never saved a world. Execution does. Do it now. Outside the lab, Kira Montez and Anna Espinoza monitored observational feeds from their orbiting station. Kira's eyes widened as she noticed fluctuations in gravitational readings on a distant, Earth-like planet. Something's off, Anna muttered, tapping her console. That world's orbital decay just spiked. Not natural. Someone's interfering. Kira leaned closer, lips tight. Sharp's faction. They've launched an unauthorized graviton probe. God help them. They have no idea what they're doing. On the surface of the target planet, storms intensified within seconds. Entire continents experienced seismic activity far beyond normal tectonic shifts. Cities collapsed, forests ignited, oceans churned. And yet, through it all, Evelyn's team cheered as subtle deviations appeared in orbital alignment calculations. Look, Evelyn exclaimed, the northern hemisphere's trajectory has altered. We may save it. Kira groaned. You may destroy it faster. Back in the Swiss lab, Pavel's hand trembled. We're seeing secondary stress ripples in the atmosphere. The collision is destabilizing faster than predicted. Evacuation simulations are failing. Evelyn waved him off. Fine, let them feel the pressure. That's the point. Human ingenuity has to push limits. We're not here to preserve, Pavel. We're here to influence. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Observation Facility, Dr. Hiroshi Watanabe and his team monitored the same events. Hiroshi's brow furrowed as readings from the planet showed erratic gravitational surges. Did anyone authorize manipulations on that world? He asked. No, his deputy, Lian Cheng, replied, voice tight. But see these readings? Someone's experimenting. It's destabilizing everything. Hiroshi's fingers flew across the interface. Alert Geneva. Alert New York. This is Sharp. She's risking everything for, what? Prestige? As alerts pinged across the multiverse observation network, factions began reacting. Some tried to counter Sharp's experiments, deploying their own probes to stabilize the planet's orbit, while others merely watched, calculating how they could exploit the chaos. Kira and Anna paced the Geneva observation bay. "This is exactly what we feared," Kira said. "Every interventionist faction wants a victory. But these are inhabited worlds. We've already seen what happens when ambition overrides caution." Anna's voice was low, almost trembling. "It's not just ambition anymore. It's obsession. They can't stop themselves from meddling, even when the data screams failure. Every planet we've observed could be next." Across the network, a clandestine group in Sao Paulo attempted to manipulate a smaller, less developed world, aiming to spare its main continent for research purposes. They calibrated gravitational pulses, but a misalignment in their instruments sent shockwaves through the planet's orbit. The result was catastrophic. Earthquakes leveled urban centers, tsunamis swept coastlines, and the few thriving civilizations perished before the team could react. Dr. Marisol Vega, the lead of the Sao Paulo team, pressed her hands to her face. It's worse than the simulations. We were supposed to save it." Her assistant, Ricardo, whispered, voice barely audible. "We didn't save anything. We only made it worse." Meanwhile, at an orbital station above another target world, Lieutenant Anna Espinosa's eyes darted between feeds. A small, rogue faction had attempted to nudge the planet's orbit using a combination of alien tech and human-engineered propulsion systems. Cities crumbled, forests collapsed, and the natural climate system spun into chaos. And yet, the faction celebrated minor, imperceptible changes in orbital momentum as if they had won. Kira turned from the monitors, jaw tight. It's arrogance in its purest form. They've convinced themselves that they matter, that they can steer universes, but they're only accelerating the inevitable. Anna shook her head. And the worst part? The rest of humanity can't intervene. We can't stop them. We can only watch them make disaster after disaster. In London, an ideological faction argued over whether to attempt interventions on planets aligned with rival political blocs. "If we can shift the trajectory even slightly, we could save billions, or at least prevent them from advancing technologically," argued Dr. Evelyn Brooks. "Or we could annihilate entire civilizations," countered Professor Lyle Dunbar, voice taut. "You think you're saving people. You're playing with existence itself, and you don't understand a fraction of what you're tampering with." Brooks's eyes narrowed. "You're afraid of ambition, Dunbar. That's all this is. Fear of failing to act." Dunbar's hand shot out toward the holographic display. "This isn't fear. This is reality. The last 3 attempts have only made outcomes worse. You've already seen it. Entire continents vanish. And yet you advocate for more?" Brooks hesitated, then muttered, "Those weren't precise enough. We can do better. We must do better." Meanwhile, at an independent observation station orbiting a recently destroyed planet, Kira watched the last images flicker on the screen. Cities had turned to rubble, forests reduced to ash, oceans boiled and evaporated. Her stomach twisted. "Every time they interfere, it accelerates death," she murmured. "They don't just fail, they make it faster, more complete. And the worst part? They don't even realize it." A message pinged on her terminal. From Pavel Korsakov to Kira. "We tried. We failed. We should have done nothing." Kira's hands trembled as she typed back, "Exactly. But they won't stop. They can't. And every world that follows, it's on them now." In the shadows, hidden from official oversight, a shadow faction experimented with black market alien technology. Their goal was simple: manipulate collisions to erase rival planets, securing leverage in future multiverse governance. They watched feeds of cities collapsing, children dying, entire cultures obliterated, and treated it as data, as tools. One operative, a young engineer named Jace Corvin, whispered to his partner, "They don't see it, do they? They think we're helping, but really, we're just writing history in fire." His partner, Mara, nodded, voice icy. "And the multiverse doesn't care. We're just actors in a play no one controls. Every planet we touch is gone. Every choice we make is a scar." Kira observed from the Geneva station. Her fingers hovered over the interface, a mix of fury and helplessness boiling inside her. "It's worse than I imagined. Factions chasing power, ideology, prestige, every time they try to manipulate a world, they only accelerate annihilation. And yet, every meeting, every council, they justify it. Ambition is stronger than reason, stronger than survival, stronger than caution." Anna's voice came through, quiet but resolute. "Then we record it all. Every experiment, every failure, every world destroyed because of human arrogance. If history is all we can save, let it at least reflect the truth." Kira nodded. "Agreed, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. Every faction will double down. Every rogue experiment will escalate. And the multiverse will continue to punish us for every misstep, every act of hubris." Back in Sao Paulo, Marisol Vega stared at the live feed from her last failed intervention. The planet's remnants drifted silently in orbit, lifeless. She shook, whispering to herself, "We wanted to save them. We wanted to do something." Ricardo placed a hand on her shoulder. "We did do something. We showed what humans are capable of. And maybe that's why we can't stop. Once ambition takes hold, it never releases." In Geneva, Kira closed her eyes. The alien mentor beside her said nothing. It never needed to. The pattern was clear. Human ambition, untempered by caution, created chaos wherever it touched. Worlds would continue to vanish, intervention would continue to fail, and yet factions would not relent. Evelyn Sharp, somewhere in orbit over another planet, whispered into her calm, her voice almost reverent. Just one more attempt, one small nudge, one chance to change destiny. And Kira knew, with absolute certainty, that attempt would fail. Entire civilizations would vanish again, the multiverse would shrug, and human factions would argue over triumph and blame even as the planets burned. Observation, cataloging, recording, that was all Kira and her team could do. The rest was chaos, ambition, and destruction, unfolding in infinite variations across infinite worlds. The council room at the Geneva Observation Complex was suffocating. Glass walls overlooked the wreckage of a distant planet reduced to debris, a reminder of what happened when human ambition collided with forces no one could control. Delegates from dozens of nations, corporate representatives, and scientific teams sat in tense silence. Dr. Kira Montes slammed a datapad onto the table, interrupting the murmur of conversation. "We've lost another world this week, and it's not because of the multiverse. It's because of them," she said, voice tight with anger. Sharp's faction manipulated gravitational pulses again, and the results were catastrophic. Entire cities were vaporized before anyone could even assess the situation. Across the table, Dr. Evelyn Sharp leaned back, arms crossed. Her expression was calm, almost smug. "We are not the ones watching worlds perish without trying. Every attempt we make refines our understanding. If you insist on pure observation, you're doing nothing to help anyone." Kira's eyes blazed. "Refining your understanding? Do you call turning a planet into molten rock understanding? We've seen the data, Evelyn. Your methods accelerate destruction, and you're too proud to admit it." Sharp's aide, a wiry man named Pavel Korsakov, interjected. "We are pioneers. We are not beholden to fear or overcautious ethics. If we wait, we do nothing, and millions die, perhaps billions. You cling to observation because you're afraid of consequences." Dr. Hiroshi Watanabe, seated beside Kira, shook his head. "Afraid? Afraid is irrelevant here. What matters is control, or the lack thereof. You cannot control this multiverse. We've seen every failed intervention. Each attempt has only worsened the disaster for inhabited worlds." At the back of the room, a corporate delegate, Lisette Chavaria from the Neo-Terra Corporation, spoke up. "Perhaps if we consolidate control, ensure interventions are coordinated under corporate oversight, we could at least minimize casualties." Her smile was thin, precise. "Efficiency is not the same as chaos." Anna Espinoza leaned forward. "Efficiency? You mean you want to cherry-pick which worlds survive based on profit or influence? That's not minimizing casualties, that's playing God." Lisette's gaze didn't waver. "Humanity has always played God, Lieutenant. We can either do it consciously or be at the mercy of chance. Right now, the multiverse is indifferent. We're better off making calculated decisions than letting it remain random." From the corner, Dr. Lyle Dunbar slammed his hand against his chair. "You've already made calculated decisions. The Sao Paulo intervention alone wiped out an entire civilization. Do you know what it's like to see children, cities, and ecosystems vanish in seconds, and to realize that your technology caused it?" Ricardo, Marisol Vega's assistant, muttered under his breath, "And yet they don't care. The thrill of control blinds them." Evelyn Sharp's voice cut through. "And yet, you think your hands are clean? You sit here cataloging and observing, while worlds burn because no one acts. We are the ones taking risks. History will remember us as the ones who tried." Kira's fingers clenched around her datapad. "History will remember us as the ones who tried and failed without making it worse. Your interventions create chaos, Sharp. Every single time." Meanwhile, outside Geneva, covert operations were already underway. Mara and Jace Corvin, shadow operatives who had broken from official oversight, deployed clandestine probes to rival faction territories. Their orders were simple: gather intelligence, disrupt experiments, and prevent further reckless manipulations. "We can't just sit here while they play with gravitational fields," Mara said as she navigated a probe through alien tech defense systems. "Every time they attempt an intervention, more worlds die." Jace's fingers danced over the console. "True, but we have to be careful. They'll retaliate if they discover us." Sharp's faction doesn't negotiate, they escalate. At an observation outpost in the Arctic Circle, Dr. Evelyn Brooks convened a team of independent observers. We're seeing sabotage reports across multiple factions, she said, voice low but urgent. Probes are being redirected, data feeds tampered with, experiments intentionally misaligned. Someone is actively undermining others' attempts. One young analyst, Tariq Hassan, looked up, face pale. Do we know who? Could it be the corporate factions or the rogue operatives? Brooks shook her head. We can't be sure. Could be both. And right now, every second of misalignment, every experimental tweak, even minor, ripples across planetary systems in unpredictable ways. Worlds could be lost before we even know they were at risk. Back in Geneva, a heated confrontation erupted when Sharp and Lisette confronted Kira and Anna during a security briefing. You're obstructing progress, Lisette snapped, voice edged with steel. Your refusal to intervene puts humanity at risk. We have the tools, you have nothing. Kira's gaze was icy. Nothing? We have clarity. We see the outcomes before you do. You see a nudge in trajectory, we see cities burning. You see advantage, we see annihilation. Evelyn Sharp leaned in, close enough for Kira to feel her breath. You fear responsibility. You fear the weight of decision. We don't. If humanity is to survive in the long run, someone has to take chances. Anna Espinosa's voice cut through the tension, sharp and unwavering. Taking chances? You're gambling with entire civilizations. And if you lose, there's no reset, Evelyn. There's no do-over, only death. The council erupted into shouting. Delegates argued over the merits of intervention, the morality of selective preservation, and the potential consequences of failure. Outside observers streamed live updates to media networks, turning the session into a spectacle of global debate. In a remote lab above a recently destroyed planet, Marisol Vega monitored the aftermath of a failed intervention. The team's mission had been simple: adjust a small orbital variable to reduce stress on a planet's crust. The result? Massive quakes, tidal waves, and millions dead. Ricardo covered his eyes. It's like a puzzle we can't solve. Every piece we touch breaks the rest of the board. Marisol didn't respond immediately. Her jaw was set, eyes glued to the streaming feed. And yet they'll try again. Every faction, every rogue team, they can't resist the temptation to manipulate. We're powerless to stop them, and the multiverse doesn't forgive mistakes. Meanwhile, in orbit over a fragile world, a rogue faction initiated a covert gravity probe, attempting to subtly push a planet away from a trajectory predicted to end in collision. Dr. Hiroshi Watanabe, monitoring from Tokyo, noticed the reading spike unexpectedly. They're at it again, he said, voice tight. Unauthorized manipulation. That planet's crust is destabilizing. If the probe continues, the entire northern hemisphere could fracture. His assistant, Lien Cheng, gasped. We can't intervene. Geneva has jurisdiction, and the rogue faction isn't ours to command. We can only warn. Hiroshi shook his head. Warning won't stop them. They're driven by greed, ideology, or ambition. And every time they act, they accelerate death. The alien mentors overseeing human activities remain silent. Their presence was a reminder that even with advanced guidance, the multiverse itself could not be altered. Human interference had no chance of preventing annihilation, but the factions didn't listen. They acted, driven by hope, ego, or obsession. In Geneva, a tense meeting convened between Kira, Anna, Hiroshi, and other observers. We're losing more than just worlds, Kira said, voice steady despite exhaustion. We're losing credibility. If factions continue unchecked, every single experiment will bring disaster faster. We have to find a way to expose them, slow them down. Anna leaned back, rubbing her temple. And if we do, they'll fight back. Sabotage, espionage, data manipulation. These people don't care about ethics, only results or the illusion of them. Hiroshi's gaze was distant. We have to document everything. Every failure, every misstep. If we can't stop them, at least history will know what happened. Maybe, one day, someone will learn from it. Meanwhile, across the multiverse, Sharp's teams and Lizette's operatives continued their clandestine missions, blissfully unaware, or indifferent, to the havoc their ambitions wrought. Cities trembled, oceans surged, and entire civilizations fell before observers could even track the effects. Back on Geneva's observation deck, Kira watched the feeds in silence, throat tight. We're powerless against human ambition. We can record, report, warn, but the ones who want to control this multiverse, they'll keep acting. And each act is another world destroyed. Anna placed a hand on her shoulder. Then we keep going. Observation, recording, monitoring. That's all we can do. And someday, somehow, someone will understand the consequences of unchecked ambition. At that moment, a new anomaly appeared on a distant feed, a planet showing signs of early-stage collision, potentially triggered by a clandestine faction experiment. Kira's eyes narrowed. Another one, and this one is directly in Sharp's path. They'll push it further, And when it collapses, it won't be the multiverse's doing, it'll be theirs. The alien mentor beside her did not speak. It never needed to. The message was clear. Human ambition, unrestrained and unheeding, was as dangerous as any cosmic force. And with every faction competing for influence, every covert operation, and every ideological gamble, humanity itself became a catalyst for catastrophe. In council chambers, labs, orbiting stations, and shadowed corners of the multiverse, the same pattern repeated. Aggression met resistance, observation clashed with ambition, and worlds, beautiful, inhabited, and vibrant, fell. The interplay of human greed, ego, and hubris threatened to compound the destruction already inevitable from the collisions themselves. By the end of the cycle, observers like Kira, Anna, and Hiroshi understood a grim truth. The multiverse might be indifferent, but human interference guaranteed consequences far beyond comprehension. Every planet touched by factional ambition carried scars that no simulation, no alien technology, and no record could erase. And as another feed lit up, showing the subtle yet devastating results of a failed intervention, Kira whispered, voice barely audible. All of this, it's on them now. And the multiverse doesn't care. The observation deck at the Arctic orbital station hummed with low-frequency vibrations, a reminder of the forces they were monitoring. Dr. Rena Solberg adjusted her visor, scanning a live feed of a distant planet showing early signs of crustal fracture. Beside her, technician Jarek Voss tapped frantically at a console, overlaying collision simulations with factional manipulation logs. Look at this, Jarek said, voice tight. Sharp's crew ran an orbital adjustment yesterday. They claim it was minor, precautionary. But the data shows the northern continent has destabilized, tectonic activity is off the charts. Rena swallowed, jaw tight. And they'll spin it as a success if they survive the press conference. They'll take credit for noticing the planet's fragility, not causing more damage. A new voice cut in from across the deck. They're going to try again, said Captain Alara Munoz, newly appointed from the International Multiversal Observation Corps. Her tone was hard, resolute. They've already staged their next probe. And don't think they're the only ones. Neo-Terra and several private factions are experimenting with gravitational nudges in secret. Every intervention escalates risk, and no one's accountability stretches beyond their own ambition. Rena clenched her fists. Then what do? We're just watching. Nothing we do can stop them, or the inevitable collisions. Every planet touched, every experiment, every greedy move, it all accelerates destruction. And yet, the Council refuses to enforce boundaries. They argue it's a free scientific marketplace. Alara turned sharply. Free science? More like a free-for-all with civilizations as collateral damage. Look at these feeds. The planet in Sector 27A, city after city, gone before anyone could evacuate or document properly. And why? Because factions want the glory of interference. Because Sharp thinks she's smarter than the multiverse itself. A young astrophysicist, Nico Patel, leaned forward from his console. And yet, if we attempt to intervene, if we try to correct their meddling, we risk crossing the same line. We've already seen what happens when interference amplifies instability. No one can escape the consequences. From a side hatch, a security officer, Yuna Wong, entered carrying reports from field teams observing illegal experiments on low-orbit probes. We've identified 3 rogue factions moving probes near inhabited worlds. They're testing orbital adjustments, artificial gravitational microfields, even rudimentary quantum displacement. None have worked as intended. And yet, they persist. Rena rubbed her temples. Persistence, ambition, greed. They're indistinguishable in these people. And each failure is catastrophic. We can catalog, monitor, and warn, but nothing prevents the destruction once these factions meddle. Alara's gaze darkened. It's worse than that. Each failure feeds their ego. They analyze the outcomes, misinterpret them as refinement, and escalate. Sharp's team claims they're learning adaptive multiversal control. It's a lie. They're learning only how to destroy. Faster. Jarek's fingers flew across the console. I'm logging anomalies from Sector 12B. Nova Corp operatives ran a gravitational probe, attempting to stabilize a planet's orbit relative to its sun. Initial reports suggested minor success, but subsequent simulations show the orbital stress caused polar destabilization. Half the planet is at risk of fracturing, even without collision. Nico's voice was barely above a whisper. And the Council will sanction nothing. They say observation is priority, not intervention. But observation isn't neutral when humans are actively pushing planets toward catastrophe. Rena turned to Captain Munoz. We're watching our own species commit multiversal crimes, and we're powerless to stop them. Ethical oversight doesn't exist when ambition overrides responsibility. Every scientist who values data over lives contributes to the same horror. Alara exhaled slowly. That's the problem. Ethics are fluid in this crisis. What one sees as prudent restraint, another sees as cowardice. And in the absence of enforceable boundaries, it's survival of the boldest or the most reckless. From another console, Dr. Soren Kallström, recently transferred from Stockholm, spoke up. We've seen factions attempt to manipulate civilizations in other universes, not just for survival but for influence. They've seeded misinformation, triggered engineered disasters, and coerced alien intermediaries to grant selective access. Every action leaves ripple effects that make the multiverse even more unstable. Yuna shook her head. We're dealing with cosmic-scale consequences. And yet some humans treat it like a sandbox. Sharp, Neo-Terra, Nova Corp. They don't see the gravity of what they're doing. They see opportunity. Rena's eyes were fixed on a new feed. Sector 44C, a planet almost identical to Earth, with sprawling cities and oceans teeming with life. The subtle shimmer of a gravitational field overlay hinted at a rogue intervention. Look at this, she murmured. They're tampering with its orbit. And these people, these scientists, they smile while doing it. They don't see death, just data. Alara's jaw tightened. That's the cruelty of ambition unchecked. They believe mastery over the multiverse is possible. But mastery here is a myth. The more they try, the more worlds die. Every ethical boundary crossed accelerates annihilation. A new recruit, Talia Reyes, barely 22, spoke up timidly. But what about using the technology responsibly? Observing, documenting, predicting, isn't that the point? To avoid interference while still learning? Nico's voice was grim. Yes, that's the only responsible path. But every faction ignores it. Observation is pointless if others are actively rewriting the rules of existence. And documenting what? Billions of deaths? Planetary obliteration? Rena's hands hovered over the datapad. We can't even warn civilizations in other universes. Interference is fatal. Attempted rescue, illegal experiments, only accelerates destruction. We have the power to move, watch, and record, but nothing stops the loss. It's crushing. Alara turned toward the main viewport, gazing at a distant planet caught in early-stage collision. And this is the paradox. We can traverse the multiverse, touch planets, study them in real time, but we cannot save them. Our knowledge is absolute, our power illusory. We are witnesses, not saviors. And those who think they can intervene? They are the greatest danger. Rena glanced at the team. Every rogue attempt leaves imprints, physical, social, and psychological, on these worlds. Cities destabilize, governments collapse, populations vanish. And humans here, on Earth, bicker over moral high ground while chaos spreads elsewhere. Talia's voice cracked slightly. How do you even live with that? Knowing you can see worlds die and nothing you do changes it? Dr. Soren Kallström shook his head. You don't. You try to focus on the data, on understanding patterns, on preventing mistakes here. But it never leaves you. Every destroyed city, every fracturing planet, every failed intervention, it sticks in your memory. It shapes your morality, even if you can't act. Jarek slumped in his chair. And yet, the factions continue. Every day, another probe, another experiment, another world at risk. Observation alone feels like complicity. We record the destruction, but humans cause it. Yuna's hand rested on her weapon console. I've monitored espionage reports. Rogue factions are no longer subtle. Sabotage, data corruption, probe redirection, they're actively undermining each other. And every interference increases planetary instability. None of it makes sense to them as death, only as progress. Rena's voice was soft but cold. Progress for whom? Each intervention is a gamble. And the house always loses. Billions of lives vanish in minutes, and the humans responsible don't see the tragedy, only the experiment. Alara's gaze remained fixed on the chaotic feed. And the alien mentors, silent. They gave us tools, knowledge, mobility. But even they cannot alter the course of destruction. Human ambition multiplies the toll. Our observers are left with grief and helplessness as daily companions. Dr. Kallström's tone turned bitter. We've debated ethics for months. We've argued about restraint, responsibility, the value of non-interference. Yet factions ignore all of it. They hide behind ideology, greed, or fame. And every time, more planets are lost. The futility of action is undeniable. Talia's hands trembled. Isn't there anything we can do? Rena shook her head. No, nothing stops the multiverse. Nothing stops human interference. Observation, prediction, documentation, it's all we have. Even if we expose every rogue faction, the act of interference itself spreads chaos. We can only record it, watch, and try not to become part of it. Alara's voice lowered, almost to herself. This is the cruelest paradox. Power without control, knowledge without prevention, vision without salvation. And the multiverse does not forgive mistakes, deliberate or accidental. Each faction's ambition only amplifies the tragedy. Jarek exhaled, staring at a swirling feed of a planet's molten oceans. And still, they'll try again. Every day, someone will act, someone will justify interference, and worlds will die faster. History won't remember the observers, it will only remember the destruction. Rena tapped her visor, overlaying simulation models across multiple sectors. We have to keep cataloging every detail, every probe, every rogue action. Our reports may be the only evidence left of human recklessness across the multiverse. If nothing else, we must bear witness. Talia wiped tears from her eyes. Bearing witness? That's all we can do? Watch worlds vanish and not intervene? Alara's tone was firm, resolute. Yes, bearing witness is now our responsibility. Ethical restraint is the only defense against catastrophe. But even that cannot save the worlds already in motion or stop the next intervention. We're the last line of accountability, even if it's invisible and futile. Rena stared at the displays, each planet a unique world, each a potential civilization. Futility is a heavy weight. But maybe, just maybe, documenting this, understanding it, it's the only way to ensure humanity doesn't repeat the same arrogance forever. The hum of the station was deafening in its silence. Every console blinked with live feeds of worlds beyond comprehension, every anomaly mapped and catalogued. Observers, technicians, and young recruits alike understood one unshakable truth. No technology, no intervention, no ambition could prevent the annihilation already set in motion. Human interference only compounded the tragedy. As the team looked out through the viewport at a distant planet already unraveling, Rena whispered, voice trembling, "We can only watch. And record, and pray that our own world doesn't follow the same path." The multiverse command hub was a blur of lights, screens, and holographic projections. Dr. Lena Vector paced beside a table displaying a rotating planetary model, the surface dotted with simulated cities, oceans, and mountain ranges. Her team had been tracking faction experiments for weeks, logging every intervention, every failed attempt, and every planetary anomaly. "We're at day 14 of the Neo-Terra intervention in Sector 11F, said analyst Omar Khalid, swiping through data streams. They tried to nudge the planet's orbit closer to its sun. Temperature models show polar ice is melting at an unprecedented rate, tectonic activity rising. Initial success, yes, but the unintended consequences are catastrophic." Lena's lips pressed together. Catastrophic is putting it mildly. They're lucky the surface populations haven't detected us monitoring their changes. But if we continue to record this without intervention, every moral fiber in this station is going to fray. From a corner console, a field technician, Hiroshi Tanaka, spoke up. They're not alone. Sharp's team deployed micro-gravitational modulators on an inhabited planet yesterday. Reports indicate city-scaled tremors, entire mountain ranges shifted slightly. They're calling it an ethical experiment, whatever that means in a world where millions die without knowing it. Captain Amira Desai, overseeing operations from the command podium, shook her head. Ethical experiment? That's propaganda. It's ambition and ego masquerading as science. We're observing their interventions, documenting outcomes, and nothing stops them. And each attempt only deepens the chaos. Omar scrolled through the logs, stopping at a flagged anomaly. I have an update from the Kallstrom faction. They tried quantum displacement near Sector 19C. It was subtle, a micro-adjustment of orbital momentum, but sensors indicate a resulting planetary fragmentation event. They didn't anticipate the secondary gravitational collapse. Cities on the equatorial belt have completely disintegrated. Lena exhaled sharply. They still justify it as controlled experimentation. And yet here we are, documenting total destruction. The moment they believe they can manipulate multiversal physics, disaster follows. And these aren't isolated incidents. Factions are learning from one another, escalating interventions. At the observation panel, communications officer Tariq Mahmoud interjected. We've intercepted encrypted transmissions between Nova Corp and Sharp's team. They're sharing methods under the guise of collaboration, but each faction is subtly sabotaging the other. Anyone trying to predict outcomes is working with compromised data. Captain Desai slammed her palm against the podium. And that's precisely the problem. Competition breeds more reckless experiments. Even the minor gravitational nudges we've catalogued are triggering secondary effects in adjacent systems. Natural instability plus human ambition equals exponential catastrophe. From the side hatch, Rena Solberg entered, carrying a folder of incoming reports. You need to see this. Neoterra's latest probe attempted a multi-planet synchronized adjustment. Uninhabited worlds in their path were supposed to stabilize orbital resonance. Instead, they accelerated collision cycles in 3 inhabited planets nearby. Tens of millions affected, unrecorded casualties already. Lena's hands flew to the consoles. This is worse than we imagined. These factions aren't just ambitious, they're reckless. Each experiment compounds the risk. And the psychological toll on our observation teams is escalating. They witness annihilation in real time and know there's no intervention that can work. Hiroshi adjusted his headset, voice trembling slightly. The younger recruits, they're breaking down. They were told they'd see wonders, catalog planets, and learn. Instead, they see deaths. Cities reduced to molten fragments. Entire populations gone before they can react. And the factions? They celebrate every successful adjustment, even if it's accidental destruction. Captain Desai paced the length of the command floor. We need strict protocols. No communication about our monitoring can leak, or factions will escalate further. But even with that, we can't stop the core problem. Planetary trajectories are immutable once set, at least on this scale. All we can do is log, observe, and try to learn without amplifying disaster. From a rear console, a junior scientist, Marta Alvarez, interjected, pointing at a holographic display. Sector 27B, Sharp's operatives deployed kinetic amplifiers to slow planetary spin, minor adjustments, they claim. But look at the results. Urban centers collapsed from tidal stresses, climate systems destabilized. They underestimated even the smallest force applied. This is horrifying. Lena's voice shook. Horrifying is insufficient. These experiments are bleeding-edge recklessness. And every single faction thinks they're smarter than the multiverse itself. They don't see death, only the feedback loop of their control systems. Hiroshi swiveled to another screen. It's not just Sharp or Neoterra. Private corporations are experimenting with protective shelters on inhabited planets, subterranean cities, energy shields, localized gravitational dampeners. Even if they succeed partially, secondary effects across the surface are devastating. Stabilizing one zone destabilizes another. Captain Desai's eyes were cold, calculating. And they'll never admit failure. Each intervention is spun as a technical milestone. Governments praise them for technological prowess. And we record, we study, and we witness. Nothing we do can counteract the consequences. Omar's fingers flew across the data streams. Here's a particularly disturbing one. Nova Corp attempted to redirect a minor moon to alter tidal forces. Calculations predicted minor surface flooding. Instead, tidal resonance amplified across the entire ocean, creating planet-wide seismic events. Uninhabited? Possibly. Collateral in nearby sectors? Massive. They're learning, yes, but only learning how destruction propagates. Lena slammed a hand on her desk. We're literally watching human hubris play out on a planetary scale. And the ethical strain is unbearable. Our teams are torn, catalog, document, monitor, yet helpless to prevent any of it. Every day we see civilizations altered or erased by those who think control is possible. Tariq's fingers hovered over a communications console. Encrypted chatter indicates some factions are beginning to actively sabotage each other's experiments. One group remotely altered a probe's course intended for an uninhabited planet. It redirected toward an inhabited one in a rival's observation path. The result? Partial obliteration before anyone could intervene. Casualties, uncountable. Hiroshi's jaw tightened. They're treating these planets like chess pieces, each move a calculated risk. And when one fails, the blame is shifted, rewritten in reports, manipulated for reputation. The multiverse is indifferent, but human ambition amplifies suffering. Rena Solberg stepped closer to Lena. Even the alien mentors have been observing closely. Their warnings are subtle. They remind us that interference is meaningless on these scales. But humans ignore caution. Each failed experiment teaches the wrong lesson. Audacity, not humility. Captain Desai's gaze swept across the room. The ethical divide is expanding. Observers who insist on neutrality are at odds with factions who manipulate for ideology, profit, or ego. This isn't theoretical anymore. We're watching real consequences daily, in real time. And no technology, no matter how advanced, changes that. Marta Alvarez's hand trembled as she highlighted a live simulation. Sector 34D, a planet partially stabilized by intervention yesterday, is now fracturing along pre-existing fault lines. Tens of millions of structures obliterated. And yet, Sharp's faction reports partial success. They call the remaining infrastructure a proof of concept. Omar whispered, voice low. Proof of concept for whom? The dead don't report success. The survivors, if any, have no voice. And in the next experiment, the same planet is in jeopardy again, because factions see opportunity in the data, not the devastation. Rena closed her eyes briefly. And the worst part? Each human-engineered failure adds to the unpredictability of multiversal physics. Natural trajectories plus interference equals exponential instability. We've reached a point where observation alone feels like complicity. Captain Desai's voice cut through the hum. Then let us be the conscience. Document every action, record every failed intervention, track every rogue faction, witness, analyze, and catalog. If humanity can't control the multiverse, we will at least bear witness with integrity. We will ensure the record exists, even if we cannot prevent death and destruction. Lena exhaled, running a hand down her face. And every time a planet fractures, every time a rogue probe malfunctions, every failed experiment, we carry it. We are not saviors, we are observers, and the ethical strain, the moral weight, is crushing. Hiroshi swiveled back to the console. And yet, they continue. Every faction, every day. Ambition drives them, ideology, greed, fame. They'll keep experimenting, no matter the cost. And every failure is proof that some forces, not even alien technology, can be altered by human hands. Rena looked across the command hub, eyes settling on each exhausted team member. We can only watch, analyze, record, and bear witness. Every destroyed civilization, every fractured planet, every experiment gone wrong. It's our job to remember, even if humanity won't learn. Captain Desai placed a hand on Lena's shoulder. Then we do our duty. Ethics without action is heavy, but necessary. If no one else stands for restraint, observation must. The multiverse doesn't wait, and neither do the factions. Every second we witness, every world we catalog, every intervention logged, it is a testament to human folly, and our only remaining measure of integrity. The station fell into a tense silence. Every console, every hologram, every alert indicated the multiverse's vast, indifferent power. And yet, human ambition surged unchecked, factions continued their experiments, failures mounted, and observers remained trapped between witnessing and helplessness. The futility of action had never been clearer, and every member of the team felt the weight of worlds resting on shoulders far too small to carry. The observation deck of the alien-assisted multiverse station hummed with tension. Screens flashed in unison as sensors picked up unexpected readings from Sector 42G. Dr. Lena Vector leaned over a console, her brow furrowed. "This can't be right," she muttered, scanning the trajectory simulations. The stabilizer probe deployed by the Nova Corp faction, it was supposed to reduce collision velocity by 2.3%. Instead, it triggered a cascading gravitational resonance. Nearby uninhabited planets, completely obliterated. Hiroshi Tanaka, his hands trembling slightly as he manipulated a holographic display, added, "It's worse than that." Secondary trajectories showed 2 inhabited planets in the adjacent system have shifted toward destabilized orbits. Their rotations are irregular. We could be looking at early-stage collapse within hours. Captain Amira Desai strode forward, her expression hard. And the factions will spin this as success. They'll claim partial control, even as entire worlds vanish. We need to record everything, every miscalculation, every unintentional destruction. Otherwise, the historical record will be rewritten to hide culpability. Omar Khalid, scanning communications intercepts, looked up. Encrypted chatter suggests Sharp's group predicted some instability. They didn't anticipate the chain reaction affecting neighboring planets. But the way they're reporting it, they're framing it as a controlled experiment. People actually believe they're achieving results. Lena's jaw tightened. Belief doesn't stop planetary annihilation. Look at the data. Planet 42G Alpha is disintegrating at the crustal level. The energy release is magnitudes above any natural seismic event. Cities simulated in the model, if inhabited, would have been vaporized. That's not partial success. That's absolute failure. From the far console, communications officer Tariq Mahmoud interrupted. "We're getting distress signals, or at least anomalies from nearby inhabited systems. Not full planetary data, but atmospheric signatures indicate mass disruption. Human intervention, not the multiverse itself, triggered these secondary impacts." Captain Desai slammed her hand onto the console. "Exactly. And this is why observation without interference has always been the only reasonable path. But factions continue to push boundaries. Each backfire teaches the wrong lesson, that audacity can overcome cosmic limits. It doesn't. It only multiplies destruction." Hiroshi swiveled his chair to another projection. Sector 44J is now showing unexpected orbital collapse. A stabilizer intended to nudge an uninhabited planet away from its sun actually amplified tidal resonance on a nearby inhabited world. Ocean currents destabilized, massive tectonic shifts underway. If there were populations, extreme casualties would have been unavoidable. Rena Solberg, reviewing the live simulations, whispered, Even minor interventions create chain reactions we can't predict. The energy released spreads in ways that no model fully captures. Planetary fragments collide with moons, asteroids redirect unpredictably, gravitational waves amplify elsewhere. This isn't just backfire, it's a multiverse-scale feedback loop we're only beginning to observe. Lena's fingers hovered over her console, shaking slightly. And that's the cruelty of human hubris. Even the smallest adjustments ripple outward in ways that can't be contained. The factions think they're experimenting with minor variables, but they're influencing systems far beyond their perception. Captain Desai's voice cut sharply through the tension. We need a name for this phenomenon. Every time a faction tries to stabilize or nudge a planet, the chain reaction is unique. Each failure unpredictable, each success mythologized by human ego. Let's call it catalytic feedback. Omar scribbled notes in the holographic log. Catalytic feedback fits perfectly. And it's terrifying. We've already documented 5 events in the last 24 hours where interventions on uninhabited planets indirectly endangered inhabited worlds. If even one full-scale inhabited planet is affected, the casualties are unimaginable. From the rear, Marta Alvarez spoke, her voice quivering. I just ran a visual simulation. The Nova Corp micro-manipulators caused a minor moon to fragment. Fragments impacted multiple small planets. Even though none were inhabited, the gravitational redistribution shifted the orbit of a gas giant. And now, it's destabilizing the planetary cluster next door. Hiroshi groaned. We're observing disaster compounded by ambition. Each faction sees opportunity, not consequence. And what do we do? Watch, record, catalog, and feel the weight of every failure. Every backfire is a moral indictment of human arrogance. Lena slammed her palm on the console. And it's not just moral. It's psychological. Our teams are cracking. New recruits are reporting nightmares, flashbacks to destroyed planets, simulated populations screaming in silence. They were promised exploration and observation. Instead, they're witnesses to cumulative catastrophe. Captain Desai exhaled sharply. Then we double down on observation. We do not intervene. We catalog meticulously, record every action and every failure. If humanity cannot act responsibly, we will at least preserve the truth. No faction, no ego, no ambition can alter cosmic inevitability. Tariq's voice, tight with tension, spoke from his console. Encrypted reports suggest Sharp's team attempted a corrective nudge to a planet destabilized by Novacorp's miscalculation. Early data indicates it actually accelerated orbital collapse, sending fragments toward neighboring sectors. If inhabited, immediate annihilation. Rena Solberg ran simulations side by side. It's astonishing. No intervention succeeds. Partial successes are illusions, and yet factions keep trying. They justify failure as experimentation, learning, or mitigation. But every single experiment compounds risk. Even unintended consequences accelerate collapse elsewhere. And the cumulative effects. This is why backfires are catastrophic. Omar shook his head. Sector 49H just reported another event. Neoterra's stabilizer probe misaligned due to quantum interference from a previous intervention. They attempted to correct it with a secondary nudge. The planet broke apart at the equator, molten mantle exposed, core destabilizing. Inhabitability? Gone. Structural integrity? Non-existent. Lena covered her face with her hands. We're watching absolute destruction, caused by human hands attempting to impose control where none exists. And still, factions spin these as technical triumphs. This is not learning. This is hubris amplified by technology they barely understand. Hiroshi's voice was low, almost a whisper. And the alien mentors, they're observing quietly. Every failed experiment, every backfire, catalogued, studied. They warn, but cannot intervene. Even they cannot halt the chain reactions set in motion by human interference. We're seeing consequences magnified by ambition. Captain Desai's hands grip the podium. The key lesson? Nothing humanity does alters inevitability. Every intervention, every attempt to manipulate trajectory, creates chain reactions, catastrophic, unpredictable, lethal. And yet, factions continue. Ego outweighs prudence. Greed outweighs caution. They learn nothing, destroy everything. Rena Solberg's eyes met Lena's. We're logging every planet affected, every fragment, every collapse. Even uninhabited worlds. There's evidence of cascading gravitational anomalies. Future inhabited planets will be endangered indirectly. The repercussions of these backfires ripple across the multiverse. Omar added grimly, and each failure further divides human factions. Observation teams versus interventionists, scientists versus strategists, morality versus ambition. Each backfire fuels tension, mistrust, and covert sabotage. The multiverse remains indifferent, but human conflict amplifies destruction. Marta Alvarez closed her eyes briefly. Even the youngest recruits are learning that power doesn't equate to control. Every success is temporary, every nudge temporary, every calculated experiment meaningless in the face of cosmic forces. Captain Desai's voice resonated across the deck. Then we remain steadfast. Observation, documentation, and cataloging are all that we can enforce. We are the moral constant in a multiverse of human folly. Every catastrophic backfire is proof that even with advanced technology, ambition, and ingenuity, humanity is powerless to prevent annihilation. Lena exhaled, staring at the array of planetary models projected across the deck. And every backfire is personal. Every simulated population, every destroyed ecosystem, every unintended consequence, it weighs on us. Human ambition cannot contend with the multiverse. Our job is to bear witness, to ensure the record exists, so no one can deny the scale of these failures. So no faction can rewrite history. Hiroshi whispered, voice barely audible. And the factions, they keep trying. They will never stop until the multiverse itself obliterates the opportunity. Even uninhabited planets are not safe from human ego. The chain reactions continue, and each is more catastrophic than the last. Captain Desai looked around the observation deck, her expression grim but resolute. Then we hold steady. Every backfire, every accelerated collision, every failure is logged. We are the conscience of the multiverse. If no one else acts with restraint, we will. Humanity may never learn, but at least we will remember. The station remained tense, silent except for the hum of systems tracking multiversal chaos. Screens flashed warnings of planetary fragments, destabilized orbits, and uninhabited worlds shattered by human experimentation. Observers recorded every failure, every accelerated collision, and every consequence of ambition unchecked by prudence. Outside, through the observation windows, distant worlds rotated in fragile balance. Each flicker of light, each gravitational shift, reminded the team that no technology, no human ingenuity, no factional ambition could halt the inexorable processes of destruction. The multiverse remained indifferent, yet humanity's interventions amplified chaos. Each backfire a testament to the tragic futility of control. And in that silent, high-tech command hub, observers bore witness, cataloging catastrophe, their minds heavy with the realization that even brilliance paired with alien technology could not save a single life from the cascading consequences of human hubris. The observation deck of the multiverse station was bathed in the cold, artificial light of countless holographic displays. Lena Vector's hands flew over the console, eyes darting between feeds from Sector 53B. Another one, she muttered. Neoterra's stabilizer probe has been tampered with. It was supposed to delay the collision by 7 hours. Now, she shook her head. The planet is breaking apart 20 minutes earlier. Captain Amira Desai leaned over the console, her expression hardening. Sabotage, isn't it? Yes, Lena said, pointing at anomalies in the data stream. Nova Corp and the Vanguard Initiative. The timestamps, quantum logs, interference patterns, they line up perfectly. One of them rewired the probe's guidance system remotely. Look at the fragmentation pattern. Holograms displayed the planet's crust peeling apart in real time. Magma erupted through fissures as entire cities, if inhabited, would have been obliterated within moments. Oceans boiled, tectonic plates fractured, and storms of molten rock tore across continents. The raw, unfiltered violence of planetary disintegration filled the room with a sense of vertigo. Hiroshi Tanaka ran simulations, his hands trembling. And this isn't an isolated system. The fragments are accelerating toward neighboring planets, even uninhabited ones. The sabotage didn't just destroy the target, it destabilized an entire planetary cluster. If there were populations, they would have been erased in seconds. Rena Solberg grimaced, eyes fixed on the data. I can see it in the readings. The interference created quantum resonance feedback. NovaCorp's probe was overridden to trigger early, but it created a gravitational chain reaction. Moons are breaking up. Debris fields are colliding at hypersonic velocities. This is graphic chaos on a cosmic scale. Captain Desai's voice was sharp. And the factions will spin this as success. Nova Corp will claim partial control. Vanguard Initiative will call it a preemptive defense measure. Meanwhile, entire planetary systems disintegrate in the blink of an eye. We have to record this for posterity, every sabotage, every failure. Omar Khalid, monitoring communication intercepts, frowned. Encrypted chatter suggests Vanguard attempted to preemptively destabilize NovaCorp's intervention in another sector. They triggered a micro-collision on an uninhabited planet, hoping to prove their superiority. But it spiraled out of control. Adjacent inhabited planets registered seismic and gravitational anomalies. If populations existed, they would have been annihilated. Lena pressed her fingers to her temples. I can't believe how reckless they are. Even uninhabited worlds aren't safe. And the psychological strain on our teams, people are breaking. Observation was supposed to be neutral. Now we're forced to witness sabotage-induced destruction on top of natural collisions. Rena swiveled toward Lena, pointing at a holographic overlay. Sector 56K. Look at this. A Vanguard team tampered with a stabilizer mid-experiment. The probe misfired, slamming a planet into its moon. The collision released energy equivalent to thousands of nuclear-scale detonations. Fragments pierced nearby worlds, obliterating any hope of stability. It's grotesque, Lena. Absolute destruction, accelerated by human ambition. Captain Desai slammed a hand on the console. This is what happens when trust collapses. Every faction sees others as a threat. Every action is judged for advantage. Observation teams like ours? We're collateral damage, forced to watch, record, and survive psychologically. Hiroshi's voice dropped. Sector 58N. The back and forth is escalating. Nova Corp sabotaged a Vanguard probe. In response, Vanguard preemptively triggered gravitational nudges in a neighboring planetary system. Uninhabited planets disintegrated, even minor moons fragmented. Shockwaves, if there were oceans, would have vaporized them instantly. This is human-induced chaos layered atop natural annihilation. Rena's fingers hovered over her console. And the sequences are deliberate. You can see the decision matrix. They calculated risk. They didn't care about collateral damage. Their goal is dominance, reputation, proving superiority. Every failed planet is a trophy to the victor or a warning to rivals. Omar's eyes were wide as he scrolled through the logs. Encrypted communications between Sharp's faction and Nova Corp. Coded language referencing early collapse triggers and fragment redistribution. They're intentionally manipulating planetary destruction to gain leverage over each other. It's grotesque. Captain Desai turned to Lena. And the alien mentors? Are they intervening? Lena shook her head. No, they're observing. They warned us sabotage cannot stop multiversal processes. But they can't stop humans from amplifying destruction. They've told us repeatedly, these actions are beyond interference. It's human chaos atop cosmic inevitability. Marta Alvarez spoke softly, almost to herself. It's graphic, seeing this in real time. Planets breaking apart, moons shattering, debris clouds colliding with entire clusters. And all because of petty rivalry, ego, greed, ideology. Hiroshi's hand flew to his mouth. Sector 60R. One of the Vanguard intervention teams tried to redirect a fragment from Novacorp's sabotage. They miscalculated and accidentally accelerated a collision. The planetary crust ruptured. The molten core is exposed. Oceans, if they existed, gone. Entire civilizations erased before they even had a chance to exist. It's horrifying. Captain Desai clenched her fists. And every one of these actions is deliberate. Deliberate sabotage layered over natural destruction. Observation teams are powerless. And every backfire, every interference, every aggressive act, magnifies suffering exponentially. Rena Solberg's voice quivered. I've just run the secondary models. Even the debris fields are influencing gravitational fields across neighboring systems. Uninhabited or not, the potential chain reactions are staggering. One faction's sabotage could inadvertently destroy an inhabited planet somewhere else. We're witnessing chaos compounded by ambition. Omar interjected, grim-faced. And it's not just the immediate destruction. Satellites and probes tracking these experiments are being tampered with. False data, deleted logs, misreported anomalies. It's nearly impossible to discern intent versus accident in some cases. Sabotage is poisoning the information pipeline, making observation even more stressful and morally taxing. Captain Desai paced. We need names, clear attributions. Every probe tampered with, every premature intervention logged. Every planetary system affected, even if no lives are lost, uninhabited or not, the psychological toll on our observation teams is immense. They're cataloging destruction and sabotage simultaneously. It's relentless. Lena's eyes narrowed. Sector 63H, Nova Corp installed a micro-manipulator with the intent to slow a collision. Vanguard infiltrated remotely, overriding the controls. The planet's crust fragmented, releasing energy waves across adjacent moons. Rocks pierced neighboring planetary bodies. If there were civilizations, none would survive. Rena Solberg whispered, and that's just one event. Multiply this by dozens, maybe hundreds of interventions and counter-interventions. The chaos is exponential. Every human attempt to control, dominate, or sabotage is amplifying destruction beyond natural scales. It's obscene. Hiroshi's voice was tight. Observation teams are starting to break. Recruits report nightmares of destroyed worlds, screaming populations, molten oceans, cities reduced to rubble before anyone could live there. Every recorded planetary catastrophe is personal. Every act of sabotage, human-induced horror on top of cosmic inevitability. Captain Decide turned to Marta Alvarez. How are the young recruits holding up? Marta shook her head. Some refuse to operate consoles. Others are hyper-vigilant, scanning for sabotage before a faction can act. The constant unpredictability, the human interference, it's breaking morale. Teams are fracturing. Trust is gone. Even seasoned observers are second-guessing each other. Lena exhaled. And yet the factions continue. They see victories in interference. They measure influence in destroyed systems. Ethics, consequences, and cosmic indifference mean nothing to them. They're painting destruction as strategy. Omar added grimly, Sector 65K. Both Nova Corp and Vanguard initiated simultaneous interventions in the same planetary cluster. Result: 1 inhabited planet destabilized, 2 uninhabited ones obliterated, multiple moons fractured, debris accelerating toward other systems. The scale of chaos is staggering. Graphic, unstoppable by human hands, amplified by human ego. Captain Desai's voice cut across the room. And that, everyone, is why observation remains the only defensible path. Document every sabotage, every human-induced disaster, every planetary collapse. Nothing else can stop the chain reactions, nothing. Every faction's ambition is destroying planets faster than the multiverse itself could. Rena Solberg's eyes fixed on Lena's console. And even with alien guidance, nothing works. Sabotage, interference, ambition, greed. Every effort compounds destruction. The moral and psychological weight is unbearable. We're cataloging annihilation, human-made and natural, simultaneously. Hiroshi whispered, voice trembling, we're documenting horror beyond imagination. Planets fractured, moons shattered, ecosystems destroyed. And human rivalry is accelerating it all. We are observers of deliberate catastrophe. Captain Desai's hand hovered over the emergency comms. And we will continue to record. For history. For accountability. For the truth. The multiverse will not wait for humans to learn humility. And humans may never learn at all. The station fell into tense silence as the team watched real-time simulations of planets torn apart by both natural collisions and human sabotage. Magma, oceans, fragmented crust, moons smashing into neighboring systems, graphic destruction compounded by ego, rivalry, and ambition. Every decision, every covert act, every falsified log added to the chaotic symphony of annihilation. Outside, the distant stars glimmered coldly. Within, observers logged every atrocity, every unintended consequence, every deliberate act of sabotage. The multiverse remained indifferent, but human interference had layered a second, human-made apocalypse atop cosmic destruction. The psychological strain on the observation teams was profound, as they bore witness to humanity's relentless capacity for catastrophe. The observation deck was quiet, almost oppressively so, as if the very air was saturated with grief. Lena Vector slouched in her station chair, eyes fixed on a holographic display of Sector 67L. Once again, another planet, once teeming with life, had disintegrated in a matter of minutes. Cities she had catalogued just hours ago were now reduced to molten fragments. The destruction was total, absolute, and impossible to undo. Captain Amira Desai approached slowly, her steps heavy. Lena, have you logged the thermal readings? Lena didn't respond immediately. Her hands hovered over the console, shaking slightly. Yes, but it's useless, she muttered. The energy released, billions of nuclear-scale equivalents, but it doesn't matter. No one survives, nothing survives. And every intervention we've tried, every analysis, every safeguard, all of it is pointless. Marta Alvarez, standing behind them, swallowed hard. Her voice trembled. I thought cataloging would help. At least we could bear witness. But watching Nova Corp and Vanguard tamper with probes, witnessing how even the smallest human interference triggers more destruction, it's unbearable. How many worlds have we lost because of greed and ambition? Captain Desai shook her head, staring at the swirling debris fields of multiple planetary clusters. Too many to even comprehend. Hiroshi Tanaka's voice broke the silence. Sector 69K, another inhabited planet. The stabilization probe failed, again. Interference logs show attempts by Sharp's faction to delay the collision. But instead, the moon fractured, accelerated impact, entire biospheres obliterated in seconds. Our calculations, our models, everything we've learned, means nothing against the multiverse's trajectory. Rena Solberg clenched her fists, eyes tearing. We try to intervene to save a world, and we destroy 3 others in the process. And the Factions keep scheming, sabotaging, manipulating. It's as if human hubris is an amplifier of suffering, not a mitigator. Omar Khalid tapped at his console furiously, compiling quantum readings. Look at these gravitational perturbations. Even minor attempts to nudge a planet result in catastrophic feedback in neighboring clusters. The more we meddle, or they meddle, the more destruction multiplies. There is no solution. None. Wealth, intelligence, alien technology, nothing alters the outcome. Captain Desai exhaled, a heavy, broken sigh. We've learned too much, yet accomplished nothing. We are powerless. Lena's voice cracked, and knowing this makes every observation unbearable. Every planet we catalog, every civilization we watch vanish, it becomes personal. I feel like a witness to an endless funeral I cannot stop. Marta Alvarez's hands shook. It's not just the destruction itself, it's that we understand it. We understand the physics, the trajectories, the energy releases. We know what's happening and why, yet our knowledge doesn't help a single soul. I can't unsee it. I can't unfeel it. Hiroshi leaned back, eyes staring at nothing. Every human accomplishment, technology, ingenuity, even morality, was supposed to give us control, purpose. But now, it only emphasizes futility. We're capable of understanding, but incapable of saving. And worse, we see our own species making it worse. The sabotage, the experiments, each failure reminds us how little our intelligence matters against the multiverse. Captain Desai's voice dropped to a whisper. The factions, watching them destroy or manipulate planets for pride or profit. It's grotesque, and there's nothing we can do. We're powerless to stop them and powerless to save the worlds. Absolute impotence. Rena Solberg's hands hovered over her console, tracking a cluster of 3 planets nearing collision. I've logged every probe failure, every intentional misfire, every sabotage attempt. But what good does it do? These civilizations, gone. Entire ecosystems, gone. The multiverse doesn't care. And humans are just making it worse. Omar swiveled to face the group. And the psychological toll isn't just ours. World leaders, coalition scientists, even alien advisors, they all know the limits now. No intervention works. Ethical debates achieve nothing. Every strategy, every protocol is futile. We're watching total annihilation, and the knowledge of it is torment. Captain Desai's jaw tightened. I never thought I'd envy ignorance. To not know that a planet is moments from obliteration, that would be a mercy. But we know, we see, we hear, and our minds replay it endlessly. Every molten ocean, every fractured crust, every life vaporized in a flash, we cannot unsee it. Lena swallowed, voice breaking. And yet we continue to watch. We must document every collision, every backfire, every sabotage. Because even if we cannot save them, the multiverse doesn't forgive forgetting. We bear witness. That is all we can do. Marta's eyes were red, her voice quiet, raw. I saw a civilization. I don't know what they called themselves, destroyed by a misfire meant to delay a collision. Their cities evaporated, their oceans boiled, their atmosphere torn apart, and I couldn't help them. Nothing could help them. And the factions, they celebrated partial successes as if death were currency. Hiroshi's fingers hovered over the console. Partial successes. God, the irony. Each attempt to manipulate, each small victory, it's measured in ruined planets. And now, every observation carries grief. The multiverse doesn't stop. The cycles of annihilation continue. Human power and ambition, meaningless. Captain Desai's voice hardened, a brittle edge beneath exhaustion. We have to remember this. Record it. Show it to the world, every council, every faction, every observer. Let the record reflect human hubris and cosmic indifference. Let it reflect futility. Perhaps someday, someone may learn humility from our failures. Rena's hand shook as she manipulated the holograms, watching molten continents spiral into the void. I don't think any of us will be the same. Witnessing death on this scale, knowing nothing we do can change it, it's imprinted on the mind, on the soul. Even alien technology, even centuries of knowledge, powerless, helpless. Every world gone is a personal wound. Lena exhaled slowly, voice trembling. And yet, paradoxically, we are alive. We observe, we survive, we record. But every moment of survival is a reminder. What we can't save is infinite. What we witness cannot be undone. And the futility is absolute. Omar whispered, eyes haunted. I think about every faction that tried to bend planets to their will. Greed, ideology, pride, each action amplified destruction. And now, all we have is grief, helplessness, and data. Nothing else. Nothing. Captain Desai looked at each team member, her eyes heavy. We have power beyond imagination. Technology to traverse universes, probes that measure planetary cores in real time, systems that can detect sabotage before it happens, But what do they matter? We cannot stop death, we cannot save civilizations, we cannot control the multiverse. Our power is a shadow. Our knowledge, a curse. Rena's voice dropped, almost inaudible. And every world that falls, everyone we can track, everyone we cannot, is etched into our minds. We are cataloging the funeral of the multiverse, and nothing we do changes a single outcome. We're witnesses to futility itself. The deck fell silent, each observer absorbed in their own grief. On the screens, molten continents collided, oceans boiled, entire ecosystems evaporated, and moons shattered in a symphony of destruction beyond comprehension. Human interference had added chaos, ambition had amplified it, but in the end, the multiverse continued its relentless, indifferent path. Lena leaned back, eyes hollow. We are powerless, and knowing this makes the heart break with every observation. Captain Desai exhaled, a single, slow breath. And still, we watch. Because someone must. Because someone must bear witness to what we cannot prevent. The observation deck of the orbital station hung in an eerie stillness, broken only by the quiet hum of alien monitoring arrays. Screens glowed with hundreds of holographic projections, each representing a planetary system. Yet the silence wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, weighted with the knowledge of what was about to happen. Lena Vector leaned against the railing, jaw tight, staring at a distant Earth-like planet labeled 142 Delta. The surface shimmered in false serenity, oceans reflecting the sun, clouds drifting lazily. Then came the tremors, a subtle distortion in spacetime, rippling through her monitors. Look at 142 Delta, Lena whispered, voice barely audible. Gravitational fluctuations are, I can't even describe it. The core readings are spiking beyond containment thresholds. This one won't last 10 minutes. Marta Alvarez froze, her hands pressed against her console. Again? Another inhabited world? How many have we lost this week? Captain Amira Desai appeared at the far side of the room, moving swiftly. Do the projections, Hiroshi. Every inhabited planet within visual range. Run the real-time analysis and cross-reference with previous collisions. Hiroshi Tanaka's fingers flew over the console. Already on it, Captain. But, the rate is increasing. Look at this sequence. He projected a timeline across the main holoscreen. 5 inhabited worlds vanished within a span of 15 Earth minutes. Cities, forests, oceans, all gone, leaving nothing but swirling debris fields. Rena Solberg's face went pale. This isn't random anymore. Collisions are accelerating. The multiverse isn't just unstable, it's cascading. Every failure, every minor intervention, even nothing at all, it all still ends in total destruction. Marta whispered, eyes glued to her screen. I can't process the speed of it. First one every few days, then every hour, now minutes. Lena's hands gripped the railing. We're observers, not participants, and yet, this is worse than anything we could have imagined. Every planet, every civilization, it's instantaneous. Gone, all of it. Captain Desai's voice was low, authoritative, but trembled slightly under the weight of despair. We need to stay focused. Map the sequences, track the clusters, and, if possible, predict which sectors will be hit next. Knowledge is all we have left. Omar Khalid swiveled to a projection of the 89th sector. Sector 89. 2 inhabited worlds are now interacting gravitationally. The simulations show mutual annihilation within 30 minutes. Attempts to intervene? Impossible. Any probes or alien-assisted stabilization systems fail immediately. The physics, it's beyond our capacity to modify. Marta's voice cracked, and yet the factions keep arguing. Some want to interfere, others sabotage, they don't see that the multiverse doesn't care. Nothing they do can stop this. It's absolute. Lena shook her head, staring at a planetary system as it began to distort. You see that? Oceans boiling, continents collapsing. They're alive 1 second, gone the next. The structures, the civilizations, the people, all gone. Just gone. Rena Solberg's console beeped frantically. Another one, 177 Gamma. Colliding with a neighboring planet. We just got the readings, it's an early-stage impact, but the energy release is already catastrophic. Partial surface annihilation. Captain Desai frowned. Report the details. Rena's hands flew across the console. Cities, leveled. Atmosphere destabilized. Tectonic plates fractured in real time. It's happening faster than we can process. There's no warning this time, no signs, no signals. Just destruction. Lena's voice dropped, and the pace is increasing. 10 minutes ago, we could log each event. Now there's no time to even record one before another begins. The multiverse, it's moving faster than us. Faster than we can think. Omar swallowed hard. I ran simulations using all available data. Every predictive model fails after the first 3 collisions. The cascade effect is unstoppable. It's like a chain reaction, but amplified across inhabited worlds. Entire clusters vanish in minutes. Marta's eyes filled with tears. And the people, every human observer, every alien advisor, everyone watching this, can do nothing. Nothing. We have knowledge, we have alien technology, and yet we cannot prevent a single death. Captain Decide turned toward the observation window, her gaze fixed on a distant sector where two planets were on a collision course. I've seen this pattern before, but now, it's everywhere. Multiple sectors, simultaneous annihilations. The multiverse isn't just unstable, it's eroding under its own mechanisms, indifferent to life. It doesn't choose. It doesn't wait. It doesn't forgive. Hiroshi's console emitted a high-pitched alarm. 142 Delta is gone. Complete surface annihilation. Energy release, equivalent to over 100 billion nuclear-scale detonations. Nothing remains. No cities. No ecosystems. No signs of life. The debris field is already spreading to nearby clusters, increasing gravitational disturbances. Lena swallowed. We catalog it. We record every detail. But it doesn't change the outcome. We're documenting death. Rena's hands trembled. Another collision is forming in Sector 203 Beta. Preliminary projections. We have 10 minutes before impact. This one has multiple inhabited planets interacting. The energy signature is already destabilizing the surrounding systems. If they collide, we lose everything in that microcluster. Marta's voice quavered. We've tried interventions. Probes, gravitational nudges, alien stabilizers. Every single attempt failed. Worse, some of the rogue factions' experiments accelerated destruction in neighboring systems. We're watching human greed and ambition amplify annihilation. Omar's hands were shaking, and it's accelerating. Every sequence seems faster than the last. Entire planetary clusters vanish before we can even finish our data entries. The multiverse doesn't pause. It doesn't slow. It doesn't notice our panic or our grief. Nothing survives. Captain Desai's voice was sharp. Then we do the only thing left. Observe, record, and analyze. Map the clusters, track the sequences, and learn what we can. Knowledge is all that survives human intention. Lena exhaled, a trembling breath. Knowledge, at the cost of everything else. Every time we blink, an inhabited world disappears. Every time we think we've calculated the next event, the multiverse accelerates beyond our comprehension. And the factions? They bicker over ethics, control, and advantage, oblivious to the speed of annihilation. Rena whispered, voice low and haunted. We're living in a timeline where civilization itself is ephemeral. Where every planet, every city, every living being is just a candle in a gale. And the gale never stops. Marta wiped tears from her eyes. And it's personal. Every cataloged civilization, every detailed log. I know someone, somewhere, fictional or real, might have lived there. And now they're gone. And I can't help them. And no one can. Hiroshi's console flickered as he projected a visualization of multiple systems cascading into destruction. Look at this sequence. Inhabitants unaware, entire ecosystems obliterated before they can even register the danger. And it's faster now. Faster than our alien assist systems can monitor in real time. We can see it, but we cannot intervene. Captain Desai's face was grave. Then we bear witness. We record. We map. We survive, so that the story of their existence, brief as it was, isn't lost entirely. But every second, every observation, every record, is a reminder that our power is meaningless. Lena's voice trembled as she keyed in the latest data. And the psychological toll, every observer, every scientist, every politician watching this, it's overwhelming. Grief, guilt, frustration, all intensified by the knowledge that even if we could intervene, it wouldn't matter. We're powerless, utterly powerless, against the multiverse itself. Omar leaned back in exhaustion. And the multiverse doesn't pause. It doesn't care. It doesn't slow down for our human limitations. It continues its relentless march. Collisions, chain reactions, annihilation, one after another. The sequence is accelerating, and we are only observers, cataloging what we cannot stop. Marta's voice broke entirely. I thought knowledge would help. That understanding would give purpose. But all it gives is a front row seat to the end of everything. And the human element, our ambition, our interference, our greed, just makes it worse. Even our power to witness is a curse. Captain Desai's eyes hardened, but her voice was quiet, resolute. Then we focus on surviving, documenting, and learning. We will bear witness. And someday, somewhere, perhaps someone will understand the scale of what has occurred. But the multiverse will continue. And destruction will continue. Faster, larger, more absolute than anything we have ever imagined. The room fell silent as the team turned to their consoles, eyes locked on worlds being erased in real time. The decks hummed with alien technology, the monitors glowed with unimaginable loss, and yet the observers remained, cataloging, recording, and surviving. The multiverse surged onward, relentless, incomprehensible, and indifferent. Lena exhaled, a quiet, broken breath. We are witnesses, and witnesses are powerless. That is all we are. And it is unbearable. The observation deck was tense, almost vibrating with the unspoken dread of what they were about to witness. Hundreds of systems flickered across the alien-assisted monitors, some eerily calm, others showing gravitational distortions signaling impending catastrophe. Lena Vector stood at the edge of the deck, eyes fixed on a holographic projection of 214 Zeta, an inhabited planet with sprawling cities, dense forests, and intricate river networks. "They're trying again," she muttered, almost to herself, as she scrolled through reports of factional interventions. Marta Alvarez didn't look up from her console. "They've deployed the orbital stabilizers. The faction calls themselves the Solaris Initiative. They're pumping energy into the planet's gravitational field to try to nudge it out of the collision path." Hiroshi Tanaka shook his head. "Nudge it? The calculations show they're accelerating the trajectory by an imperceptible fraction. Every adjustment they make actually increases instability in nearby sectors." Captain Amira Desai stepped forward, voice tight with frustration. "We knew this would happen. Every intervention, every so-called adjustment, it doesn't work. And now it's producing knock-on effects in adjacent systems. Did no one consider that?" A new figure, Dr. Talia Moreno, joined the group, her expression tense. "They're desperate, Captain. They think just throwing more energy at the problem will make it obey them. But the physics, it doesn't obey human ambition. Not here, not anywhere." Rena Solberg's console beeped frantically. "Another 142 Delta Prime." The intervention team increased planetary rotation to redistribute mass, hoping to stabilize the orbit. Result: massive tectonic upheavals, uncontrolled volcanism, and, yes, the collision's approach accelerated. They didn't delay it, they hastened it. Lena's lips pressed into a thin line. "I saw it happen in the simulations. You try to move one element, and the multiverse pushes back tenfold. The planet collapses faster than you can register." Marta's fingers trembled over her keys. "The humans involved, they're alive, watching, thinking they're saving a civilization. And yet every keystroke, every calculated action only ensures total destruction. And they cheer when it seems like a partial effect works." "Partial? There's no partial survival here." Hiroshi leaned over Lena's shoulder. "Here's the worst part. The rogue factions keep sabotaging each other. The Solaris Initiative tried to override a rival faction system on 214 Zeta. The energy interference, precisely because of their greed and miscalculation, shattered orbital stabilization attempts in neighboring uninhabited systems. 2 planets are gone that they weren't even targeting." Dr. Moreno's hands clenched. "They think they're gods, and every time they try, they fail spectacularly. But they don't stop. Human hubris has no brakes. And we're stuck observing the consequences." Captain Desai's jaw tightened. "Get me visuals from the observation drones. Real-time, full spectrum. I want to see exactly what their so-called interventions have caused." Rena's console blinked and projected a sequence across the main deck. Lena watched, stomach tightening. The first planet trembled, tectonic plates rupturing across continents. Cities disappeared in bursts of heat and pressure as gravitational stress tore structures apart. Oceans boiled and evaporated. Atmospheric storms the size of continents swirled chaotically, fueled by the failed intervention. Hiroshi whispered, almost reverentially, "They wanted to change the path. And yet, it's absolute. Nothing survives. The multiverse doesn't negotiate. It doesn't reward skill or ambition." Marta's voice cracked. "And the human toll on the teams attempting the interventions. Do they even realize they're only making it worse? Are they proud? Are they in denial? Or is this just greed disguised as heroism?" A new voice cut in, sharp and commanding. Dr. Felix Corbin, representing a rival faction, entered the room with an alien-assisted datapad. "You think your observation is enough, Vector? You have no idea the breakthroughs we've achieved. With precise manipulations, we can potentially influence trajectories in subtle ways. Minor, small, yes, but meaningful." Lena turned, lips thin. "Felix, meaningful? You just accelerated 142 Delta Prime into destruction. Meaningful isn't watching millions die faster. Meaningful is impossible here. Stop pretending you're achieving something that physics won't allow." Felix's eyes flashed. "We're experimenting. Progress requires risk. Some of these worlds might survive. Some might vanish even faster." Marta snapped, slamming her hands on the console. "You're experimenting with inhabited worlds. You're playing with civilization as if it's a chessboard, and you don't even understand the rules." Dr. Moreno stepped between them, voice calm but firm. Enough. We are observers. That is all. Every intervention you attempt is futile. Every calculation, every energy pulse, every manipulation, it doesn't alter the inevitable. You can't stop what the multiverse has already set into motion. The holographic display shifted to show a second planet in the same sector. Heat and pressure surged through its crust, cities crumbling beneath tectonic upheaval. The explosions rocketed into the atmosphere, sending chunks of continents into orbit. The orbital drones caught the debris accelerating toward the neighboring system. Rena whispered, voice barely audible. Another collateral. This was uninhabited. The factions weren't even targeting it. And yet it's gone. Just like that. Poof. Nothing left. The multiverse doesn't care who touches it, or how carefully. Hiroshi's voice trembled, and the pattern is consistent. Every intervention, attempted manipulation, sabotage, or carelessness only increases unpredictability in nearby clusters. But the outcome is always the same. Annihilation. Absolute. Impartial. Lena turned to face the team, eyes burning. Do you understand what this means? All the ingenuity, all the ambition, all the experimental tech, nothing matters. Nothing. And yet, they keep trying. Some for glory, some for ideology, some for profit. And every attempt costs more lives. Lives that weren't even meant to be at risk. Captain Desai crossed her arms, staring at the sequence. Then we focus on cataloging. Track the sequences, document the energy fluctuations, note every failure. Humanity's ambition will always be a factor, but the multiverse doesn't care. That is all we can rely on. Marta wiped her eyes, voice shaking. It's worse than grief. It's helplessness multiplied by the knowledge that our interference is meaningless. And the interference by factions, greed-driven, ideological, or paranoid, only magnifies the chaos. Every single time, Felix Corbin's voice cut across the room again, sharper this time. You're all cowards, sitting here, watching worlds burn, pretending that documentation is meaningful. Progress requires action. Lena's voice snapped back, trembling with rage. And action gets entire civilizations obliterated. Look at 214 Zeta. Look at what your so-called progress did. It didn't save anyone. It didn't delay the impact. It didn't even make a difference. It only accelerated chaos. Do you hear me? Accelerated chaos. Hiroshi added quietly, almost to himself, and yet, they'll try again. Another uninhabited cluster, another planet, because ambition won't stop. Rena turned from her console, eyes wide. And the observers, the teams here, those watching with alien assistance, we carry the weight of every failure. Every consequence, every destroyed planet. We witness what cannot be prevented, and the human element ensures the record is one of repeated hubris and tragedy. Marta's voice dropped to a whisper. We can see it all. Every city, every forest, every river, erased in moments. And the factions act like puppeteers, thinking they have influence. But the multiverse doesn't negotiate, doesn't forgive, doesn't care. Captain Desai's voice carried through the room, steady now despite the strain. Then we remember our duty. Catalog, observe, analyze. There is no intervention left to attempt, only record. Humanity's ambition may flare, but the multiverse remains absolute. And every world, every civilization, every moment of life, is at risk regardless of human effort. Lena exhaled, trembling, staring at the next sequence coming across her console. And the psychological toll, it's unbearable. We see the hands that try to manipulate, the minds that think they can control. And the results are always the same: death, obliteration, chaos. We are witnesses, and that is our only role. Hiroshi whispered, voice barely audible. Power without control, knowledge without effect, and yet they keep trying, every single time. The observation deck went silent, except for the hum of alien monitoring systems, recording data faster than human minds could process. Planet after planet vanished in spectacular destruction, some annihilated by their own interventions, others obliterated by natural sequences beyond comprehension. Humanity's observers, shaken, grief-stricken, but resolute, continued their vigil, noting every catastrophic failure, cataloging the results of human ambition against a universe that simply did not bend to human will. The observation chamber hummed like a living organism. Rows of holographic displays showed planetary systems in various stages of collapse. Lena Vector paced the deck, hands clenching and unclenching as the feeds flickered. Another inhabited world gone, another civilization erased in seconds. Did anyone check the latest data from 321 Beta? Captain Amira Desai asked, her voice calm but laced with tension. Hiroshi Tanaka shook his head, tapping furiously on his console. They tried another trajectory adjustment. The faction responsible, Vanguard Consortium, attempted to use gravitational resonance to slow the collision. Results? The planet's orbit destabilized, tidal forces increased tenfold, and, get this, Atmospheric pressure spiked enough to flatten all major cities within minutes. Lena's stomach churned. They're trying again and again. They think they can protect certain populations. But every time they do, they create new chaos in neighboring systems. This isn't strategy, it's self-delusion backed by technology they don't understand. Across the room, Dr. Talia Moreno rubbed her temples. And the worst part? Every faction has its own justification. Some are saving worlds they like, some are sabotaging rivals' worlds, some are hoarding alien tech to give their nations an advantage. The reasoning is absurd. It's human ambition playing God with consequences we can't even model accurately. Rena Solberg's console beeped urgently. Another communication from the Atlas Collective. They're arguing that complete observation is cowardice. They claim we have a moral responsibility to attempt intervention, even if it's doomed. And they're mobilizing drones to interfere in a neighboring uninhabited cluster, testing gravitational fields near an early-stage collision. Captain Desai read a hand over her face. Every time someone acts on ideology or ambition, we see the consequences within hours. Planets destabilized, debris clouds colliding, chain reactions forming. And yet, they continue. Humanity refuses to accept that it can't control this. Hiroshi whispered, almost to himself, it's a lesson in chaos theory, isn't it? You make one adjustment, even microscopic, and the result spirals uncontrollably. Imagine adding entire civilizations, oceans, and atmospheres to that equation. One misstep and the multiverse reacts tenfold. Lena's hands shook as she accessed another feed. A hologram of 214 Zeta, previously targeted by multiple factions, rotated slowly. Oceans boiled and fissures split continents as energy pulses from competing intervention experiments collided. Look at this, she said, voice strained. Every faction thinks it has leverage. Every adjustment produces new destruction. And every observer here, we record it, helpless to stop it. The divide between those who try to act and those who only watch. It's driving the psychological strain through the roof. Dr. Moreno adjusted her glasses. Some observers are questioning their own participation. Should we stay purely observational when others are interfering? Or is non-interference itself a betrayal? The arguments are endless, and they're fracturing teams. Scientists arguing with scientists, governments arguing with governments, researchers arguing with each other. And the multiverse, it doesn't pause. It doesn't wait for human consensus. Marta Alvarez, voice tight with tension, pointed at the simulation. Here, another collision sequence. Atlas Collective's drone interference tried to nudge the planet, but gravitational resonance wasn't correctly phased. Instead of slowing the impact, it accelerated it. Satellite debris tore through cities like needles through fabric, and we're watching it happen in real time, powerless to intervene. Felix Corbin, representing the rogue faction, entered the deck, voice smug. You all hide behind your ethics. Observation without action is stagnation. If we don't act, civilizations vanish without even the slightest chance of survival. We're offering a shot, however small. Lena spun to face him, voice cracking. A shot? Felix, look at the results. You've already destroyed 2 neighboring systems with your interference. Entire populations gone, and you call that a shot? Felix leaned back, unshaken. Collateral is unfortunate, yes. But progress is measured in outcomes, not in comfort. The physics doesn't lie. We just have to apply the energy properly. We're learning, rapidly. And with learning comes risk. Captain Desai's tone cut across the room, authoritative. Every single time you apply energy, you destabilize another system. Risk is one thing, recklessness is another. And your learning comes at the expense of innocent worlds, Felix. Do you even care? Felix's smirk faltered, just slightly. Care? We all care, Captain. But action requires calculation, ambition, and, yes, even sacrifice. Hiroshi slammed his fist on the console. Sacrifice? Millions dead because you're ego-driven? That's not sacrifice. That's hubris. The multiverse doesn't negotiate with ambition. Dr. Moreno's voice was calm but icy. And this is exactly why internal conflicts among observers are so destructive. Even when factions try to protect a planet or population, the human element, greed, ideology, desperation, ensures that nothing predictable occurs. Every debate, every plan, every desperate maneuver results in new chaos, new trauma, new annihilation. Rena's console blinked again. Another report. The Solaris Initiative is attempting a magnetic field inversion on 319 Gamma, hoping to deflect debris from a previous collision. The interference overlaps with Atlas Collective's resonance experiment, and the result, multiple planetary crust ruptures, atmosphere collapse, localized plasma storms. The collision schedule accelerated. Lena's voice trembled as she whispered, "We thought we were just observing. We thought we were documenting. But this human interference, rivalry, ambition, ideology is making it worse. And we're the ones stuck in the middle, watching every detail, powerless to stop it. Marta's fingers flew across her keys. The psychological strain is becoming unbearable. Teams argue over every decision. Who gets access to alien technology? Who decides which worlds to prioritize? Who gets to intervene and who doesn't? And while they fight, planets vanish in real time. It's relentless, and every human-made adjustment just feeds more chaos. Captain Desai's tone softened slightly. We have to remind ourselves, our role is observation. Every plan to save a favored world or manipulate a trajectory is doomed. The multiverse does not yield to human will. The faster we accept that, the less harm we cause by interfering. Felix Corbin shot back, "You're cowards hiding behind observation. Civilization deserves a chance, even a slim one." Lena turned toward him, voice shaking with fury and grief. "A chance? Do you see what your so-called chance does? Cities vaporized, oceans boiled, entire atmospheres ripped apart, and now neighboring worlds are destabilized because of you. If you actually cared about life, you wouldn't touch a thing. You'd catalog, you'd learn, you'd warn, but you wouldn't destroy more just to chase an illusion of control." Hiroshi shook his head, muttering under his breath. "Every time factions argue over what's right or who deserves priority, we see the consequences instantly. And every observer, every scientist here, carries the weight of it in real time. We calculate the trajectories, analyze the physics, and we are helpless against the results." Dr. Moreno added quietly, "The divide between idealists and pragmatists has never been more pronounced. Some argue for total non-interference, pure observation. Others insist on calculated risks. The result is human chaos layered over multiversal annihilation. And in the end, it changes nothing. Nothing. The physics, the inevitability of destruction, remain untouched by morality, ambition, or ideology." Marta's voice broke as she typed furiously, "We see every city crumble, every civilization vanish, every ecosystem obliterated, and all while humans squabble over access to alien tech, over which populations deserve saving, over who gets to intervene. The planet dies anyway. The team that thinks they're saving it is the same team that accelerates its demise." Rena looked at her console, eyes wide. "And the pattern is terrifyingly clear. Collisions aren't random anymore, they're accelerating, and every intervention, every factional maneuver, makes the timeline less predictable, more chaotic. Yet still, factions act, still, ego-driven humans keep trying." Captain Desai's voice cut through the tension, resolute. "Then we continue. Document, record, track sequences, watch outcomes. There is no control left to exert, only knowledge to preserve. Our role is observation. Let that guide us. The multiverse doesn't forgive, and humans will always complicate what is already beyond their control." Lena exhaled shakily, staring at the next planetary feed. "We are the record keepers of human hubris. Every intervention, every argument, every collision. Our job is to watch and remember. And maybe, just maybe, to prevent humans from accelerating destruction where the multiverse hasn't already." Hiroshi whispered, voice almost drowned by the hum of the observation deck. "Power without control, knowledge without effect, and humans, they keep reaching, even knowing the cost." The holographic feed rotated slowly, showing planetary destruction unfolding in real time. Cities flattened by gravity fluctuations, oceans boiling, tectonic fissures splitting continents. Energy pulses from factional interventions overlapped and collided, amplifying chaos. Alien mentors observed silently, recording every human misstep. Observers, stranded between cosmic inevitability and human ambition, took note, hearts heavy, minds exhausted. No plan worked, no technology could stop it. Every intervention, every selfish maneuver, every attempt to save a favored world or population, ended in failure, sometimes accelerating annihilation. Humanity's factions argued, sabotaged, and manipulated, but the multiverse continued its indifferent course. And every observer bore witness to both the cosmic and human-made devastation, unable to alter the outcome, forced to record the finality of annihilation. Everything was silent, except for the faint hum of alien instruments and the soft buzz of gravimetric monitors. Beyond the reinforced viewing panels, the multiverse unfolded like a merciless tapestry, planets shredded, civilizations evaporated, entire atmospheres torn apart by forces beyond comprehension. Lena Vector's fingers hovered over her console. "Another one," she whispered. The display showed 412 Delta, an Earth-like planet teeming with cities, forests, oceans, all obliterated in a single gravitational surge. All of it, gone. And it's happening faster now. Captain Amira Desai leaned on the rail, jaw tight. faster and more indiscriminate. Every attempt to intervene, every factional maneuver, has had zero effect. If anything, the human meddling is creating new instabilities in adjacent systems. Hiroshi Tanaka, hunched over his station, muttered, "Gravity isn't forgiving." Even minuscule interference propagates unpredictably. We're watching chain reactions unfold in real time, triggered by our own technology. And still, people keep trying. Felix Corbin appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. "Are you going to lecture us again? About hubris? Captain, every civilization deserves a chance." Lena spun toward him, voice trembling with anger and grief. "A chance? Felix, you've just accelerated the destruction of 3 neighboring systems with your chance. Every experiment you touch makes it worse. We are documenting annihilation, not preventing it." Dr. Talia Moreno sighed heavily. "It's the same argument in every observation deck, every meeting, every council session. Interventionist, idealist, opportunist, every human faction thinks they can bend the multiverse to their will. And the multiverse doesn't care. Not for a second." Rena Solberg, eyes wide and pale, pointed at the central holomap. "Look, another cluster. 421 Theta, 422 Iota, 423 Kappa, every inhabited world in sequence. Our attempts to stabilize orbital resonance fields have failed. Collisions are cascading faster than predicted. It's exponential now." Marta Alvarez swallowed hard. "Exponential? You mean the closer one planet gets to destruction, the faster the neighboring ones go? That's catastrophic. Even the mathematical models don't handle this scale." Hiroshi's fingers flew across the console. "We've recalibrated dozens of simulations, but the physics is brutally clear. We're dealing with overlapping gravitational fields at a multiversal scale. Energy release per collision is on the order of billions of nuclear-equivalent detonations across planetary surfaces simultaneously. Nothing we've tried changes the outcomes." Captain Desai's voice was low, almost a whisper. "And the worst part? Human ambition, our arrogance, it's magnifying the chaos. Every interference, every sabotage, every ideological experiment produces ripple effects we can't fully track. We're trapped between cosmic inevitability and human incompetence." Felix Corbin stepped closer, voice defiant. "I will not sit and watch while others do nothing. Our interventions may fail, yes, but we must act. If we don't try, if we refuse out of fear, we become complicit in the annihilation." Lena's eyes flashed with fury. "Complicit? Felix, do you even see what your action has done? Cities flattened, oceans boiled, atmospheric collapse triggered across neighboring worlds. Do you call that responsibility?" Felix's face hardened. "We can't ignore potential opportunities. If we do, then yes, we are complicit. Action is better than paralysis." Dr. Moreno's voice cut through the tension, calm but cutting. "And yet, every action produces more loss, more chaos. Your reasoning doesn't survive contact with reality. We can record, measure, and analyze every parameter, but control? That ends the moment a planet begins to rupture under physics we cannot override." Hiroshi leaned back, rubbing his temples. "I spent 2 decades modeling planetary dynamics, tidal forces, crustal stresses. Nothing prepares you for watching it all unfold live. Cities torn apart by fluctuating gravitational waves, tectonic plates shearing continents apart, magnetic fields collapsing, atmospheres ripped from the surface. And humans keep thinking they can fix it with a few energy pulses." Rena's voice trembled. "We see entire ecosystems vanish in moments. Species, culture, civilization, all of it, gone in the span of a heartbeat. And the ones causing the fixes, they don't see the full picture. Their hubris blinds them to the chain reactions they trigger." Marta glanced at the holographic display of 415 Zeta. "Even alien mentors can't interfere. They offer guidance, clarity, technology for observation, but they can't stop it." "Nothing can." Captain Desai's eyes darkened. "And here's the cruelty of it. We have the tools to watch, to understand, to catalog, but no tool, no technology, no intelligence, no human ambition can alter the course of these events. We are witnesses to a power utterly indifferent to us." Lena's shoulders shook. "Every faction thinks it has a right to try. Some out of fear, some out of ideology, some out of greed. And every time, we see consequences we can't contain. We're human and we're fragile. Every intervention has exposed our impotence." Felix's defiance wavered, just slightly. You make it sound so absolute. So hopeless." Lena's voice softened but remained firm. "Because it is. Absolute. The multiverse doesn't negotiate with human desire, Felix. No moral calculus, no calculation, no hubris changes the outcome. Every collision, every planetary rupture, every annihilation, all unstoppable." Dr. Moreno's fingers hovered over the console. "We've catalogued hundreds of these events now. Patterns, energy signatures, gravitational collapse sequences, everything consistent. Intervention does not prevent destruction, it only amplifies complexity, sometimes making adjacent worlds vanish faster. Hiroshi added, voice tight, even on uninhabited planets, we've seen backfire. Energy pulses meant to stabilize orbit, miscalculated, tear crusts, generate plasma storms, and send debris cascading into inhabited systems. Even when we're careful, chaos reigns. Rena's console blinked, and the psychological toll, it's exponential too. Teams are fracturing. Some observers refuse to speak to interventionists. Others collapse under the sheer scale of loss they've recorded. We're not just watching physics, we're watching human failure layered on top of cosmic indifference. Marta's voice cracked. I keep seeing the same thing. Someone tries to save one world, and in doing so, another is destroyed. Human ambition only adds variables we can't predict. And every observer here feels it. Every scientist, every officer, every record-keeper, carries the weight of worlds lost we couldn't prevent. Captain Desai's gaze swept the deck. This is what we have learned. Human pride, ingenuity, and technology matter nothing against multiversal forces. Every intervention proves it further. Every collision confirms it. And every faction that insists it can fix the trajectory, save a population, or manipulate outcomes, is doomed to failure, often spectacularly. Felix muttered, almost under his breath, then what's left? Observation? Lena's eyes were wet, but her tone was steady. Observation, documentation, understanding, and hope that one day, maybe, humanity will grasp the limits of its power before acting recklessly. We can learn from every failure, but we can't stop the destruction. Not ever. Dr. Moreno turned her console toward Felix. Look here. Energy readings from 417 Kappa. Interference from the Solarian faction attempted to realign planetary resonance fields. Immediate result. Crust destabilization, tidal waves across continents, atmospheric ionization. Entire populations lost in minutes. Intervention failed. Repercussions extend to 3 neighboring worlds now showing orbit perturbations. This is what control looks like. This is what human hubris produces. Hiroshi whispered, voice hollow, knowledge without effect. Power without control. And yet, humans keep reaching, keep thinking they can do something, anything. But the multiverse is indifferent. It doesn't care if you are brilliant, ethical, or ambitious. Rena's console blinked again. Another feed activated. A once thriving planet vanished entirely, leaving only a glittering debris cloud in interuniversal space. She exhaled shakily. Another one. It's relentless. The physics, the annihilation, nothing human can touch it. Not military strategy, not ideology, not intervention, not ambition. Nothing. Captain Desai stood rigid, voice cutting through the deck. Let's be clear, humanity is powerless. Alien mentors provide insight, observation tools, and clarity, but they cannot stop the destruction. We are witnesses. Our role is not to change events but to preserve understanding, to record, to observe, and to prevent further human-induced catastrophes wherever possible. Lena swallowed hard. I've seen teams break down over this. Grief, guilt, anger, despair, all compounded by the fact that no matter how smart we are, no matter how advanced our technology, we cannot prevent what is coming. We're just watching. Hiroshi tapped the console, voice almost breaking. Every time we map a collision, calculate a trajectory, attempt to predict the next event, we realize we are irrelevant. We can see it, measure it, understand it, but we cannot stop it. Every human idea of control is meaningless. Felix Corbin looked around, the defiance finally gone. So, we're powerless. Lena's voice softened. Yes, Felix, powerless. But we are witnesses. That's all that remains. And if we fail to record it, to understand it, future generations may never comprehend the scale, the lessons, or the cost. The holographic displays rotated slowly, revealing debris clouds, obliterated planets, fractured crusts, and vaporized cities. Alien mentors observed silently, offering guidance only in understanding, never in intervention. Every observer felt the crushing weight of impotence, grief, and helplessness. Humanity's hubris, once a source of pride, now highlighted its fragility. No intervention worked. No faction succeeded. Every collision confirmed a brutal truth. The multiverse operates on scales, energies, and principles utterly beyond human comprehension or control. Human ambition collided with cosmic indifference, leaving grief, guilt, and a deep, inescapable realization. The futility of all action was absolute. And in the endless expanse of interuniversal space, the observers, human and alien, assisted, watched as worlds burned, societies vanished, and the relentless pattern of annihilation continued, indifferent to the desires, ethics, or ingenuity of humankind. The multiversal monitoring, Station on Titan's orbiting platform hummed with tension, but the real chaos unfolded far below, across multiple realities. Dr. Aisha Rinaldi crouched over a holographic projection of an entire cluster of planets, her eyes wide, heart hammering. "It's accelerating," she said, her voice tight. "We're no longer talking single collisions. Entire clusters, 3, sometimes 4 at once, are collapsing in sequence." Kai Renner, pacing near the gravity simulation chamber, stopped abruptly. "Clusters? Are you saying our models underestimated the rate?" Aisha nodded, her fingers tracing shifting vectors on the projection. "Underestimated is generous. We didn't anticipate overlapping gravitational resonances could propagate this fast. We're seeing domino effects. Energy released on one planet literally destabilizes another orbiting nearby in a parallel universe. And now, multiple universes are overlapping. Everything is cascading." Dr. Leona Ferris sat on a cold steel bench, rubbing her temples. "I've been watching planetary dynamics for 20 years. Tidal shear, orbital resonance, rotational inertia. I thought I understood chain reactions. But these sequences are insane. Multiple Earth-like worlds, civilizations, entire atmospheres, gone before we can even log them." Jin Wu, a young technician with a knack for coding predictive algorithms, ran simulations in real time. "The numbers don't lie. If the current propagation continues, the next 50 planets in cluster sigma will collide within 75 standard minutes?" Aisha swallowed hard. "And that's conservative. Observation lag alone underestimates the destruction. We're seeing delays between detection and collapse. The actual event may already be complete before we even register it." Kai shook his head. "And we're helpless. Not one single intervention, not a pulse, not a micro-adjustment, nothing, has slowed the annihilation. Every experimental nudge we've attempted is either ineffective or, worse, makes the chain reaction worse." From the side console, Zara Akindel, an alien liaison embedded with the human teams, spoke quietly. Her tone carried no judgment, just stark clarity. "I have observed these sequences for centuries. Your species' interventions, while technologically impressive, do not alter outcomes. The forces involved operate on scales orders of magnitude beyond any control you possess." Aisha leaned back, a shiver running through her spine. "We knew this was cosmic in scale. But the brutality, to witness dozens of inhabited worlds vanish simultaneously. She faltered, unable to find words. Kai gritted his teeth. "It's more than numbers and physics. It's people, societies, civilizations. Entire ecosystems, gone in minutes. And the speed now, we don't even have time to catalog everything accurately. Our records are incomplete before they're even started." Leona's voice trembled. "I've seen 3 complete civilizations evaporate while running a single predictive model. Every planetary collision triggers environmental cascades, crust fractures, volcanic supereruptions, atmospheric ionization, magnetic field collapse. Even uninhabited planets are destroyed in the process. And we're helpless." Jin shook his head, the console glowing red with urgent updates. "Look at cluster THETA7. Gravitational oscillations from one planet's rupture are propagating into 4 adjacent Earth-like planets. The energy signatures alone indicate billions of cubic kilometers of rock vaporizing, magnetic poles flipping, oceans boiling. All in seconds." Kai threw his hands up. "We designed these observation protocols for disasters, supervolcanoes, asteroid impacts, maybe localized orbital collisions. But not this. This, multiversal scale annihilation is beyond anything we've simulated." Aisha's voice lowered. "And every faction out there, every human group thinking they can save one planet, tip one trajectory. They're blinded by pride. They don't see the consequences. Every time someone attempts an intervention, they add variables we can't even measure in real time. Chaos compounds on chaos." Zara stepped closer. "Indeed, some interference creates secondary collisions in adjacent universes. Your species' ambition produces ripple effects that amplify the destruction." Leona's hands shook as she adjusted the holo projection. "And look at the ecosystems. Entire biospheres wiped clean in seconds. Forests, oceans, atmospheric systems, microbial life, gone. And these aren't just statistics. There are civilizations, art, knowledge, culture, all annihilated. We can see it, but we cannot stop it." Jin leaned over, pointing at a rapidly changing cluster. Sigma cluster, planets 513A, 513B, 514C. They're linked through gravitational resonances. They will collide within the next 8 minutes according to the model. Even if we tried, even with alien technology, we couldn't adjust their mass or velocity enough. The physics is absolute. Kai exhaled, voice low. Absolute. That's the word for it. Human effort, strategy, planning, meaningless. And the pace, it's only accelerating. Entire sequences are unfolding faster than our response systems can even process. Aisha swiveled to face her colleagues, voice cracking with frustration. We can measure, we can record, we can try to predict, but we can't protect. The forces are too vast. Everything we've learned, every model, every calculation, it's all insufficient. Leona whispered, almost to herself, even our alien allies can't prevent it. They provide insight, clarity, perspective. But the annihilation, it proceeds without pause, indifferent to intellect, morality, or ambition. Kai slammed his fist against a console. And the human factions, they're still scrambling, some trying to save their planets, others sabotaging rivals. Every attempt, every selfish calculation, every ideological maneuver, it's all adding to the turmoil. Aisha shook her head. We've documented interventions gone horribly wrong. Planetary resonance pulses intended to slow a collision destabilized nearby clusters. Gravitational nudges created tidal waves, magnetic disruptions, crust ruptures. Entire civilizations were wiped out because someone thought they could manipulate one world. Jin's fingers flew over his keyboard. I'm seeing patterns, predictive markers and collisions. But even that knowledge is useless for intervention. We can tell which planet will vanish next, estimate the energy release, but that's all. Prediction doesn't change the outcome. Zara, usually stoic, tilted her head. Observation is now the only meaningful act. Recording sequences, understanding the physics, and monitoring interactions may inform future generations. Intervention, at this scale, is folly. Leona's eyes scanned the holomap, watching debris clouds coalesce and disappear. We are witnessing a kind of cosmic pattern, almost beautiful if it weren't utterly lethal. Gravity waves, orbital collapse, energy dissipation, the physics is elegant, cruel, and unstoppable. And humans? We are irrelevant. Aisha clenched her fists, trying to stay composed. It's not just the physics. It's the human cost, the ethical collisions we can't mediate. Rival factions sabotage each other, desperate to manipulate outcomes. We see entire fleets of intervention drones destroyed by human hands while planets burn. Ambition is accelerating the chaos, even as the multiverse itself remains indifferent. Kai shook his head, voice bitter. We can see it all. Monitor every sequence, record every destruction, but no algorithm, no calculation, no heroic effort changes a thing. Every inhabited world, every civilization, every ecosystem, helpless against physics and human folly alike. Leona's hand trembled as she highlighted a cluster of destroyed worlds. We've watched hundreds vanish in minutes. The psychological strain, it's crushing. People on every team breaking down, refusing to speak, refusing to observe. Grief, guilt, despair. And for what? Witnessing our own irrelevance in the face of multiversal law. Jin spoke quietly, almost to himself. There's no precedent for this. Not in history, not in theory. Entire civilizations, simultaneous annihilation, and human ambition compounding the chaos. The multiverse is impartial, indifferent, absolute. Aisha's eyes filled with tears. And yet we continue to document. Because someone must. Because if we fail to record it, no one will understand the scale, the patterns, the cost. The futility is total, but knowledge must persist. Kai's voice cracked. We've reached the point where pride, intelligence, strategy, all meaningless. Everything we once celebrated as human achievement is irrelevant. We cannot protect, we cannot intervene, we can only watch. Zara's gaze swept over the team. Witnessing, understanding, that is your purpose now. Observation without effect. Cataloging the multiverse's destruction as it occurs, with clarity, precision, and accuracy. And no human ambition, no technology, no ideology will alter the inevitable. Leona whispered, every collision, every planetary rupture, every annihilation, it's a reminder of our fragility. We are finite. The multiverse is infinite and indifferent. Human hubris, every attempt to manipulate, every attempt to intervene, serves only to highlight our impotence. Jin's fingers hovered over the final console. I'm running the next predictive sequence. Cluster Lambda. Planets 601A, 602B, estimated destruction within 6 minutes. Even if we tried, it would be futile. Aisha nodded. And that is the truth. Absolute. The multiverse is relentless. Our pride, our knowledge, our ambition, all meaningless. We are witnesses, chroniclers, and observers. Nothing else. Kai exhaled, voice heavy. And that, finally, is the hardest lesson. Human hubris has collided with cosmic indifference. And we stand, powerless, grief-stricken, and utterly incapable of stopping it. The station fell silent. Beyond the shields, the multiverse continued its merciless pattern. Clusters of inhabited worlds vanished in rapid succession. Dust clouds, vaporized oceans, collapsing cities, and fractured atmospheres spiraled across realities in perfect, terrifying choreography. Every observer knew the unalterable truth. No technology, no faction, no intelligence, no ambition could change the inevitable. Humanity's hubris had met an indomitable force. And in the endless, indifferent multiverse, the sequence continued, planet after planet disappearing without pause, leaving only witnesses to record the impossible scale of destruction. The observation outpost on Vespera 7 was carved into the jagged cliffs of the planet's northern hemisphere, a place chosen for its isolation and its stable orbit within a dense stellar cluster. Unlike previous sites, this facility was designed for continuous, high-fidelity multiverse observation, outfitted with alien quantum lenses capable of capturing gravitational distortions, energy emissions, and atomic displacements across multiple universes simultaneously. Dr. Hannah Patel, a lead exoplanetary physicist, stared at the primary holographic display, her mouth dry. "Look at this," she said, her voice trembling. A three-dimensional map of the Orpheus cluster rotated slowly in the air before her, red and orange streaks marking annihilated planets. The interventions from faction groups here, on Zeta 42c, Epsilon 17b, and Gamma 9d, they're accelerating the destruction in adjacent systems. Every successful adjustment immediately triggers unpredictable chain reactions. Lieutenant Marco Reyes, assigned to the observational security team, ran a hand over his face. "We're already beyond the point of calculating any net benefit. Even with alien quantum modeling, the system is chaotic, nonlinear. Essentially, the moment one planet is nudged, the gravitational wave propagates in ways we can't reliably predict. These aren't just planetary collisions, they're multiversal chain reactions." A technician, Kira Albright, muttered under her breath, "Chain reactions? That's a polite way of saying they're making it worse." She gestured to a smaller display where tiny blips representing faction experiments flashed green, then exploded into red as nearby planets violently destabilized. "Look at Sigma 21F. They tried a slight orbital adjustment to save the southern continent. That adjustment generated a massive energy surge in the neighboring system. The planet collapsed in microseconds." Hannah rubbed her temples. Microseconds. Think about that. Entire civilizations, cities, cultures, biospheres, obliterated before our data even registers. And the factions behind these experiments don't even care. They're focused on showing results, claiming control over outcomes, pretending their meddling is a solution. They're playing with lives like it's some game they can master. Marco shook his head, jaw tight. "I don't understand how anyone could be this reckless. They're not just failing, they're actively exacerbating the collapse. Every intervention injects more chaos into the system. And it's not subtle. We're talking energy outputs equivalent to billions of simultaneous nuclear-scale detonations affecting adjacent planetary clusters. Entire planetary atmospheres are boiling in seconds, tectonic plates shredding themselves apart, oceans superheated and vaporized." Hannah swallowed hard. "The worst part is the human factor. We're not just powerless, we're witnessing people actively making matters worse. Look at the sabotage logs from Theta 19b. One faction deliberately triggered a gravitational pulse prematurely to override the observations of the coalition researchers. They're not hiding failures, they're weaponizing them." Kira's fingers trembled on her keyboard. "I just ran the projection for the next 30 minutes. If they continue on this path, the Lyra 32 cluster will experience overlapping collisions, hitting 4 inhabited planets simultaneously. The energy transfer alone could destabilize nearby uninhabited worlds, pushing them past the Roche limit in seconds. We're not even talking about controlled experiments, they're setting up disasters intentionally." Marco's voice dropped low, almost a whisper. "And the aliens? They can't do anything, right? They can show us what's happening, guide us on observation techniques, but they can't physically intervene." Hannah nodded. "Exactly. They've explained that the multiverse operates on fundamental quantum structural principles beyond interference. Think of it like trying to stop a hurricane with a fan. Even the smallest perturbations propagate through space-time lattices, amplified by gravitational resonance. Their technology allows us to see, but not to change." The room went silent as Kira pulled up a real-time simulation of Eta 14c, a planet with thriving civilizations. Red streaks emerged along the northern coastlines. Hannah's voice broke. "That's the northern continent. All coastal megacities, gone. The trajectory adjustment from the faction in Delta 11 just caused the polar axis to shift violently. The tectonics failed. Entire population centers annihilated before evacuation could even be remotely attempted." Marco exhaled, the weight of the information crushing. "And this isn't an isolated system anymore. Entire clusters are being affected faster than we can catalog. The sheer speed of energy transfer, the gravitational wave propagation, the quantum entanglement disruptions, it's overwhelming. At that moment, Dr. Soren Vahel, an astrophysicist specializing in inter-universal matter-energy dynamics, entered the room. His normally calm demeanor was fractured. "You're seeing the full scope of human interference," he said. "Even with alien-assisted instrumentation, the data is unrelenting. Each intervention doesn't just fail. It interacts unpredictably with other interventions, creating amplified destruction. There's no hierarchy of impact. Every attempt is compounded into a cascading failure. These factions," he paused, gripping the edge of the console. "They're the worst offenders. Their ambition is accelerating death." Kira's voice cracked. "And the worst part? They don't even know how to read the secondary feedback loops. Look here, Zeta 42C's eastern hemisphere didn't just collapse. The energy spike sent micro-collisions ricocheting through the quantum lattice. Entire uninhabited moons shattered. The debris is now interfering with Omega-7b's orbit. If anyone had been there, they'd be dead too." Hannah's hands shook as she typed furiously, overlaying multiple layers of data from recent interventions and sabotage. "I've mapped every single action from these factions over the past 48 hours. Every intervention that looked successful caused catastrophic backfires somewhere else. They don't even see the pattern, they're blinded by ego. Meanwhile, the multiverse continues to operate on fundamental, impartial laws. It doesn't care about greed, strategy, or morality." Adebayo, the senior liaison from the Earth Coalition, slammed his fist against the console in frustration. "I don't care if it's beyond our comprehension. We're witnessing lives vanish, and these people are still arguing over priorities. They're still trying to save their favorite worlds. I hate them for it. They're not heroes, they're fools, making a bad situation catastrophic." Dr. Vahel leaned forward, voice hard. "And the moral collapse isn't limited to factions. Look at the internal conflicts within observation teams. Rival groups accuse each other of manipulating data to prevent interference from outsiders. Trust is eroding faster than the planets themselves. We're supposed to observe neutrally, but we're caught in their games. Every attempt to intervene, every act of sabotage, it all magnifies the destruction." Kira's eyes welled with tears. "We're not even talking about science anymore. It's raw chaos. The multiverse doesn't respond to our experiments. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't care. And yet, we're still attempting calculations, still adjusting trajectories, still trying to outsmart forces that don't bend." Hannah pressed her palms into her eyes. "And when we finally look at the results, the data from Eta 14C, Theta 19b, Zeta 42C, it's all the same. Dead, erased, entire civilizations gone. The multiverse doesn't pause for intervention. And these factions, they act like they have a plan. They don't. They never did." The room was quiet for a long moment, except for the low hum of alien observation arrays. Then Marco spoke, voice tight. "So, what now? We're powerless, they're reckless, and every second counts. Are we supposed to just document annihilation?" "Yes," Hannah said quietly, swallowing bile. "That's all we can do. Record, catalog, survive ourselves while everything else collapses. Every cluster, every inhabited planet, we're witnessing it all, helpless. That's reality. And no human, no faction, no experiment, no amount of alien technology can change it." Rafe Dutton, sitting stiffly in the corner, muttered bitterly, "And the ones causing these disasters? They'll never admit fault. They'll never stop. Every failed experiment, every sabotage, every reckless intervention, they'll keep believing they can control something they cannot. They're not just failing, they're making the suffering worse." Kira's voice was barely audible. I feel like we've betrayed the multiverse just by being here. We're witnesses, and yet we can't stop anything. Every calculation, every model, every warning, it's meaningless. The planets die anyway." Hannah nodded, voice low and firm. "Exactly. Document everything. Let history remember that humanity had intelligence, technology, and ambition, but none of it mattered. These factions, with all their greed and recklessness, only ensured more destruction. The multiverse will continue, indifferent, erasing worlds, indifferent to human pride, ambition, or suffering. We are powerless, absolutely powerless." Outside, the Vespera 7 observatory windows glowed red as the Orpheus cluster continued its sequence of collisions. Oceans boiled, continents fractured, skies ignited with plasma storms. Entire planetary systems vanished in bursts of energy and debris. Every dot on the holographic map represented life, civilizations, cultures, entire species, gone in instants. And within the observation deck, humanity understood, in a way it never had before. Intelligence, ambition, and technology were irrelevant against the fundamental mechanics of the multiverse. The conference room at the Global Multiverse Monitoring Command in Geneva buzzed with tension. Massive screens displayed live data streams of collapsing clusters. Entire inhabited planets flickering out of existence in seconds, gravitational readings spiking across interlinked systems. Outside, the hum of quantum relays and alien monitoring arrays filled the air. Dr. Lina Velasquez slammed her fist against the table. We are not here to play politics. We observe, we document, and we prevent human-made escalation where we can. And yet these factions keep interfering, deliberately. Across from her, Commander Jarek Henshaw, leader of the faction calling itself the Nova Initiative, leaned back with a smirk. Deliberately? You think we're doing this for fun? We're shaping outcomes, Ms. Velasquez. We're taking action while your precious coalition sits around pontificating about morality. Observation alone changes nothing. Someone has to act. Dr. Arjun Mehta, a gravitational dynamics specialist, shook his head, staring at the holographic projection of the Orpheus cluster. Act? Look at Eta 17b. Your action accelerated the collapse of 2 neighboring inhabited planets. Billions of lives wiped out because your algorithms were too optimistic. You don't act, you destroy. Henshaw's eyes narrowed. Optimistic? The multiverse doesn't care about optimism, Dr. Mehta. Neither does morality. We adjust what we can, learn what works, and apply pressure. If your coalition believes it can do better by sitting on its hands, good luck when your planet faces annihilation next. Dr. Velasquez slammed her palms on the table again. This isn't about survival, it's about ego. You're jeopardizing other planets for your own political leverage. Every intervention you attempt has unpredictable effects. You can't manipulate planetary orbits like marbles in a bowl. Entire civilizations are being erased, and your response is arrogance. Outside the reinforced glass walls, holographic displays rotated rapidly, showing the real-time fallout from faction manipulations. A city-sized ocean planet in the Kira system fractured under a gravitational pulse that had been meant to nudge a neighboring uninhabited world. On the floor, young observer Cassie Lynn pointed at a blinking dot representing human settlements. That's a whole ecosystem. Gone. And you guys think this is strategy? From the corner, Dr. Rajiv Malhotra, an expert in quantum resonance propagation, adjusted his glasses nervously. And the sabotage logs. I don't even know where to begin. The Dominion group, he swallowed. They infiltrated the coalition's observation arrays and sent a micro-distortion pulse to override trajectory calculations. It backfired, obliterating part of an uninhabited cluster. That's just the start. Every intervention they've attempted has secondary effects cascading into inhabited systems. Lena's jaw tightened. So what? They're playing chess with entire civilizations, and you expect me to remain calm? Cassie's voice trembled. We're supposed to catalog these events, but it feels like we're complicit. Every time they act, we see it, record it, and nothing changes. We're powerless in the face of human hubris and cosmic indifference. Henshaw leaned forward, voice low, almost predatory. Powerless? Don't make me laugh. You're in your ivory towers, watching everything like it's a science experiment. We're the ones taking responsibility for outcomes. You want to talk about hubris? Look in the mirror, Dr. Velasquez. You're still pretending that observation alone matters while the multiverse marches on. Dr. Velasquez's knuckles whitened around her tablet. Responsibility? You call manipulating a planetary collision, an event that could wipe out life across multiple systems, responsibility? You're cowards hiding behind action without comprehension. In the middle of the room, technician Emiko Tanaka tapped her console, overlaying live gravitational fields with intervention vectors. You both need to see the numbers. Nova Initiative's latest maneuver on Theta 44d. They shifted the planet's axial rotation by less than half a degree. That's all, but the correlated gravitational distortions triggered mass liquefaction in 2 neighboring planets. Entire continents, forests, cities, gone. That's just the first 10 minutes. Henshaw's smirk faltered slightly, but his posture remained aggressive. Collateral damage is inevitable. We can't control secondary wave propagation perfectly. But we try. You calculate risk and freeze while the multiverse crushes life around you. Dr. Mehta's voice was sharp. Trying, just destroyed 2 inhabited planets in the past 24 hours. You talk about action, but your action has no understanding, no oversight, and no ethics. Every intervention you've attempted amplifies human suffering. Outside, the alien arrays pulsed faintly. Observers could see the subtle shimmer of multiverse corridors reacting to the faction's experiments. The alien mentors, watching from their stations, remained silent, unable to intervene, capable only of displaying the consequences to humans. Cassie's fingers flew over her console. We've cross-referenced data from every intervention in the past 72 hours. Every single one from Dominion and Nova Initiative resulted in unpredictable secondary collapses. Uninhabited worlds are disintegrating, gravitational anomalies are spiraling, and, yes, inhabited planets are taking the worst of it. The pattern is brutal. Adebayo, the Earth Coalition envoy, slammed a hand on the table. Enough. You're all endangering trillions of lives for pride, politics, or ideology. The Nova Initiative believes it can direct fate. Dominion thinks it can exploit chaos. And both are wrong. Every single one of your interventions is magnifying annihilation. Henshaw leaned back, jaw tight. We're doing what has to be done. Observation alone won't stop a collapse. We're human. If we don't try, then everything is left to fate. Maybe that's your style, but it isn't mine. Lena's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Trying? What you call trying is playing with fire while standing on a cliff edge, blindfolded, with other people's lives in the wind. I've lost colleagues, data specialists, entire research units because of your reckless experiments. And you, she gestured at Henshaw, you don't even flinch. Outside the reinforced windows, holographic projections displayed planets splitting along fault lines, oceans boiling, cities evaporating, and skies igniting in plasma storms. Every dot represented billions of lives gone in an instant. Gravity anomalies propagated outwards, triggering chain reactions that stretched across nearby clusters. The air inside the command room felt heavy, suffused with the weight of cosmic destruction compounded by human folly. Emiko's voice shook. We're supposed to be scientists, observers, keepers of knowledge. But how do you catalog death on this scale? How do you record annihilation when it's partly caused by our own species? Dr. Malhotra's hands trembled. It's worse than that. Every argument we have, every dispute over intervention versus observation doesn't matter. Because no one can stop the multiverse. All we can do is watch. Helplessly, while some humans accelerate the process for ambition or greed. There's nothing else left. Lena clenched her fists. Then we document it thoroughly. We make the record complete. We make sure history knows who caused the failures, who caused the deaths, and who tried to interfere. That is all we can do. Everything else, every manipulative maneuver, every sabotage attempt, it's meaningless against what's happening out there. Henshaw's voice dropped, almost inaudible. Meaningless, maybe, but we still have to act. Someone has to try. If we do nothing, the next Eta-17b could be our planet. Adebayo shook his head. And that's the problem. You call action. But action here equals risk multiplied 1,000-fold. You aren't acting to save lives. You're gambling with billions. And for what? Ego? Politics? Power? The holograms flickered again, showing a cascade of destruction across the Orpheus and Lyra clusters. Planets collapsed into themselves, oceans boiled, tectonic plates sheared apart, and cities evaporated in moments. The combined effect of human interference and multiversal inevitability was laid bare. Ambition had amplified catastrophe, and there was nothing left to do but witness. Cassie whispered, almost to herself, we're powerless. They're powerless. Everyone is powerless. The multiverse doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait for reasoning, morality, or human pride. It just annihilates. Dr. Meta's voice was raw with grief. And the worst part is, the people causing this destruction? They'll never admit it. They'll keep meddling, keep manipulating, because they can't comprehend their own limits. They're blind, arrogant, and deadly. And we're forced to watch it all. The room fell silent as another system collapsed on the display. A sprawling blue and green world. Oceans boiling in seconds, continents fracturing, populations vanishing. The weight of human hubris meeting cosmic indifference settled over everyone present. They had alien-assisted technology, predictive models, observational mastery, but it was all useless against combined multiversal physics and human ambition. Outside, the night sky of Earth was unlit and calm, a deceptive serenity hiding the unimaginable chaos echoing across countless universes. Inside the conference room, humanity faced a single, undeniable truth. Intervention was powerless, sabotage worsened outcomes, and ambition could not outrun annihilation. The Earthside Observation Hub, built inside the repurposed Alps Research Station, was quiet in a way that was almost unnatural. Outside, snow fell gently on jagged peaks, but inside, humanity's collective dread filled the corridors like smoke. Holoscreens lined every wall, each displaying a different cluster of planets, some spinning peacefully, others erupting in flashes of fire and gravitational distortion. Dr. Amara Singh sat hunched over a console, her eyes scanning the feeds of planets disappearing in succession. Her fingers flew over the interface, cataloging topography, population densities, energy signatures, and cultural markers. Another one, she muttered, voice trembling. XENORA 7b, entire biosphere gone. 8 continents, evaporated in what? 36 seconds? Her assistant, Ryo Nakamura, exhaled sharply. At least we can record it, Amara. Someone, somewhere, will know what was here. If we don't, all memory of these civilizations dies before the universe forgets them. Amara shook her head. Does recording make a difference, Rio? We're not saving anyone. Nothing we do stops the collapse. We're just watching, helpless. Her eyes lingered on a flash. A blue and green planet splitting along its equator as oceans boiled, skyscrapers erupting into plasma storms, all within moments. Across the room, a new observer, Dr. Lila Ortiz, pulled at her hair in frustration. Why did Dominion's last interference trigger that? It wasn't even near an inhabited world, and yet it cascaded into two separate clusters. We can't predict these reactions. Every input creates unpredictable gravitational resonance. The math, it doesn't even fully capture the outcomes anymore. Rio clenched his fists. Every model, every simulation we've ever run is meaningless in the real multiverse. Observing it is one thing, but trying to do anything with this knowledge, it's like watching an avalanche and thinking you can redirect individual flakes with your hands. Amara whispered, almost to herself, and yet, we must record it. The multiverse doesn't care if we understand it, but someone must. Someone has to know what existed, even if it's gone now. A soft alarm sounded from one of the data nodes. Dr. Ashan Patel, the youngest member of the team, pointed at the monitor. Eta Lyra 5, population estimates just dropped to 0. The city-level structures, gone. Entire civilizations wiped out in 5 seconds. Gravitational collapse propagated faster than our sensors could even sample. And Dominion Initiative's sabotage likely played a role in amplifying the wave. Amara swallowed hard, her voice tight. Keep documenting every anomaly, every correlation. We're the only witnesses left. Nearby, Dr. Nia Wallace, an ethnographer assigned to the multiverse teams, struggled to hold back tears. We're recording people's lives, cultures, families, entire histories, but I can feel it, Rio. I can feel them die. It's in the data. Even our aliens' mentors can't stop this. The images, the heat signatures, it's horrific. Rio nodded, eyes locked on a feed where a sprawling city on Varuna 3B evaporated into a cloud of incandescent plasma. We feel it because we're human, Nia. And every fraction of a second, we see what human ambition caused on top of what nature inevitably does. We're not just observers, we're the recorders of our own helplessness. Amara tapped a key, bringing up a 3D overlay of multiple collapsing worlds. Look at the patterns. Each collision triggers gravitational waves that ripple through adjacent systems. Axial rotations shift by tiny fractions, tectonic instabilities propagate, and minor orbital adjustments from human interference can have catastrophic unintended effects. Even our alien-assisted calculations can't compensate for it. We are utterly powerless. Dr. Lila Ortiz slumped in her chair. Amara, Rio, the ethical weight of this isn't just academic anymore. Each entry we log, every recording, carries the memory of billions of lives. And there's nothing anyone can do. These are not simulations. These are real worlds, real deaths. Emiko Tran, a systems engineer monitoring resonance interference, chimed in, voice shaking, I've cross-checked orbital data. Last night's Nova Initiative maneuver? It didn't prevent anything. It accelerated Theta Veil's fragmentation by 12 seconds. That's entire civilizations gone because they decided to act without understanding consequences. Amara pressed her palms to her eyes. We're cataloging this not to intervene but to remember. To preserve knowledge of what existed. The cities, the governments, the cultures, gone. Every planet, every civilization, every life form, just gone. Outside, snow continued to fall on the Alps. Inside, humanity's last observers cataloged extinction itself. Data points became memorials. Coordinates of destroyed capitals, energy readings of collapsing atmospheres, gravitational anomalies as entire planets crumbled into dust. Every file stored was a testament to the futility of human action and the absolute power of cosmic forces. Rio finally whispered, voice hoarse, and the worst, the absolute worst, is watching people still try. Still interfere. Still fight over ideology, over strategic advantage, while the multiverse erases everything. They think they're in control. They're not. None of us are. Nothing can change it. Dr. Patel pointed at a rapidly evolving holographic chart. Look at the acceleration. The rate of collision events has doubled in the last 24 hours. Each collapse triggers secondary collapses. Even worlds we haven't cataloged yet are being pulled into the ripple. The multiverse isn't just indifferent, it's relentless. Lila's hands shook as she recorded notes on cultural losses. I'm logging schools, marketplaces, religions, language artifacts, gone. Gone in moments. People who built civilizations, who dreamed, who loved, and now. Nothing. And the manipulative factions only make the pattern worse. It's unbearable. Amara's voice hardened. We keep documenting because if we don't, no one will ever know what existed. And if that knowledge is gone, then these lives vanish from history completely. We are the only witnesses and we owe them that much, even if it's only a record. Rio glanced at a live feed where a previously uninhabited world warped violently, rifts appearing across its surface. Uninhabited or not, these reactions remind us that every action, every interference by the ambitious or reckless, has consequences. Nothing escapes the multiverse's physics, and nothing escapes our responsibility to observe accurately. Emiko leaned over, adding final observations to a feed showing a planet being torn in half, oceans spilling into space. Gravity waves, axial displacement, mass resonance, everything we've documented confirms it. Every collision has secondary effects, and humans, when they meddle, only amplify it. Our record must capture both the natural and the human-made disasters. The team worked in near silence after that. Fingers flew over consoles, voices whispered coordinates, temperatures, cultural markers, and population densities. Every planet's last moments were preserved in meticulous detail. The colors of their skies, the energy emissions of their cities, the density of populations in seconds before annihilation. Finally, Amara leaned back, exhausted, eyes fixed on a planet evaporating into nothingness. We've recorded more in the last week than humanity has in all of Earth's history. Yet, it feels meaningless. Every byte, every entry is just evidence of our powerlessness. We can watch, we can log, but we cannot stop the erasure. Rio whispered from the corner, maybe the record is the only thing that can survive when everything else is gone. If nothing else, someone, somewhere in the future will know what was lost. That has to count for something. Amara nodded, but didn't speak. Around them, the screens continued to flicker with planets imploding, oceans boiling into space, civilizations erased. The weight of the multiverse's indifference pressed down with every pulse of data. Observers logged every second, every moment of collapse, as the full horror of total annihilation became unavoidably, undeniably real. The observation station was perched on the edge of a volcanic plateau on Io, one of Jupiter's moons. Its angular metallic frame shone faintly under the reflection of the gas giant overhead. Unlike previous missions, the team stationed here knew they were not merely observing, they were the last witnesses. No one on Earth could keep up with the speed of destruction, and the alien-assisted technology allowed them to remain at the forefront, hovering on the edge of annihilation. Dr. Aisha Rami adjusted the viewport controls, her knuckles white as she scanned the latest feeds. There, Sector 17. 2 inhabited worlds have vanished in under 5 seconds. No debris cloud, no surviving atmosphere. Just nothing. Jarek Mahler, the faction liaison assigned to coordinate observation protocols, rubbed his temples. Every molecule gone? Entire civilizations? His voice cracked slightly. That's more than I can even process. A holographic panel flickered to life beside them, projecting 3-dimensional images of the recently erased planets. Dr. Virat Chen, the youngest member of the team, whispered, "It's like the multiverse has a filter. Inhabited worlds disintegrate completely, but barren planets remain untouched. Look at the pattern, there's some kind of selective mechanism." Aisha's eyes widened. Selective? Do you mean, it's choosing? Her voice dropped, almost fearful. No natural law should operate with intention. Yet the evidence? She trailed off, staring at the glowing markers on the holomap. Jarek's jaw tightened. Doesn't matter if it's choice or chance. Doesn't change the result. Every inhabited planet is gone. Every last trace. And it's happening faster than our systems can log. On the console, Dr. Farid Malik's hands flew over the alien-assisted interface. I'm trying to capture the gravitational signatures, molecular dispersion patterns, atmospheric collapse sequences, but the data's overflowing. The hardware can't keep up. We're watching a cosmic genocide in real time, and all we can do is record it. That's it. Aisha swallowed, her throat dry. We're the witnesses. That's our role. No one else can see it like we do. Vera shook her head, pointing at a new feed. Look at this. KALYRA 5 and its neighboring moon. Entire continents, gone in milliseconds. The oceans, the mountains, the forests, they just evaporated. Even their satellites disintegrated in the vacuum. I can't look away. Jarek muttered bitterly, and people back home, they think we're exaggerating. They think it's just data on a screen. They have no idea what we're actually seeing. No idea what it feels like to know that billions of lives are being erased with zero resistance, zero possibility of intervention. Farid's fingers stilled. We've tried interventions, subtle gravitational adjustments, trajectory nudges, even attempts to shield atmospheres, nothing works. Alien mentors said it themselves. The multiverse's destructive mechanism is beyond interference. Every time we try, we learn that our cleverest designs are meaningless. Aisha's voice cracked, low and raw. And yet, we keep trying to record, to catalog, to preserve memory. If we fail even that, what's left of humanity's understanding of the multiverse? Vera shivered, tapping on a series of feeds. Look at this contrast, the uninhabited planets. Dozens of them, perfectly intact. Silent, cold, lifeless, yet untouched. Their silence is louder than the destruction itself. Makes every annihilation feel deliberate. It's terrifying. Jarek turned sharply, addressing the group. We need to keep moving. Focus on the streams we can capture. We can't let this stop us. Every world recorded is a world that existed. Every detail preserved. Even if we can't save anyone, someone, somewhere will know it existed. Farid grimaced. I'm trying to model the cascading gravitational effects, but every collision creates a ripple that triggers the next. There's no pattern we can predict reliably. The closer worlds vanish in unpredictable sequences. I've never seen forces like this in all of physics. Not classical, not quantum, not even theoretical multiversal mechanics. The energy release is astronomical. Billions of planetary-scale nuclear detonations, simultaneous and then gone. Aisha's eyes welled. So, even if we documented perfectly, it still doesn't help. We're just keeping a record of the inevitable. Vera shook her head violently. No, it matters. It has to matter. Otherwise, all of this, our lives, our training, our sacrifice, it's meaningless. Someone has to see what's happening. Someone has to remember these worlds. Otherwise, her voice faltered and she turned away from the screens. Jarek crossed his arms. Otherwise nothing matters. Fine, we document, we record, and we witness, but I don't have to like it. I don't have to pretend it's anything but horror. The room fell silent, save for the constant hum of the observation station. Another planet blinked out. Its blue oceans boiling into clouds of plasma, mountains reduced to vaporized rock, cities dissolved into nothingness. Farid exhaled sharply. LUMINARA 9, 5.7 billion lives. Gone. 1 second, alive. The next, erased. There's no debris cloud, no residue, nothing. Just absence. The absence is so complete it almost hurts to look at. Aisha reached for a tablet, hands shaking. Document the coordinates. Record the energy release. Note civilization density, technological levels, cultural markers. Every metric we have, we can't miss anything. Vera swiped through feeds almost mechanically. Every inhabited planet we've seen vanish, it's like flipping pages in a book and watching entire chapters burn before your eyes. We're literally watching life itself be deleted. And the barren planets, they mock us with their survival. Their untouched existence makes the destruction feel personal. Jarek muttered under his breath, eyes locked on a cluster of planets spinning too close together. The aliens, they can move us around, give us observation tech, but they can't stop it. Nothing can, and every second, more civilizations vanish before our eyes. I can't think about the math or the physics anymore, just the people. Farid, staring at the holographic map, nodded silently. It's overwhelming. Gravity waves, planetary fragmentation, instantaneous vaporization of matter at molecular level. We're seeing entropy on a scale that defies comprehension. Even our sensors are struggling to keep up. And humans, we're just along for the ride, recording what will never be undone. Aisha closed her eyes, imagining entire cultures erased, languages silenced, histories obliterated. She opened a data window. We have to finish logging. Even if our hearts break. If we fail to record this, the universe will remember, but we won't. Humanity's memory is all that remains. Vera whispered, voice trembling. I've cataloged more in the last hour than I did in an entire career back on Earth. And for what? To know that billions of lives are gone forever, nothing left, except us, sitting in a station, watching the void. Jarek slammed his hand on the console. And people still fight over ideology, still try to manipulate events, still argue about survival and advantage. All meaningless. Every move, every plan, every selfish ambition, irrelevant. The multiverse doesn't care. It never cared. Farid's voice was soft, almost inaudible. The cruelest part, the obliteration is precise. Every inhabited world eliminated, every uninhabited world spared. There's a pattern, a selection, but we can't comprehend the logic behind it. Even the aliens can only advise, not prevent. We're just watching. Aisha finally spoke, barely above a whisper, and we will continue to watch. Every moment of annihilation, every civilization, every mountain, every life, recorded. Remembered, witnessed, because if we fail at even that, then all of it truly ceases to exist. The station hummed on. Outside, the void stretched endlessly. Inside, humanity's last witnesses cataloged the collapse, typing, scanning, recording, and remembering as the multiverse erased life in meticulous, relentless sequence. There was no warning. There was no intervention. Only observation, grief, and the inescapable reality. The multiverse's destruction was complete, absolute, and irreversible. The Nevada Observation Hub had never felt so oppressive. Even with its reinforced walls and alien-assisted shielding, the weight of what the team was witnessing pressed against every conscious thought like gravity too strong to escape. Dr. Leona Kotri, Marcus Hollings, Junpei Aoki, and Lieutenant Kara Iverson weren't alone this time. Joining them were Dr. Sylvia Moreau, an exobiologist with a reputation for blunt assessments, Omar Basri, a planetary systems specialist whose humor usually masked a sharp anxiety, and Talia Nguyen, a cyberneticist in charge of coordinating alien data streams and simulations. Leona pulled up the latest simulation series on the main holo display, her fingers shaking slightly despite her years of experience. "Look at this," she said quietly. "Every confirmed planetary collision since the last batch, every single one had inhabitants. Not one barren planet, not one uninhabited moon. All untouched. Yet every civilization, gone." Sylvia leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "You're saying the multiverse is targeting life itself?" "It looks that way," Leona admitted, voice low. "I've cross-referenced all observational feeds. Uninhabited planets, asteroids, dead moons, untouched. But any planet with intelligent life, or even complex ecosystems, disappears completely. Entire atmospheres, oceans, cities vanish in seconds." Marcus slammed his fist on the table, making the holo projection flicker. "God damn it, this isn't just random physics. You're telling me," he paused, staring at the simulations, "this is deliberate? Either there's a law we don't understand, or something's choosing targets." Junpei ran his fingers along the edge of the display, his mind already converting the visual data into theoretical models. "I've run scenario projections, gravity interactions, orbital resonances, multiversal drift. They can't account for this pattern. Not even close. There's an underlying selection mechanism. It might be intrinsic to multiversal space, some property we've never observed before. Or," he swallowed hard, "or something conscious." Omar's usually easygoing voice cracked. "Conscious? You mean, alive? You're seriously suggesting the multiverse is deciding to erase life?" Talia, eyes glued to her interface, chimed in. "If that were the case, it's terrifyingly efficient. The timing between collisions, the way clusters of inhabited planets vanish simultaneously, it's almost as if it's following a schedule. And the alien arrays can only watch. They can't interfere, can't warn anyone. We're just observers." Sylvia shook her head, pacing between consoles. "Observers, that's all we are. And that's exactly the problem. If this really is selective, then our intelligence doesn't matter. Our technology doesn't matter. Not a damn thing matters when life is being systematically erased." Marcus turned sharply, pointing at a hollow projection of a blue-green world dissolving into nothing. "Do you see the speed? Oceans, forests, human structures, all gone in under 5 seconds. And the barren rocks behind it, untouched. Silent. That silence is deafening." Leona exhaled, gripping the edge of her console. "We've tried every analytical angle. Multiverse scanning, temporal mapping, quantum prediction, nothing. And the pattern is persistent. Every inhabited planet we track, every simulation we run, confirms the same chilling fact. Life triggers destruction, while the lifeless float free." Junpei muttered, "This goes beyond physics. It's like entropy has a preference. Life equals removal." Omar shook his head, his voice tinged with both anger and disbelief. "You think it's deliberate, we think it's a property, but the reality is the same either way. We can't stop it. We can't protect anyone. Not a single civilization survives when the multiverse decides it's time." Talia's fingers danced over her keyboard. "I'm running comparative timelines from the alien arrays. We're mapping cluster annihilations across 5 different universes simultaneously. The intervals are consistent. It's surgical. Nothing. Random. I don't even know what to call it anymore. Law, mechanism, conscious design, doesn't matter. We're powerless either way." Marcus's knuckles were white as he gripped the console. Powerless. That's the word. Entire worlds, cities, species, history, culture, gone in moments. And what do? We sit here, watching and taking notes. Leona shook her head, voice trembling. "It's worse than that. We can't even warn civilizations that are in imminent danger. By the time data reaches us, the event is underway. Even if we tried to relay signals across the multiverse, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't have time. The destruction is instantaneous. Absolute." Sylvia stopped pacing and stared at the display. "The psychological toll is immense." We're not just witnessing destruction, we're cataloging grief, helplessness, annihilation. The knowledge that life is being selectively wiped out, it's paralyzing. Omar sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes. You see a planet like this, thriving, cities lit up like beacons, oceans teeming, and then, nothing. And then you look at the empty planets and it's almost worse. Silent witnesses, untouched, watching, mocking, maybe. Junpei's voice was quiet, almost mournful. I can't even rationalize it anymore. The multiverse might be alive, it might not. It might have intent, it might be physics we don't understand. But the pattern is undeniable. Intelligent life disappears first, every single time. Kara finally spoke, her tone tight. Does it care about our observation? Does it even acknowledge us? The aliens, they watch, but can't change a thing. We can travel between universes, we can record, we can understand, and yet, it continues. Life is erased regardless, and our observation doesn't help them, doesn't help anyone. Leona swiveled toward the team. We document, that's all we can do. Every single world, every civilization, every moment of annihilation. Our work is to bear witness because if we don't, if humanity ceases to observe, then those lives vanish completely, unrecorded. The only trace left of intelligence is our record of it. Sylvia looked at her colleagues, faces drawn and pale. Do you realize what that means? Every civilization we've seen vanish, every culture, language, technology, gone forever. And the barren planets float free, untouched. Life itself is fragile. We thought we were important. That intelligence, innovation, ingenuity mattered. Turns out, it doesn't. Not to the multiverse. Omar whispered, almost to himself, we're not just powerless, we're irrelevant. And the knowledge of that, God, it's heavier than any gravitational force we've ever measured. Talia shook her head, staring at the streams of live data. And the pattern, it doesn't care about proximity, species, or advancement. Primitive civilizations vanish as surely as hyper-advanced ones. It's impartial, indifferent, or intelligent beyond our comprehension. Either way, it's selective. Marcus's voice cracked, and it's relentless. Every second, another planet gone. Another species, another culture, another civilization, and the barren rocks drift silently, untouched. That silence, it's deafening. Leona's hands hovered over the console. We keep going because someone has to. Because if we stop documenting, if we fail to record, then the lives erased vanish not only from existence, but from memory. Our grief, our fear, our helplessness, that's the only mark left of intelligent life. Junpei muttered, almost under his breath, we'll never know if it's a natural law or conscious. We'll never know if the multiverse is alive or not. But the pattern, it's consistent. Inhabited planets vanish, lifeless planets remain, and no amount of observation, intervention, or hope changes that fact. Kara, her face pale and tight, said softly, and the more we watch, the more we understand how powerless we really are. Not just against physics, against the reality itself. Life is fragile. Intelligence is a spark that disappears in the storm, over and over. Silence fell again. Each observer was left with their own private terror, staring at the simulations as planets vanished one by one. They recorded every detail, captured every trace of civilization, and yet the emptiness of each vanished world echoed louder than any alarm. They were alone in their observation, witnesses to a multiverse that systematically and deliberately, or uncannily precisely, erased life wherever it existed. Even as hours passed, the pattern never wavered. Every inhabited planet that flickered into existence on the screens, thrumming with life, industry, and energy, was gone before anyone could intervene. The barren moons and lifeless rocks remained as ghostly markers, silent testaments to the precision and impartiality of the annihilation. Leona finally whispered, we are its only memory. And that memory will bear witness to everything. The command room in Geneva's Multiverse Observation Center was alive with static, the faint hum of alien instruments filling the cavernous space. Dr. Emily Rousseau adjusted her headset, trying to focus on the data streaming in from dozens of Earth-like planets. Beside her, Commander Rafael Soto leaned over the console, brow furrowed, as the simulation of yet another world's destruction played out on the display. It's gone, Rafael said quietly, almost to himself. All of it, every city, every forest, every civilization. Emily swallowed hard. That's the fourth planet this hour. 4 planets, all inhabited. And the barren ones just float untouched. Untouched. You know what kills me? Muttered Dr. Anwar Patel, a physicist responsible for modeling multiversal gravitational interactions. It's not even the speed. It's the pattern. Someone, or something, is systematically wiping out life, and we can't do a goddamn thing about it. Raphael slammed a fist onto the console. We tried everything. Warning signals, gravitational adjustments, orbital nudges. Even the alien tech. The most advanced travel and observational tools in existence doesn't change a thing. Our interventions are irrelevant, every one of them. A voice cut across the room. Irrelevant? That's putting it lightly. Dr. Liana Cho, the team's xenobiologist, turned from her station, her expression pale. We've spent decades studying life, ecosystems, intelligence, civilization, culture, history, all gone in an instant. And what's left? She gestured at the simulation showing lifeless planets spinning silently. Nothing, just empty rocks floating in a vacuum. Anwar groaned, burying his face in his hands. We're not even talking about failure anymore. We're talking about impotence on a cosmic scale. It's not a mistake or oversight. Life itself is fragile. Our hubris, the way we think intelligence, technology, or ambition matters, it doesn't. It never did. Commander Soto's voice was low, tight. We have factions trying to redirect collisions, protect worlds they favor, sabotage rivals. And every single attempt fails. Or backfires. Do you know how that feels? To watch ambition die before your eyes? Liana spun her chair toward him. I know exactly how it feels. We thought we could influence outcomes, that cleverness, planning, morality, any of it could matter. But it doesn't. Nothing matters when the multiverse is this precise, this indifferent, or conscious. Whatever it is, it ignores us entirely, except to erase what we hold dear. Emela's voice trembled. Even the alien mentors, they've warned us, explained the rules, provided the tools. But they can't interfere either. They can observe, they can advise, they can facilitate travel. That's it. No matter how advanced the knowledge, we can't prevent annihilation. Anwa's gaze flicked to the holographic feed showing two continents, one on fire, one submerged in a cascading earthquake, vanishing in moments. Look at that. Ecosystems, cultures, species, gone. And we sit here, watching. And our only power is to write it down, so the multiverse at least remembers we existed. Liana's hands shook as she typed in her terminal. I don't know if I can keep doing this. Every world we record, every civilization we catalog, I feel it in my bones. The grief, the helplessness, it's a constant weight. And the people who were trying to manipulate events, they're just fueling chaos. Their ambition is cruel, reckless. And it doesn't even matter. Nothing does. Raphael exhaled sharply. Those factions, the ones trying to save certain worlds, or punish rivals, it's disgusting. Seeing them debate strategy, knowing it changes nothing, watching them fight over scraps of technology while entire civilizations vanish, it's infuriating. And pathetic. Emily bit her lip, eyes glistening. I saw one of the teams trying to nudge a planet off its trajectory. They wanted to save a world with a highly advanced civilization, supposedly worth the effort. And they made it worse. The collision accelerated, the planet vanished, and they didn't even understand why. They only realized later that intervention is meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. Anwa's voice was quiet, almost reflective. It's worse than that. We're witnessing the limits of human intelligence and hubris. Firsthand, we've always prided ourselves on cleverness, on innovation, on our capacity to manipulate our environment. But the multiverse? It doesn't care about intelligence. It doesn't care about morality. It doesn't care about greed or ambition. It obliterates life, and that's the end of the story. Liana turned to the central display. And yet, there are people still arguing, still scheming. Some factions are trying to exploit alien technology to save their favored planets or sabotage others. Do you know what that makes them? Not heroes, not even competent villains, just irrelevant. Their power, their knowledge, their ingenuity, it's meaningless here. They're like children playing with fire, except the fire is a force they will never understand or control. Raphael read a hand through his hair. I hate them. I hate that they still believe their actions matter. I hate that they think cleverness, politics, or money can bend the multiverse to their will. They're blind to reality. And we can't stop them, can't educate them. And their mistakes, selfish or otherwise, make this misery even heavier to watch. Emily nodded slowly. Every intervention fails. Every warning is useless. Every attempt to manipulate outcomes is meaningless. And yet, people can't stop themselves. Human pride, human arrogance, it's relentless, even in the face of annihilation. And we're left here, trying to record it all before the next world disappears. Anwar leaned back, voice hoarse. You know what's ironic? We thought we could change outcomes with knowledge, with alien technology, with intelligence. We thought we could influence the fate of life itself. Turns out, we're not special. Not a damn bit. Our morality, our philosophy, our ethics, all irrelevant. And it's the human hubris that keeps making it worse for ourselves. Liana's hands hovered over the terminal, trembling. I keep seeing the faces of the people on those planets. The children, the scientists, the families, gone in seconds. And it's not even about randomness anymore. It's the pattern. Life gets erased. Barren planets float untouched. And we're the witnesses. We're documenting extinction, civilization by civilization, species by species. And our only reward is knowledge. Knowledge of our own impotence. Raphael's voice was sharp. It's unbearable, watching brilliant minds, moral leaders, even scientists trying to act, and failing. And yet the factions keep scheming. Their ideology, their ambition, their greed, it doesn't matter. Not a damn thing matters except the multiverse continuing its pattern of destruction. And we're stuck in the middle. Emma's voice cracked. We're powerless. That's all there is to it. We can't warn. We can't prevent. We can't even choose which planets survive because there's no choice. No influence. We're observers, recording a systematic, incomprehensible annihilation. The hubris of humanity, our obsession with control, is laid bare. And it's humiliating. Anwar rubbed his eyes. And the psychological toll, it's like a weight crushing the soul. Each time a world vanishes, a civilization erased, we're left not just to record it, but to feel it. And we can't even save anyone. We can't intervene. We can't prevent it. And the factions, they keep playing their games, as if any of it matters. Liana whispered, we're all failing. Every single one of us. And the multiverse, it doesn't care. And the humans trying to play God, they only make the horror heavier. They're proof of our irrelevance. Raphael's voice was a low growl. I hate them. I hate that they think they matter. I hate that they act like their morality, their intellect, their cleverness counts for anything. And worst of all, we can't stop them. We can only watch. Emily shook her head, tears brimming. There's nothing left to stop. No planet, no life, no civilization, no faction's ambition, nothing matters. We witness, we record, and in doing so we're left to bear the grief, terror, and guilt of billions of lives erased in the blink of an eye. That's our role. That's all humanity can do. Anwar's voice dropped to a whisper. It's total, complete, absolute. Human intelligence, ethics, ambition, all revealed as irrelevant. The multiverse doesn't care about us, doesn't care about life, doesn't care about civilization. We're pawns watching annihilation unfold. And the hubris of every human, every faction, every intervention, just highlights the futility. Silence fell over the observation room. Every monitor, every display, every stream of data showed a relentless truth. Worlds with life, no matter their achievement, culture, or technological advancement, vanished in seconds. Barren planets, empty moons, lifeless rocks, untouched. Humanity could do nothing. Alien allies, alien technology, intelligence, morality, ambition, all irrelevant. And as the room went quiet, the observers, though exhausted and grief-stricken, continued to record. Every last trace of civilization, every last culture, every last species. Because someone had to. Because even in futility, the act of witnessing might be the only thing left that mattered. The skies above Geneva were eerily calm. An incongruous blue stretched over a city that had become the central hub for Earth's last attempts to comprehend the multiverse. Dr. Emily Rousseau, Commander Raphael Soto, and Dr. Liana Cho stood at the edge of an observation platform on the old International Physics Institute tower, looking not at stars, but at a live feed projected across the alien interface before them. Every holographic projection showed annihilation, planet after planet, civilization after civilization, disappearing without warning, leaving nothing but silence. This is unreal, Liana whispered, voice trembling. We've been recording for months, decades now, and yet, it doesn't get easier. It just keeps going, and there's no pattern we can predict that we can exploit. None. Emily tightened her grip on the railing. I keep asking myself, is it the universe itself? Is it conscious, deliberately targeting intelligence? Or is it something else? Some alien civilization with power we can't even imagine? Raphael's jaw was tense. And if it's alive, what does that mean for us? Are we next? His eyes flicked nervously to the horizon. Every world we've catalogued, gone. Some vanished with complex civilizations, others just small, insignificant planets with life barely developed. It doesn't care. It doesn't discriminate by technological level or cultural significance. And Earth is just here, waiting. Liana's lips pressed into a thin line. Waiting isn't reassuring. Waiting means the next calculation, the next convergence could be us. And we can't intervene. The alien allies, brilliant as they are, can't interfere. They only provide observation and transport. Emily shook her head. Do you realize what we're facing? A multiverse that may be sentient, evaluating consciousness, deciding which worlds to erase. And if it is, why not us next? Every principle we cling to, morality, intelligence, ethics, means nothing in the face of that. A silence fell over the three as a new feed lit up. A planet similar to Earth in size and atmosphere, orbiting a star of familiar golden hue. Lush green continents, rivers, sprawling cities, but gone within seconds. Every skyscraper, every bridge, every library, every family, dissolved into quantum-level nothingness, leaving a barren husk of rock spinning in empty space. Anwar Patel, stationed a few floors below with his team, muttered into his headset. Another one, gone. I don't even know why we bother cataloging anymore. It's like counting grains of sand on a beach that's constantly erasing itself. Don't say that, Liana snapped over comms. We catalog because it's all we can do. Because if we don't, there won't even be a record that it existed. That's our only function left. Witness. Raphael rubbed his face, voice low. Witness, yes, but I can't stop thinking about choice. If the multiverse is alive, conscious even in the smallest sense, then what determines its targeting? Are civilizations judged, observed, or is it some algorithmic pattern, purely physical, that we'll never understand? Emily swallowed hard. I've run models, simulations, everything. Nothing lines up with natural laws as we know them. Gravity, orbital mechanics, thermodynamics, they all exist, yes, but the way life is eliminated, it's too precise, too selective. Something is evaluating, choosing, deciding. And whatever it is, we can't reach it, can't reason with it. A young intern, Mei Tanaka, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Her voice quavered. Do you think it's punishing us? Humanity, Earth, all life? Or is it just bored? Detached? Experimenting? Raphael's fists clenched at his sides. Punishing, experimenting, observing, it doesn't matter. None of that changes the outcome. Our families, our cities, our history, our knowledge, all gone in seconds if we're next. And the rest of the planets, the inhabited ones we haven't observed yet, they'll vanish too. All of them. Emily turned to him, her eyes glinting with tears she refused to shed. And the factions, the humans who tried to manipulate events, they're still at it, aren't they? Thinking they can outsmart annihilation? Their hubris is unbearable. They're creating even more chaos, all for nothing. Their ambition has no place here, Raphael. It's meaningless. Liana added quietly, and yet we need them. We can't stop them. All we can do is record the consequences of their actions, failures, sabotage, every miscalculation. If nothing else, maybe that knowledge will survive us, even if we don't. Raphael's voice was bitter, and even that may be irrelevant. If the multiverse itself is alive, why bother keeping records? The act of observation may be meaningless. Consciousness may be inherently fragile. Maybe it's only a matter of time before Earth, and every human, disappears just like every other planet we've watched vanish. May's hands trembled as she gestured to the live holographic feed. Do you think we're already being judged? That the act of existing makes us a target? Emily exhaled slowly. I don't know. That's the question that keeps me awake. And if it's not alive, if it's an alien civilization beyond comprehension, it doesn't matter either. The outcome is the same. Destruction, obliteration, and humanity is powerless to stop it. Anwar, who had been silent at his console, finally spoke up. All our ethics, our science, our politics, our ambition, none of it matters. We are like molecules in a petri dish, observed, experimented on, or ignored entirely. And every time we try to act, it's either ineffective or makes things worse. That's the reality of it. Raphael paced the platform, fists clenched. And we can't even discuss it publicly. People would panic. Governments are already fraying. Factions are still competing, still trying to influence outcomes that don't exist. Even now, while billions are gone, some are still arguing over leverage, survival, advantage. I hate them. I hate that they don't understand, don't accept reality. And worst of all, they don't stop. Liana's voice broke, low and tremulous. We can't help them. We can't help anyone. All we can do is bear witness. And every moment we spend watching, every second we record, we're seeing history, extinction, annihilation, unfold in real time. And we're helpless. Emily looked out at the night sky, imagining the countless Earth-like planets yet to be erased. Maybe the multiverse is alive. Maybe it's thinking. Maybe it's deliberate. Or maybe it's some process we can't understand, some cosmic natural law. But either way, we're the witnesses. And we can't act. We can't influence. We can't negotiate. We can't survive unless it chooses us. And that uncertainty is unbearable. May's voice was almost a whisper. And if it is alive, will it come for Earth next? Raphael's face was pale, jaw tight. That's the question, isn't it? We can't even hypothesize reliably. All we know is what we've seen. Billions of lives erased in moments, civilizations wiped out before they even realized what happened. And we're here, waiting, hoping we aren't next. And the truth is, we may have no chance at all. The feed updated. Another world, lush and thriving, flickered and then dissolved into nothingness. A hush fell over the platform. Emily's hands shook as she reached for her terminal. Record everything, every last detail. If nothing else survives, let this knowledge survive. Let someone, anyone in the future, know what happened. Liana leaned against the railing, tears streaking her face. We are powerless. We are irrelevant. And yet, we watch. We record. Because if the multiverse is alive, maybe it will recognize that someone, somewhere, observed. That someone tried to understand. That's all we have left. Raphael stood silently, staring into the starfield where hundreds of projections flickered. Worlds being obliterated, barren rocks left untouched, the silence of space amplifying the horror. We're the last witnesses, the last observers, and maybe that's our only function, to witness and remember what no one else can survive to tell. Emila's voice was soft, almost a prayer. Alive or alien, deliberate or blind, the annihilation continues. We cannot stop it, we can only observe, and in observing, we feel the full weight of humanity's hubris and fragility. If we are next, we will know what it is like to vanish without a trace, to be reduced to nothing. And still, maybe the universe will notice we watched. May shivered, glancing at the sky. Do you think it's intelligent? The multiverse? Liana nodded slowly. I think it might be. Or something with that power, at least, because the pattern is too precise, too selective. Life is disappearing, and only life. Intelligence, civilization, gone. And we, humans, are staring straight at it, wondering if we are next. And we can do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Raphael exhaled sharply, voice low. And that's the truth we have to live with. Or die with. We are witnesses, nothing more. And the cosmos may be alive, judging us, or simply ignoring us. Either way, humanity is powerless.
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.